Why, hello. Good morning. I'm eating breakfast. What's for breakfast? Well, it's the inside of a pot pie. Chicken, noodles, carrots, peas, delicious. If you have pineapple for breakfast, are you eating breakfast or is it eating you? Yes. The answer is yes. Did you unslug yourself today? Oh yeah, dude. I feel pretty good. I'm only minor slug mode. Yeah, I ended the stream earlier yesterday. I was not feeling good, dude. I went and took a shower for like an hour. And then got back to work on some stuff. But man, I felt really gross. Like really gross. One moment. And I'm back. Ooh. Another fix today. What is this? Alright, Blockgame server is back up. Checking all of our systems. How water tank have so much water? I'm on well water and I have a flash water heater. There's no tank. So it's a tankless system that constantly is heating the water immediately using electrical coils. And since I'm on natural gas, it's basically unlimited. The cost of natural gas is very cheap. They ship it to my house and fill up a gigantic, basically a bomb in my yard. Nah, 190. I'm not super interested in it. I hope you are though. Hope you have fun with it, man. I love that those gas tanks are called pigs. I didn't know they were called pigs. That's amazing. Do you know that the big green electrical boxes are called boogers? It's a booger. Hytale devs should let us play the Leafy Creature dudes. ADHD, here's the thing, man. They're not stopping you. Just go play them. Nothing stops you from doing this. There's never a time, like anytime you think, oh man, the Hytale devs should let us, they already have. Whatever it is. Let's see. By the way, Taco, I see you in chat there. Your name is My Girthy Taco. That's amazing, dude. That's an incredible name, dude. I've seen you in chat a couple of times now, but like, holy shit. Every once in a while, we just get these like insane banger names in chat, and it just blows me away, man. I exist. I exist. Good morning, all. Good morning to you. I'm kind of awake. It's a good time. Some people are just special about it. I mean, I guess. I think, like, to be completely honest with you, I think if you have an insane name like that, and you manage to survive on this platform, like you survive on Twitch for that long, you should have, like, a badge. You just should. Like a badge of honor, dude. Hope everyone's having a lovely day. You too, man. I just woke up. I'm about to make it everybody's problem, you know. Wait, there's an example right there. And you're partnered. Your name is PoopButt101. And you're partnered. My God, dude. That's amazing. That is amazing. How, my dude? That is... Bro. You need to report the avatar problem in Hightail later? What's the avatar problem? Whoa! 7 ads with 25 gifted subs. My dude. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. So, I have to say this. Poop Butt 101, the fact that you're partnered is amazing to me. I remember when I first got partnered, and I went to this Mixer event out here in Washington, and I was like in Seattle, right? And I went there to that, and there was a Twitch staff member, and they're like, I was talking, they were like doing feedback sessions, and I gave them some of my feedback, and they were like, what's your name on Twitch? And I was like, oh, it's Pirate Software. And he's like, probably going to have you change that name. And I was like, well, I've made it this far. And then, like, they never forced me to change the name, and I've been that way forever. So, like, the fact that you escaped with Poop Butt 101 is even funnier, because that means somebody had to review your account. They had to go over all of your content. They had to determine that you were not a brand risk for Twitch, that you were beneficial to the platform in some way, form the email, and then send it to you, and approve you for partner. Every one of them read Poop Butt 101, which is so goddamn funny to me, dude. They're like, yeah, we gotta get Poop Butt in here. He's gotta be on the roster. Like, so good, dude. Oh, it's so funny. That's so funny, man. Oh, yeah, the paperwork, too. That means somewhere inside of Twitch, there is a financial file that has your finances on record as Poop Butt 101. That goes to a taxman. The government knows that Twitch pays someone named Poop Butt 101. I love it. This platform is insane. It's very funny. Poop Butt 101 LLC. Yeah, exactly, dude. Anyway, how you doing today, man? That's funny as shit. Yeah, here's your check, Poop Butt 101. Exactly. It's so funny, dude. All right. So yesterday I learned how to make strings in their string system. I want to see if we can, like, clean this up a little bit, because I have some ideas, and I don't know if we can get this done. But the idea is that maybe I can form this into a succession of strings, which might be really interesting, right? Yeah. So the idea is, when I set this up before for our Minecraft server, let me go pull this up. And we go look at Blockgame production. And we'll go down here into our items system. And we'll look at what are called... Where is it? I think it's under language. Yeah, it's language. And then lore format. So the lore formatting system allowed us to take specific strings, which are specific statistics, and lay them out on an item. Like in a very kind of structured fashion, right? Where we could do this. We can make sure that all the, the item type is at the top, and then we do like a bar. It's like a break in there, and then the corruption resistance, and then another bar, and then all of these. But all of these are set to be, if it needs to exist, it exists, right? The problem with this is it always exists, and it's all hard structured. So I think what we'll end up needing to do is probably deviate from their string system. I did give them some feedback on this, and they were really happy about it, and they agreed that doing tokenization is the proper way to go for this. So if I go pull it up of Hightail requests, let me grab this one out. I did .lang updates. They don't have any way of tokenizing statistics off the items themselves at all. You can't change the size of the font. You can't change to a different font, and you can't tokenize any of the stats right now. So I think we may be at an impasse on this one. I'd probably want to, unfortunately, drop into Java and then build out a structured like formatting system for us. But we just can't yet because they don't have the capability of tokenizing stats on a first-party basis. We could probably ham-fist the way in to do that, but it's not good. Like, it's not a good thing. You know what I mean? Can you explain what tokenizing stats is? Sure. So right now, this is an example of their text, and you can see that it is this item is a plant crop rice item. This is the description for it, and it's instantly restores, and then this color, health, and grants this color, health regen 1, for the duration of 45 seconds under that color. So basically what they've done is they've hard-coded all of this. They've created what is called a static string, a string that is unchanging. And the 5% in there is manually written in for the item. Now, if you go into the item's information and you change the stats on the item, it won't automatically update the tooltip because they've statically added this to it. A token would instead be like this, and it would automatically then update the amount of health regeneration that the item provides into the description. That would allow them to then do all of their balance work and never have to go and redo all the strings. This is called tokenizing. You're creating a token that, changes out all the stats on that stuff. So a good example of this is because they are holding the statistics inside of what is called an interaction inside of the editor instead of on the item itself. I was like, well, you could tokenize in this way, which is like food instant health tier 1, which is the interaction, and then stat modifiers, which is the section for it, and then health, which is the key, right? And this would just look up the variable inside of this and then pull that in and have that be their token to go into it. Because since their system is not putting everything on the item, it's doing it in this like expanded form of a shitload of interactions on there. It's just not going to work otherwise. Like they'll have to come up with a very clever way of tokenizing outside of this. This is just an example to be like, hey, you could do it this way, but you guys are going to come up with another way to do it, or whatever. And like things like this, like health regen 1, that should also just be a string. So like in this case, you can see where I've got runecarving.name, right? And it says color is this, and then it says rune carving, and then the color ends, and then 2 new lines. What I've done is I've basically created a system of dynamic naming for all this stuff, where it's got the rune carving name, because this is a rune carving item, and then the flavor text, which is a static string on each one of these items, and then the fact that this is a archaeology drop, and it pulls that string up, because they have this thing called message keying, where you can pull other strings into this set of strings by name. And because of this, if I want to update, say, the text that says can drop from any source that gives mining experience, any item that has that string pulled into it, I just update this, and it updates every item in the game that is using that token. This is way more powerful. So by setting it up this way, I'm basically saving myself miles of work in the future, and I think this is pretty much the limit of what is allowed under their current system. Like, we've kind of hit the limit level, because they just don't have support for what should be in there. They don't have support for what is like industry standard for this. And they agreed. Like, I was like, hey, this needs more. And they're like, yeah, you're right. Like, so I'm glad they took the feedback and they care, which is great. Everything that I've sent them, they've cared, and they've fixed a bunch of shit already, so I'm really happy about it. Yeah, it's way more manageable this way. But you can see that, like, it's got items mod death drop, right? And we look up here at mod death drop, and it just says drops on death. So any item that is drops on death, we can just apply that modifier to it, and it just has it on it. Yeah, exactly. So VR, you've got a really good idea of it. And basically with this is it just saves us a shitload of time. That's all. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a shitload of time. You mean the thing that it doesn't? Yes, that's correct, Princess. Yeah. So more non-hardcore items are coming? What do you mean non-hardcore items? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean hard code items. I couldn't read that. I was reading that wrong. Yeah, my plan is to make it so that we are not, like, we have to have dynamic ranges on items. We don't have dynamic ranges. That's actually another one of my pieces on this. If I go into here, there is no random ranges on items right now. They've the build that they put forward is like real basic bare bones shit. And if you add a target of minimum of 5 and a target of maximum of 10, you'd expect it to be 5 to 10. It's not. It's 15. So that's not right. But when they fix that and they give us like a target of range and allow us to have a minimum and maximum, like, that is going to be enormous. Like, that will 100% allow us to make really cool items. But the problem is this, right? Every item then needs a unique identifier. And that means that anytime you drop an item, it needs something like a UUID to track that in memory to be like, this is this one specific instance item, and this is that one specific instance of that item's statistics. And it will be different for every single one of them. They handled this inside of Minecraft by having NBT on the item, which is a stored set of values on the item that is permanent to that item. It's actually how shitloads of uniqueness inside of Minecraft worked. Anytime you trimmed an armor, it works the same way. That's not efficient. It was like really inefficient. So then they switched over to the item component system. The item component system was just a better implementation of that. That was just like way more efficient. And we've been using that ever since. It allows us to do some pretty wild shit. Like we can actually do some really cool stuff and then hook into it with Java and then display it on the screen in any way that we wish to. So in this way, I think this system is better in Minecraft right now than it is in Hytale. But once they iterate on it, I think it's going to be better in Hytale. They just got to cook. They just got to cook on it. They have not. This is like a piece of it that they have not, messed with yet. You can tell because it's missing so much basic functionality. Can you make better arrows than crude arrows? I don't know if you can baseline in Hytale right now. That being said, I don't know of any weapon that uses arrows other than crude arrows right now. Even the guns use crude arrows as ammunition. So, I don't know if it matters, right? If that makes sense. Which is quite funny, yeah. But if we go look at this, I mean, we can make those arrows. It doesn't really matter. Right now, there's a lot of problems in terms of projectiles and damage ranges anyway. So, like, projectiles are not adding to the damage ranges themselves. But that's fine. Like, that'll get fixed eventually. But if you look at this, like, this is what we want items to look like. It shows the amount of corruption on the item, it shows the basic statistics of the item, and then it shows how much the item has been impacted and what its new stat is based on the corruption on the item. And corruption is our way of reducing an item's power as you repair it over time, and you can clear the corruption off of it by spending more resources in the game. The idea is to make sure that there's always item sinks, there's always material sinks throughout the game, no matter what, and that is used to stay in the game, right? A normal item will look like this. And it's got this rune carving slots. It's got statistics on it. Like, it's got stuff that you could do. It's got a set bonus. Like, this is how we want items to be displayed. And instead, we get items right now, unfortunately, that just look like this. So, well, it'll get there. It's just not ready for it yet, if that makes sense. You could put Java in Hytale. Oh, yeah. In fact, a lot of the base functionality of Hytale is already written in Java. There's plugins that you can enable and disable. Like, a lot of the core systems are just like a plugin network, which is kind of freaking wild, to be honest with you. Yeah. Hytale's made you do dev stuff again. That's awesome. Like, that's actually really goddamn good because it's more accessible than pretty much anything else I've seen in terms of, like, development, where you could just stop in and make something. Like, I made a short about that yesterday, where it's just like, You can literally just hop in and be like, I don't like that. And then you can just change it immediately. Even if you're not like technically savvy, you could just change it, which is, like that's insane, man. And I don't think we've seen that with a game probably ever. Right? Boop. You've been loving the editor, though? Yeah, no, good. Good, man. All right. What is this? No, not that. Boop. They had another update today, too. The Temple OS of games? Dude, what? What? Bro, the time cube of games. The asset editor has you doing VFX stuff again? That's awesome. Yeah, I was actually doing some VFX shit yesterday. Wait. Donut Exile, you know what TimeCube is? Oh my god, there's literally dozens of us. You know the TimeCube website finally stopped? Like, it's gone now. Like, no shit. It was like, I think it was like last year. The TimeCube website was finally killed. I know, dude. It only exists on like a Wikipedia article now. Which sucks. Is it archived anywhere? Yeah, there's archives of it. But it's, I don't know what happened to the, I think the creator might be gone, man. Like, because that website going down was like, that was like a corner of the internet disappearing, you know? Do you drink coffee? Nah. You drink coffee? All right. Your name is Medic Lamau. Pretty good. Is it a full Thune? Well, it's daytime, so. What shampoo do you use? Head and Shoulders 2-in-1, because I don't want to wash my hair twice. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. Where is this? Where does this live? Source code. Heartbound source. Heartbound. Sounds. Let's sound office teleport in. We're going to multi-track drift. This is going to be interesting. Ugh. Why is it stored like that? It's an OGG file. I wonder if Hytale can read OGGs. Do we know? Can it read the good old OGs? Only OGG? Oh, that's even better, dude. The fact that it can read OGGs is freaking rad. All right. Where do I hide sounds in this game? Where does it go in terms of the folder structure? Let's find out. So if we pull this up and we look at... I'm going to look at... You hear that? Has to be mono. That's fun. Whatever. That's not a big deal. I wonder if it'll auto-convert when I pop it in. I wonder if it'll display it as mono even if it was listed as stereo originally. Because what I'm going to do, Nellis, is I'm gonna take a Heartbound sound and I'm going to pop it in just to see what this sounds like. Because I've got like a billion sound effects for Heartbound. Some of which we've used, the grand majority like we have, and then like some of them we've never used, which are tiny and weird. But I'm going to take the sound of Sound Office Teleport, which is a teleportation noise that we use when people like teleport in the tower. And they do that flattening thing that they do and then disappear. Like that sound, I'm going to bring in to try and see if I can use it for this. Because that sounds gross. So I'm going to try and figure out what it's like to build an audio set and then a specific audio file on that, which is the whole thing. So it sounds perfect? No, it's gross, dude. It's the sound of an egg sack. Gross is good. It's not an egg sack, dude. Oh, it's gross. No. 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 Also, I'm going to be kind of rebuilding these where the current implementation. Hear that? Isn't that awesome? So I got that done for that, like. I love that sound for this. Yeah. The other thing is if you take these current ones and you throw them on the ground, they look really good. Like they actually look great that way, and they give off light and everything like this. The problem is they can't interact. One of the things that I'm setting as a goal for us, and this is important for me for you guys is building later, any item that you get, any material, ingredient, any of that, should be placeable on the ground. And that means that I need to do a whole set of particles and everything like that for the block form of this and the item form of this, because those are two separate models and two separate particle systems that need to go off. So this one is actually 50% normal size, and this one is double normal size. And it dynamically has to change the particle effect to fit with that, which is kind of funny. But basically that's it, dude, is I want you guys to be able to decorate with your weird materials. And that means when it's placed, it needs to have a special hitbox for it, which this one now has its own custom hitbox, right? And it needs to have sounds when you break it, and needs to actually pop the item up after you do break it. Which is a whole thing. Yeah. So, like, all of that needs to be implemented. I'm using this item as the tester for it. And once we get one item doing this, all of them will do it. But that's, you know, that's the difficulty. And if you look at this, see how it's holding this one in the right hand, but this one here is held in both hands? That's the idea. Is I want them all held in both hands because it's a block, and then we'll go from there. Simon said he wants to be able to place a bunch of items on tables and stuff. Well, I've actually already started doing that. So, like, charcoal cannot be placed currently in baseline Hytale, but it can be placed in Blockgame because I just set it up to do that. And once I figured out I could do that, I was like, oh, okay, we could just do this now. Like, it's totally fine. We just do whatever the hell we want and, like, place items anywhere we want to. So, like, I've already started doing that, and I've played around with a couple different things. Like, I want it to be able to do, if we look at this like that, I want it to be able to be hung from the ceiling and also on the ground. So, like, I've already set that up for a number of items, too. So we're just going to have that be available for any material that you want to. I don't think we'll have the ability to rotate it natively. Like, you'll have to be an admin to be able to, like, rotate and move shit and everything like that, using, like, the entity system. But for just basic decoration, you should be able to place this on any table, any bench, any of that kind of stuff, and we want to add a bunch of furniture to the game. A big part of what I want to do with the server isn't just mechanical in nature, it's decoration. Like, you should be able to build out a really cool-looking environment, or make a shit hut if you want to. And, like, both of those things are really possible and very easy for us to implement on our end, you know? And being able to do placements like this makes that a lot more fun, I think. Can you place a hovering version from the ceiling? There's no hovering version, unfortunately. I think it latches to the nearest block, which is a little bit weird. So I don't know. I don't know how that works, currently. I do like that it's actually held between the hands now. I think that is a better look than what it was before, where it was, like, in one hand, you know? And over here, it shows it in one hand for your first-person view, but it's actually held in both hands, which I think is just nice, you know? If someone, say, place 10 million orbs and crash the client, actually, I've already tried that. So the thing that I tried the other day was I changed, like, after stream, because I didn't want it to crash the stream, just in case, is I changed every block in this entire environment to just this, that is producing a whole shitload of particles. The client actually calls particles when it starts to get too many. So, like, there's no like crashers that you can do, like graphics crashers for that kind of a thing. It will dynamically just be like, nope, can't handle that. Stop showing particles. There's too many. So it will cap and call them off, which is good. Yeah. I think that's actually a lot more robust than I expected for that. I was expecting to be like, graphics crash, eat shit. Like, but no, it was fine. I was like, all right, man, cool. This guy looks sweet. It's pretty neat. It's neat in here. Yeah. What is this? Wish you could change names on Steam? Really? You can. You can do display name changes. It's actually really interesting sky design. Yeah, I took it from their Poison Twirl, like, whatever the hell it was called, weather effect, and I put it on this weather effect called Clear. And then I got rid of all the fog so I could just have, like, a build world and make my life easy. We need Thormoon in the sky? It'll rise. I was actually... After stream yesterday, I was actually sitting here and I was talking to the mods while I was working on stuff, right? And in the corner of my vision over there, the Thor moon just slowly rose over the horizon. I just lost my mind. Like, it's just like slowly sliding up from the horizon with its eyes. I was like, God damn it, dude. It rises like right over there. It's insane. Oh my God. Wish you luck. You've got a dentist appointment in an hour. Well, try not to lose them all at once. All right, so where does this sound asset actually live? Item sound set is items gems, which is good. I think that sounds good in the inventory. And then if we go into this, and we look at blocks, the block sound set. There's the step 1 on that, that's fine. Symmetric flip, that's fine. Actually, what does an orthogonal flip do? I'm really interested in this, because if we're doing a flip this way... That's it? Huh. Okay. I don't really know what that does. Let's go back to symmetric then. A little bit weird. Yeah. The kidney stone? You're a kidney stone. You're the kidney stone. That'll be set to soft so you can just pop it. Also, this is kind of a weird one. We're planning on removing the F harvest button on everything. As cool as that feature is, and as like nice as it is for people to use, it bypasses the need to use a tool in your hand in any possible way. And that means that you're not getting the bonuses from Blockgame for that. I want you to use the tool. I don't want you to just press F to get the item out of it. It just doesn't work, right? It actually causes like weird problems with that. So we're going to remove the F to interact off of like harvesting items, but we'll use it for like opening doors, opening chests, things like that. It's not that comfortable to use. It's a little bit weird. Yeah. Like it's a little bit weird. And we want to do it in different ways because it just doesn't feel right for interacting with some items. Yeah. You thought it was weird? Yeah, same. It just doesn't feel like everybody that I've talked to is like, it's weird. I don't like it. That's so nice to have. Well, think about it this way, right? If I'm like 5 blocks away and I harvest wheat, isn't that weird? Like, I'd rather be right up there using a tool, right? And the tools are going to be like AoE. Like, they're not going to be like 1-to-1, not swing and get 1. It's like swing and get like 10 of them kind of a thing, you know? That's the idea anyway. That's the design. Mechanically, it makes sense to remove, but I liked it. Yeah, no, we're going to I want to make the tools feel better than using the F key, right? That's the whole point of it, is I want the tools to feel better than that functionality. And when it does feel better, then I'll remove it. You know. Let's see. Block model texture is there. We don't have to care about this. Block model is there. Custom model scale is 0.5. That works out. Feels okay with chess. With chess, it's fine. I don't want to change it for chess. It's just for harvesting of items is what I want to remove it for. Okay, block sound set ID is egg sac, and that is under item block sound set. So let's go over here. We're going to go to this, and we're going to say egg sac, because that's gross, right? So there's going to be audio sound event block sounds egg sac. Gross. And block sound set. I need to make a block sound set. Walk, land, hit, break, build. Okay. We can make a build sound. Interesting. Mud land. Cocoon hit. Cocoon break. Okay. So I gotta get a sound for each one of these. Wait. The egg sac sound set doesn't use the egg sac sound.
donated $15 to charity.
You're amazing, Fly Opossum. Thank you for the $15 to Humane World for Animals. You rock, dude. I just realized that the egg sac sound set doesn't use the egg sac sounds. It uses the cocoon sounds. What? Why? That doesn't make any sense. It's right there. Like, what is that one? There's no audio editor. SFX attention very quiet? What is that? SFX ATTN very quiet. Okay. So they have attenuation distances and maximum distances for these. I understand now. So we have to apply a parent to it and then kind of go from there. Alright. Yeah, the distance at which the sound can go and then the fall off for that sound. They actually have a lot of variable here. I think the part that's really interesting to me on this is the pitch. Right? So we can statically change the pitch, but it doesn't look like we can dynamically change that. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Alright, well. The time of man is ending, chat. This is, you know. Yeah. Unfortunate, really. But he's finally escaped. Oh, he's growing larger and redder now, too. Yeah, that's horrifying. I'm the moon. He's getting angrier as time goes on. That's probably fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine, right? Sound effects set. Block set. And then we'll say essence. And then I'll do probably our own custom sound effects for each one of these. So we'll go over to SFX Cocoon. I spelled cocoon wrong? I don't think that's how cocoon is spelled. My brain is mush right now, though. God, it just keeps getting angrier. The moon needs laser eyes? Dude, I think it's just gonna explode soon. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't look at it. I know it's looking at you. Just don't look at it, you know? Sound effects break. So that's very quiet, very quiet, very quiet. Actually, it's very quiet, 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 quiet. Okay, so cocoon active is very quiet. What is active? The hell is that? Weird. Okay, we're going to take the break sound. And we're going to duplicate that one out. And we're going to call it sound effects, essence, break. And we're going to change it to a new folder. What? Just called root? Bro, what? That is not what should be there. It's going to be called block sounds. Create a folder for that. The parent directory is missing. You don't say. Okay. Cool. We'll just make that one then. Where the hell is that parent directory? SFX. Audio sound event. Item block. Block sound set. Okay, so it's audio sound event is where that's going to live. And we've got SFX break. So this one right here is the interesting one to me. This is asset as a parent. Inheritance is not yet supported in the property editor. That's fine. I don't care about that. That's going to be inherited. We don't have to care. If we go and look at that, where is the sound? Like, how does it actually pull that sound? Is it in here? There we go. Sounds, blocks, generic block break success 01 OGG. And the files... Oh, wait. Wait a minute. So is this the backup file? And then this is the overwrite? So if it doesn't find these overwrites, it'll do that? That's weird. Also, they do have pitch shifting. I didn't know they did. That's cool. That's really, really useful. Check this out. Start attenuation distance, max distance. But it says pitch right here, right? But if we go inside the source, it's minimum pitch and maximum pitch. So it does have pitch shifting dynamically on that under random settings, but random settings aren't listed in here. That's really interesting. Is it under layers, maybe? It is. It's under layers. Look at that. Okay, that's good. That's really good. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Freaking sick, dude. No, that's really, really good. Nice. Yep, we can prevent audio fatigue that way. For those who don't understand what audio fatigue is, if you play the exact same sound over and over and over again for a player, and there's no variation in it, it gets really annoying very quickly. It becomes very grating. The mind hates that kind of a thing, the exact same sound every time. So what you do is you randomize the pitch every time that you play the sound instance. And this way, you don't have to make like 100 variants of it. You just need to make one variant of it, and it shifts slightly every time it plays, and there's no audio fatigue. They've got that system built in. I was worried about that. That's good. Yep, preventing audio fatigue is a big deal. Yeah, or we zone it out. That's the other thing that happens too. Yeah. What are you talking about, Donut? What, dude? Elatro is an amazing example of anti-sound fatigue. Yes, it is. Even though it's playing the exact same noises, too. Very good shit. Love to see that. Very, very good shit. Okay, so... Good. That's exactly what happened to you for Dragon Quest 112. Same annoying music in 1,000 battles. That's rough, dude. You're so excited about the anti-audio fatigue. Oh my god. Yeah, no, you can just do it. And this is directly in the sound effect files. So let's go pull this open. We're going to grab SFX, ATTN, and Quiet. I'd like to see what that is. So this is a sound effect parent file. And it looks that it starts attenuation distance and maximum distance directly on that. And they're just using them as buckets for this, it seems. Okay, so that's all it's doing, is it's just setting the attenuation and the max distance and the volume there. And that's it. So we'll probably override this out into our own sound event. That'll be fine. And instead of 10 quiet, we'll probably call it sound effects parent quiet, which makes my life easy. I'd rather have parent files called parents, you know. It's just an easier system. Okay, essence break, and now we got to go find the sound files for this. So this is in sounds blocks spiderweb cocoon. So we're going to make it sounds blocks essences. It's going to be in there. We're in Blockgame Hightail. We'll go to mods. We'll go to Blockgame there. And we'll go into... I don't know if we have that folder set up. It's not going to be under common. It should be under server. Nothing. Is that under common? I have a concern. I don't know if that lives under common. I don't think it does. Or is it under audio? No, it might actually be under common. Let's go look. Yep, it's under common. All right. So go remove that sounds folder. Be gone. And then common, it's going to be sounds. And then blocks. Please, sir. Blocks. And then essence. And then we'll put the sound directly in that. And this is going to be essence break. Onto the server. Essence break. There we go. So it's got the file now. Failed to fetch asset. Invalid format. But why? So we can't just drop an OGG in there? Is it mad about this? Oh, wait. That also says invalid format. It doesn't care. This is fine. I was like, did it actually break? But no, it did not break. Okay, so on this one, we need to choose the file of Blockgame, sounds, blocks, essence, essence break. And then we need to remove this one. And then we have to go over here to essence. We'll go to this one. And that block set is going to be on our side, which is block set essence, which is the one that we just did. Then, that isn't what I wanted it to do. Why? Why? Okay, hold up. Hold up. Block set essence. Oh, because I'm dumb. I forgot. I did all of this, and then I forgot to do that. Oh, wait. It's stereo instead of mono. So we actually have to take the file. It won't change it to mono directly. We actually have to take the OGG, put it into something like Audacity, export it as mono. Okay. Audacity it is. Oh no, Audacity is updating the shit out of itself. I don't want to do that right now. Skip that. Okay, that. Look, it's Audacity. One is all you need. Yeah. And then we take this and throw it in there. It's a cool sound. And then we take that and we have to, I guess, export it? Can we export as mono in this? I don't remember how to change it. So let me look it up. I need to look up how to do this. Boop. There's our hotfixes thing. Grab that. Okay, that was weird. Change sound to mono in Audacity. Don't remember how. Go to tracks, mix stereo down to mono. So tracks, mix stereo down to mono. But it's grayed out. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. And then we can export audio not as a WAV. We need to do that as an OGG. As an Augarino. Alright. Export that. Not into my D drive directly. That would be silly. Instead into this new folder. And save it over to the top of the old one. Export the entire project. Yes. And then we can go up onto here and we can take this. Grab Essence Break 01. And now dump it onto there. Huh? And it uploaded the file. Huh? 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 Huh. Why are you like this? It thinks it's still stereo. Delete that. Shouldn't be correct. Really now? It's actually mono. Nah, ads do mean something. I'm just trying to understand why this is not set this way. That's really weird. Waiting on the ads. All right. Ads are gone. So, this sound is mono. I've exported it to my computer, and when I go to put it back in here, we can see it's still mono, right? I go into here, I delete the old one. The server is aware it's been deleted. It'll pop up in the bottom right corner over there. There's a little red thing for me. It says, hey, removed asset for common. I go into here. We go to Essence Break. I guess I'll remove this, right? Array can't be empty. It's mad. We'll take our now mono version of this, throw it up onto the server. I'll say a new file, Essence Break, select. That seems to be working. Go back into here, Essence Break, and it thinks that it's stereo. That's probably a bug. Let me restart the server, because I think something's really wrong there. Because this is a mono OGG. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the server. That's a mono file. Like something's wrong there for sure. I think the asset editor. I'll put in that bug because it's like a pretty big deal. I wonder if something to set to read that file as stereo. The only thing I can think of is that maybe because we uploaded it originally as a stereo file, it's now believing that that's always a stereo file. Does that make sense? I'm pretty sure it's the asset editor at this point. We'll find out. I may have to fully delete it and then restart the server from there. Lie to it and set not stereo? I mean, it already is. It's not a stereo file. It's a mono OGG. That's what you're leaning towards as well. I've seen that a couple of times with the editor just being upset, you know. Ash has posted this news about the dev update live stream. Let me see what they got. They're bringing down all realms for 3 hours. You feeling better today? Yeah. What are you thinking? Probably a month or two before it's fully ported. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed before that's not fixed on our end, which is fine. The dev team is doing a really good job with it, so I'm not too worried about that, to be honest with you. Okay, let's look at the layers here. We've got our files for this. This is the sound break OGG. Okay. And then we do the block set essence. Wow. It's really weird. Where's my sounds? And now it works fine. Okay, so it was a restart the editor problem. That's really weird. That's really, really weird, actually. Yeah, I don't know why that's like that. All right, well, cool, I guess. It also put it into sound event block sounds cocoon, which means I need to move it out of that. We're going to go into here, which is server, audio, sound events, block sounds, and then we're going to change that to the word essence. And then have it in there. So on this one, we'll do this. Essence. There we go. Failed to decode asset. All right, man. We're going to restart you again. I know you're upset because I changed something. I know. The guy that did a weapon tutorial had that issue with the asset editor too. Oh no, it does it all the time for certain stuff. Yeah, it doesn't like a huge amount of change, you know. I think it's because it's caching certain aspects of whatever file you upload, and sometimes it just shits itself, you know. But yeah, a month or two is pretty ambitious. We'll have like a month or two before a lot of our core systems are done, but not a full port. What are you working on? Learning about audio implementation in Hightail. Given that the presence or absence of eating can only be determined if the state of not having eaten has not been interrupted, and considering that such an interruption would require the act of consuming food to have occurred at least once a day, would it be inaccurate to conclude that the continuity of not eating hasn't not remained fully intact, unless the conclusion itself is based on a failure to notice said interruption? Hey, Mirror, Faye Viking Princess told me not to eat. Oh! Listen. Do you hear that sound? I gotta make it louder, I think. Yeah, the pitch shifting is working. The pitch shifting is straight up working. But it works. The thing that we wanted to happen, it happens. It is very quiet. It's too quiet. But now we know how to upload this. We can see that Essence Break is in. This is actually in. We're using sound SFX parent quiet, right? And that is set up for this. If I go into here, and we go to layers, and we go to here, you can see the volume is set to -10, right? And the random settings on this is actually there from minimum volume to maximum volume. So let's set that. And we'll go all the way up to like about there. And the minimum volume is going to be... Minimum volume is probably going to be about there. And then the volume will be about there. That didn't work. Nope, wrong button. There we go. What if we just do that? That actually sounds really good. Now I gotta make it so that it shoots particles when we break it, right? Yeah, it's really bassy. That sound is from Heartbound, by the way. That's a fun sound. That is the sound of regular Joe, or Joe Regular, either of the two of them, teleporting away in the tower. So it's an in-house sound. That's our sound. All right, cool. And now I can go into this block set sound. We can go change that out. And we can remove... We can make this one crystal. Hit. And then... What is mud land? I don't think that works. Oh, man. Won't have a walk. Won't have a land. We will have default build and crystal hit. Sounds like a cool death sound effect when you defeat an artificial or digital ghost type mob. That's kind of cool. I don't think I want this to be soft either. Like, there's a soft variant of this. If we go pull up Essence, we'll grab this. It's under the block harvest kind of stuff, under Gathering. Is Gathering not a subtype there? Okay. I've got this set to soft right now, but I think I want it to be like... I don't know. This is set to tools, which is kind of cool. If I set it to breaking, that works. But I think I need to give it like a specific amount of data. I don't know what gather type means. Like, soft means it breaks instantly. And gather type, I don't know what that does. So maybe we do stone. Gather type rocks. Could be the projectile sound for a fancy ray gun. True. Rocks and rockstone cobble. Okay, so we could do, I guess, gather type is going to be rocks. That's kind of cool. Yeah, like it's got that sort of sound to it where like it sounds really crunchy. And if we go to the blocks, set essence on this. I don't know how to set the amount of health that it has though when you're breaking it, right? Like I think that's the problem with it is we don't have is there a way to set that? Like the total amount of mining health that something has? Do we know? Is there a way to do that? I know a pickaxe will probably do it faster. Yeah, it totally did. There's nothing in the TOS that says that they own any custom assets you upload? No, in fact, it's the opposite. Hightail ownership FAQ. Let me pull this up for you. Let me grab this. Frequently asked questions. Hypixel Studios. Own. They had a thing for this. I'm trying to find out where it is. Let's see. Who owns the mods? Hightail. I know it's in their FAQ somewhere. But they've stated that you own them entirely. Let me grab it. Hightail EULA. Because I read this before. Yeah, the Hightail end user license agreement. Yeah. Plain English summary, what this EULA covers. You buy a license to use the game. You do not own the game software. You make and share mods and even monetize them with conditions. However, don't share original game files, NFTs, and exploitable blockchain crypto schemes are prohibited. All server operators must follow baseline rules, monetization practices, no gambling, loot box disclosures, no NFTs, or exploitive blockchain crypto schemes. Listed servers have additional requirements, including content ratings, cosmetics, compatibility, and revenue share. Don't cheat, bypass protections, or violate laws. We own the game and the associated trademarks. You own your mods, but grant us limited rights to use them in the game. They have to do that so that the assets can be used within the software. It's good. That's all it really comes down to. And you can go read through this and like talk about ownership and anything in there. And I think what they've done is done it correctly. This game is licensed, not sold to you under EULA. EULA does not grant you any title or ownership in the game. Basic shit. ownership of mods. As between you and Hypixel Studios Canada, you retain ownership of your mods solely to the extent they consist of your original creative work. To the extent your mods are used with or shown within the game or service, you grant Hypixel Studios Canada a non-exclusive, worldwide, fully paid-up, royalty-free, transferable, sub-licensable, perpetual, irrevocable license to host, reproduce, adapt, modify, create derivative works, display, distribute, and use your mods for any purpose as we may determine is necessary to operate and promote the game and the service. Basically, we need this so that your mods can function in a shared environment. Basic shit. Yeah. You retain ownership of your shit. Yes, that's the idea. And they only have ownership to the extent that they can actually display this to other players through their network of stuff. That's all. Yeah. On their software. Which is good. Yeah, pretty much the best terms you could ever ask for with mods. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, there's already FPS mods. People are already making shooter servers. Here, you can go read the EULA, though. If you have any concerns about that, take it to a lawyer. 100%. I was pleasantly surprised to read that. So, a lot of times you don't get terms that are that positive towards the modding community. I kind of want it to break more quickly, but I don't know if we have that. Because we go to block and we go to gather, right? And that's set to gather type woods. Woods. Huh. Is that what it's referencing? It's under item, unarmed, item tool spec. I think that's what it's referencing there. No, that's weird. Yeah, look at this. Item tool spec. It's all the different types of things you can break with your bare ass hands. And it's got a different power associated with each one of them. So if we do this... That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. No, that's crazy. Okay, so I can take this, and it's set to power of 0.5, right? We can override that asset, and we can say item tool bench. And instead of benches, we can say essences, or what do we want to call this? Like cosmetics, right? Like cosmetic items? What do I want to call that? Greebles. We call it Greebles. They're all Greebles, chat. Placeables. Placeables? Doodads? Doodads. Love doodads. Doodads is a good word. Vanity? Oh, I like vanity. Or ingredients. Ingredients also works. Whatchamacallits? I do like... Widgets is the standard. Well, there's doodads, which are non-interactive items that can be placed on different things. And then there's gizmos that are interactive items that can be placed on things. I think it's going to be a doodad or a gizmo. Thingamajigs, we don't talk about those. Yeah. What's the word for the things that are all over starships? That's a greeble. Yeah, those are greebles. So we look up a greeble. If you've never heard of a greeble before, I'll give you an example. It's all the little pieces that look like they could be part of like a system. Like here's a bunch of greebles, right? And then if we go and look at like a ship, and we'll look at like a rendered ship here of what that looks like. This is a ship covered in greebles, which are like, it looks like it'd be part of like some big machinery, but it's just extra detail shit being added, right? These are called greebles. You're greebling it up. So if you ever hear me go like, "Oh, that's all greebled out," right? It's because I'm talking about the random detailed bullshit all over it. Warhammer 40K does this, Star Wars does this, all kinds of stuff. You'll see them everywhere. And now that I've talked about this, anytime you ever see a piece of media, you're gonna see greebles. Like they're all over it. They're everywhere, dude. In fact, let me actually pull this up. I'll give you an example of greebles that I've done. One sec. Where is chapter 4 on this shit? We'll go pull this up for Act 4, Muspelheim, Fire Doors. This is an example of greebling that I've put together for this. So all of these little machinery pieces and everything like that, they all actually interact and they move and animate and everything like that. All the piping, everything like this. It's all just greebles. It's all greebled up. None of it actually does anything. It just animates and does shit all over the place, you know. Greebles. They're neat. Didn't ILM invent the word? I have no idea who invented the word. I just know they're called greebles. You first heard of greebles from Adam Savage. I'm not surprised. It's an industry standard, as funny as that is. They're just greebles, you know? I think in this case, Vanity is probably the best choice, though, because none of these are you know... But a sneeze. Oh, no, the sneeze is running away. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks, dude. God damn it. I was gonna sneeze, and it got really close, and it, like, burned, and then it was like, nah. No, that's the worst, dude. That's the worst when your body's like, oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Like, and then it's like, gotcha. And it just runs away. The sneeze is gone, dude. God damn it. Oh. You stole my sneeze, you son of a bitch. I will find you. What do you mean, you stole my sneeze? Listen, I have a very particular set of skills that makes me a nightmare for people like you. You give me my goddamn sneeze back. You give it back right now. I need it. Sneeze is dormant, but will return 100 times stronger. Good. I hope so. Taking your cough. Yours now. I think you got a bad trade on that one. You can have that one. The sneeze I want, though. A ruined sneeze is the worst, dude. Okay, I'm going to call these doodads. The more I think about it, I want to use terms that I'm used to. Wow. All right. Doodad. Doodad. Okay, so item tool spec is going to be doodad. Then we'll go up to our essence right here. We'll put that, and we'll say gather type is doodad. Doodad. And then we'll place this thing. There we go. So check that out, actually. So it takes 2 hits. Right? I think that's cool. I think it's a cool way to do it. Because it's 50% of the power. So when we go look at this, that doodad that we pulled in, the gather type doodad, we can now look at item tool spec here for unarmed, and it's power of 50%. Yeah. So that way, if you hit it accidentally, it won't break. You have to hit it a second time, at least. We could have set it at 0.33, which I think might even be better. 0.35, right? And then you hit it 3 times. So I'll look at that. We'll do 0.35, and then change that out, and then go back in here. That's good. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the way. And I think the sound for that is nice, too. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. The sound effect is good. Everything feels good. Nice. Yeah, 3 feels more meaningful. I agree. I super agree with that. Love the care you put into the details. It's super important to me. And, like, understand something? The reason why I'm taking all this time for this one item is I'm going to use it as a bucket. Once this one is done, I'm going to replicate it across all the other items that we ever make, and we'll just have this as a baseline functionality, which means that that one, you know, item that works will then have all of its examples forever, you know, and that'll be easy. That'll be super easy to work with. But how many hits will it take with a tool? an amount, right? He's gaining XP. Yeah, exactly. What is a core gameplay loop as someone who hasn't played Blockgame? Well, you kind of get dumped into the environment, and it is a social sandbox MMO, so you have to determine that for yourself. I know that's a little bit weird, right? Like most MMOs will kind of hold your hand through a bunch of different content. This one is more like you get dumped into the world. Exploration is highly incentivized, so the more that you explore, the more that you open chests, you actually get experience for doing that. So then it basically goes like, oh, hey, you opened a chest, have some experience. And the player goes, well, I should do that more. Hey, you explored this area. You have some experience. Oh, I should do that more. You killed a monster. Have some experience. You harvested a plant. Have some experience. And then you determine like, hey, what gameplay loop do I like the most? Is that valuable to do that? And then you determine like, hey, I actually really like farming wheat, right? And then you take that and you put it on the auction house and someone buys it and it gives you that good feeling of like, hey, I've got a cool gameplay loop, and then you do the thing that you want to do. And you figure out what it is that you like in a social sandbox, and then you do that and you isekai yourself. Exactly. That's the best way to put it. Social sandboxes are about you finding the fun for yourself and kind of going from there. Oh. Wait, can I just... Really? I can just squish it. Okay, that might be weird. I should probably fix whatever that was. I didn't know I could squish it. Something's wrong. I don't know why I could do that. Okay, let's find out why I can squish that. I can't squish other things, can I? Potion. Water. Where's my water potion? Huh. Is that because I'm in... Alright, well, at least it... You know? Nice. You keep the thing at least. Yeah, exactly. As long as you keep the thing, it's fine. I did just realize something through this is I don't even have to... Like, on Minecraft, one of the biggest problems we had was people were able to run through and, like, destroy a whole bunch of plants and anything like that using their bare hands. And it was, like, really kind of rough, where we didn't really have a reason for a player to use the hoe to harvest plants. And because of that, we had to incentivize it by making it so the hoe gave greater and greater rewards to make sure a person wore that whenever they were harvesting plants. In this, I could just make it so plants are really hard to break with your bare hands. I just do that. We just make it so that you're incentivized to use the tool because it's shitty to not use the tool, which I think is really good. Like, that's a very good thing. And I didn't know I could do that, and now I know I can do that. Yeah. All right, one sec. Am I a dev for Hytale? No. I am porting our MMO from Minecraft over to Hytale, and every day I learn something new about implementation inside of Hytale. If you have any questions about how to do something or you want to do it yourself, let me know. I can help you out with it. No problem at all. I know this editor now almost like the back of my hand. Right? Been playing around with it quite a bit since launch. Lit. Until they patch it? Oh, I'd still know about it. Wouldn't even matter. How do you make it recognize your stereo audio file as mono? You turn it into mono inside of Audacity, and then you go back into the editor and restart the server, because the server's mad now. You want a hot dog? Why would you want your dog to be hot, dude? That sucks. Have a cold dog instead. Or at least lukewarm dog. Don't peel it. What's wrong with you? Money Mountain, no. He has risen. Fear the dog. Do you feel proud of that joke? Always. Bro, if I'm going to tell a dad joke, I'm going to feel proud of it the whole time. The whole time. I'm going to be honest. I bet you are your dad's joke, and he's proud of you. See? Proud of it the whole time. You can smell hot dogs now? Oh, that's bad. You suck. I hope the next time you go to take a drink of something, it tastes and smells like hot dog water. Not even hot dog water. Cold. Ugh. What's the best dad joke you ever told your dad? I don't even know. Dude, I don't even know. I'm going to be honest with you. My dad says so many dad jokes at me that I don't think I can get one in edgewise, man. Like, I don't think I've ever told him a dad joke. Not effectively, anyway. Usually, I think I've done it a couple of times where I've told him a dad joke, and he just reflexively dad jokes me back, but worse. I think it's don't ever make fun of my dad. He'll make fun of you back twice as hard. He's really good at that. It's where I got it from. He's terrifying with that. He's really good at it. Yeah. There's a menace, dude. Absolute menace. Well, concert costs only 45 cents. 50 Cent featuring Nickelback. Thanks, bud. You're the best. His own superpower, it's true. These are so stupid. Yes. Yes. The dad joke is so stupid because it's allowed to be. The whole point of the dad joke is that it's so dumb, it's so ridiculous, and you're just like, God damn it. Like, why would you do that? And then the dad just has to sit there and be like, you know, like just that. Because what are you going to do about it? Nothing. Nothing. Dad jokes make you cringe? Yes. Yeah, exactly. That one's not a dad joke, Cyber. That's just weird. How many tickles does it take to get an octopus to laugh? 10 tickles. Like I don't know the way. Your dad takes time for each of his streams to tell dad jokes? I know. He's really good at it. He's told dad jokes for a great deal of time. It's kind of like always that. Also, if he's not telling you dad jokes, he's probably using the most biting, aggressive humor imaginable at someone. He's very good at that. There's a look that he gives if you if you say like some rude ass humor at him, he'll go like, and then he'll say like the rudest, most insane shit back to you that just devastates anything that you just said, no matter what it is. He'll make that face that just do it. That's wild, dude. Because he goes, oh, it's like that anime moment of like, are you approaching me? It's that. Yeah, it's the challenge accepted face, dude. It's so funny. It's very funny. Yeah, ooh, piece of candy. Exactly, dude. All right, Hitbox is
Ross
set
Light has
up.
obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Nice. I think I'm starting to run out of stuff that I want to fix with this. Is there anything else I want to do here? Breaking particles. Breaking particles. We don't have an ambient sound, that's fine. It will be on break, drop list. We don't have to care about that. Let me think. That dumb Ozzy, what did the farmers say when he lost his tractor? Where's my tractor? That's called an anti-joke chicken, dude. I love those. Hold up. Anti-jokes. It's not called an anti-joke chicken. That's the animal for it. The anti-joke chicken. Have you ever seen anti-joke chicken?
Chat has cursed Ross Light with interpretive dance.
Let me pull this up. Interpretive dance. Dude, that's grim. All right, we'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, this is my favorite. So if you like anti-jokes like that, look up anti-joke chicken, and then it's like, want to know what makes me smile? Face muscles. Anti-joke chicken. No, dude, this shit existed before 9gag. Don't you give that shit to 9gag. 9gag is trash. Ugh. It's actually funny. That's what anti-joke chicken is all about. It's just not a joke. You know? Nine gag. I hate that I'm laughing. Exactly. That's what the anti-joke chicken is all about. Oh. Insanity Wolf? I remember Insanity Wolf. Yeah. There's the old internet, man. Before, and then basically the old internet had these demoralization animals. And then right after that, like 9gag started to gain power, and then 9gag stole all of the content from us millennials. And then now you see all of the things like Velociraptor and Anti-Joke Chicken and Insanity Wolf, and you see that as a 9gag meme. No, they stole it from us. They just took all of it and put their freaking watermark on it, dude. 9gag. Ugh. Ugh. You didn't know? Yeah, that was ours. That was the first instance of I'm my meme now. 9gag. Like, yeah, dude. Such trash. It's so gross, dude. We made that shit back in the day. Everybody was making those. They stole our internet. They did. All right. Let me pull this up. Yoop. Answer TOS. Let me see. Chat has cursed Ross Light with interpretive dance. Ross Light, are you there? Are you there? Okay, millennial. It's wild. Yeah, see the 9gag sticker? Grain of salt. Exactly. Your time is up, old man. You know what? You know what? We had it better, though. Do you know why we had it better? Because it was just 9gag stealing our shit. You know who steals your shit now? Companies that sell it as a product in Target. I've seen Skibbity Toilet on the shelves of Target, my dude. That's so much worse. I feel bad. That sucks for you guys. Any meme that you make, 6'7", is a marketable product now. That sucks, dude. That's so much worse. That really is super bad. It really is. Oh, yeah, no, I've seen that. Oh, my God, Iguana Stream. That's the most harsh, brutal-ass response that I've seen to that. The most devastating response that I've seen to OK Boomer is OK Renter. And I saw that on Twitter, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, that is horrific. You can't say that. Like, oh. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, wow, you really just deleted that, man. That's goddamn. That's a horrific thing to say. Oh, it is savage. Give no quarter? Yeah. Rosslade, you there? You gotta at me. Rosslade is here. At me. Remember, streamer's vision is based on movement. If you at me, it turns your text red and bright. And I'm old, so I need help. The jimmies are rustled. Oh, wait. I know that this isn't animated, but if you know, you know. Unrustle your jimmies, brother. Unrustle them. There is no need to be upset. No, Kmart, it's not. You're over on YouTube side, bud. YouTube side's only got about 200 people. We got 10 times as many over on Twitch, and this is just getting started for the day. At the end of the day, there's going to be 3,000 to 4,000 people on Twitch side, and there'll be about 300 to 400 on YouTube. I know you came into, like, shit talk and whatever, but, like, I hope you're having a good day either way, man. The ancient memes, they are. All right, so, Rosslight, you got the curse quest. Let's go pull this up. Let's do it. You got the curse quest. And the curse quest for you is interpretive dance, which is grim. I'm sorry for this. You need to take any song from the Heartbound OST. You need to record yourself dancing to it, right? And then as you're dancing to it, I want to protect your identity. So print out my face as a mask and wear it so that no one knows who you actually are. Put it up on YouTube. Put it into a ticket for Curse Quest, and then we'll vote on it. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube is a lot more chill, and I think the reason why is it's a smaller community on the YouTube side for the YouTube stream, dramatically so. It's like 10 to 15 times the size on Twitch, right? And then on top of it, a lot of people who watch on YouTube are watching on YouTube because they can't watch on Twitch because Twitch is banned in their offices, we've found. So it's like a really common thing. It's a lot more co-working. Wait till we convince Thor to show my bird again? That sounds like a euphemism, my bud. I don't want that. YouTube has no ads? It's got ads, they're just random, right? If you don't read chat, why bother? I know, right? Big streamer doesn't read chat on YouTube. Just to be clear, just so you guys can understand, YouTube and Twitch are right next to each other on my UI. I literally have to look over YouTube to see Twitch and look back over YouTube to get back to work on stuff. I'm not ignoring you. I just try to interact with chat based on how fast it's going, and I can't I can't ignore people. And when there's 10 times as many people on Twitch, that means I'm interacting with them 10 times as much, right? Basic shit. Lies, all lies. Okay. I mean, if you want to feel ignored, go for it, right? I'm really glad that YouTube is like so self-deprecating. How long do you think Blockgame will take to port? 2 months? No, I think it'll take longer than that. And the reason why is we've got like a list of shit that they have to fix on their end. And we're kind of roadblocked on some stuff as a result of that. So if I go back over here, we're going to go pull up Hightail requests. I'll give you an example. So one of the things that I wanted them to update was the documentation system. They actually had .document strings for every single one of these, and they fixed that. You can actually mouse over the editor now, and you can see a number of these types of things will actually have. Let's see if we can find a couple of them. Some of these are fixed. Not all of them are. Like if we go up to tags, that'll be fixed. See how that has a whole bunch of, description and shit now? That was actually just hidden. There was .documentation, and it wasn't hooked up in any way. So they fixed that one, which is cool. But we've still got stuff like you can't have random ranges on items for stats. That is mandatory for an MMO. We can't fix that on our end, or we'd have to fully re-implement all of weapons in the entire game. In fact, all of armor, too. That's not going to happen. .lang updates, this needs to be updated so we can actually display statistics in a correct way. And they've agreed that these are important things to change. Fluids can't be selected using selectors. That's really weird. database support. We actually already finished this one on our end, and we're going to be sending all of our stuff up to them because we have a fully working MongoDB instance now that works with Hightail, and we no longer use their flat files that they use to store player data. We don't even save it in flat files. I mean, we save it only in MongoDB inside of our instance, and that's it. And we don't use their system now. Harvest particles don't work. That's kind of a cosmetic thing. Entity stat type display. Right now, when you go to make a entity stat type, it just displays the internal string as the actual string for the item. So like damage underscore fire is just displayed as damage underscore fire. We can't localize that. We can't put a description on it. We can't put an icon with it. So like I put in upgrades for this. It'd be like, hey man, add this. It'd be a thing to do. So these are all the types of things that we need to make an effective game inside of Hightail. And they're going to need these for other developers too. So I've just been putting these together and sending them along to them. And they've been really, really receptive for it. And they've been fixing stuff that we send over and like agreeing with it. So I think it's good. They really need official external documentation. They've actually already got that. In fact, they just released all of the ones for NPCs, I think 2 days ago. So now you can go and create your own, AI on your NPCs if you want to, and all of the interactions on there. I just haven't dug into it yet, which is pretty cool. And they released all of it for World Gen V2 the other day, too. That was like last week, which is huge. So I'm really excited for that, man. What's your opinion on Steam Unlocked game pirating website? I always think that piracy is a economics issue. It is an economics and service issue. If a person is pirating, it is likely that the game is too expensive and the developers have overpriced the game. Or if they're pirating, it's likely because the game is not available, right? You pirate not to be a dick, generally. You pirate because it doesn't make any sense to buy the game. That's why the rate of piracy in Brazil is so high. It's not because they're jerks. It's not because they want to pirate games. It's because people don't localize for Brazil. They don't localize for the Brazilian people at all in terms of pricing. So they don't have a choice, man. If you're choosing between spending like imagine if a game for you was a third of your monthly salary. Like, why would you buy that shit? Of course you're going to pirate that shit, right? So if somebody's pirating, I don't think it's a moral issue. I think it's an economics issue. And if you're seeing a great deal of piracy in a certain region of the world, then localize your prices there and you won't see piracy there anymore. In fact, you'll see a shitload of sales. They don't have any demos either. Demos are huge, man. Yeah, if you're wondering about the Hightail modding stuff, we'll pull this up. Oop. Then documentation. And entities documentation. We now have entities documentation. There is a new section, NPC documentation. Here we go. They just released this. Official documentation for NPC creation and configuration. It's so good, dude. It is so good, dude. What are your thoughts on Denuvo? Dog shit. Always affects performance, even though they say it doesn't. Also, is completely bypassed anyway. It's a waste of time that damages your actual community. Yeah, look at this, dude. We can actually set attributes on everything, on all the monsters. We can set, like, all of their gear. We can give them different interactions. Like, this shit is amazing, actually. I'd been working in Mythic Mobs inside of Minecraft for all of our monster functionality, and this is already incredibly usable, and there's so much documentation for it, dude. And this is put out by the devs, and it's great. So, like, set interactable. Let me grab this here. Where is set interactable? Yeah, set interactable. Set whether the currently iterated player in the interaction instruction should be able to interact with this NPC. So you can allow players to interact with NPCs. You can set flags on all those. You can make it so that they alarm, a named alarm in an NPC, so it actually can go and alert other things. You can do sequences of different actions. You can target, like there's targeters for all these. They call them sensors instead of targeters for this. So you can do like, I want it to only target the self. I want it to do a laser or a cone or a beam or like whatever you want it to do. They've got really good interactions for all of these. And a shitload of logic too. Logical OR sensor. They've got logical and I think they have NAND in there too, and NOR, which is really good. Like they've just got like a shitload of different ways to do this, and then actions on them too. So like you can make it so a monster runs like he sees you, runs over to like a coat of arms and then actually puts armor on and then turns around to fight you. And I think that's phenomenal, man. I think it's really good. Yeah. The core stuff for everything is just not there. Just what? Oh yeah, the core stuff for everything's not there, which is why you're doing everything you can right now. Bingo. Exactly. Yeah, I do think it's funny, like, when we're talking about piracy and stuff, there's this weird sort of narrative online that somehow I'm against piracy because people just don't want to sit down and actually listen to what I have to say about it. Again, I don't think piracy is a moral issue. I think it's an economics issue. And if you're a company that is suffering from a lot of piracy, it's because you're not supporting your players in a way that makes sense economically or distribution-wise. It means that they don't feel like they're getting good value from your certain, product or service, your video game that you're selling. They don't think it's good value at the price that you've set, regardless of where it is in the world, so they're going to pirate it. That doesn't make them bad people. That makes you have a bad price. That's it. Change the price. You'll fix it. Best example I have for that is Silk Song, man. That is not official documentation, though. This documentation was put up by the devs. Yeah, no. I was even talking to the dev team. They've been working with this team to put this documentation up. Like the World Gen documentation is there too. Tavina. Yeah, no. These guys, 100% written by Hypixel Studios Canada Inc. So that is the official docs. Oh, another reason that people pirate, man, is because there's no demo. I've heard from so many people, they're like, oh, I pirated that. And I was like, why'd you pirate it? And they go, I pirated it because it didn't have a demo and I wanted to see if I wanted to buy it. That's such a common reason. Like, put a demo out, make your game affordable. People won't pirate it. The grand majority won't. Even, like, the like, super I pirate everything, screw corpo community that I've seen, like, even on, like, Twitter, right? It was, like, really, adamant about that. When Silksong came out, they said, don't pirate it. Pirating websites were even deterring people, saying, like, stop it. Don't pirate this game. Don't upload it. Go buy it. Because it was only $20. And they were trying to show, as a standard, to be like, we only pirate games that are not good value for players. Not just because we can. And I thought that was exactly the message they should send as a community of people that like pirating games, right? And it's not pirating games because you think those companies suck ass. It's pirating games because they're too expensive, especially in a time of digital distribution, right? It doesn't cost anything to put your game up on Steam. It's $100. That's it. And they give it back to you after you sell a certain number of copies. There's no, like, physical loss anymore. There's no putting on store shelves. There's no, loss in transit. There's no physical theft, right? It doesn't cost you anything if someone, does this shit. The only thing that it costs is if you don't make it priced appropriately and then nobody buys it. It is much better to get a number of cheaper sales in a region than no sales and get everybody to pirate the game. It's also more dangerous for your community, too, because they have to go pirate it from some weird-ass website. It's got malware or some other shit. But a good example of this is 25% of the income that we've had from Heartbound was from Brazil. Not of sales, of income. And, Heartbound is 60% off in Brazil. I priced it for, the Brazilian people and the Brazilian real 60% lower than US dollar. And it's 25% of our income. In a region that generally pirates games because they're too expensive. I could just not have that money. That would be stupid, right? Like, just make it cheaper, right? That's it. That's all you have to do. Yeah. This makes me laugh, man. Heard Heartbound demo is free for Brazilians. Heartbound demo is free for everyone, you goblin. Issues with recalls because of not working copy? What? What do you mean recalls? Yeah, Silkside was such a great price, the most pirators went and bought it instead of pirating it. Bingo. But it cost their souls? I mean, you won't notice. Don't worry about it. It's only a portion of it anyway. Ooh. wonder... Does that look any good? I don't think that changes anything. Nope. Because we wrote it directly into it. Okay. This is set up correctly. Draw type is model. Everything here is cool. I'm trying to think of the last things that we want to do. Breaking particles. Where is our particle set for this? Item essence particles. Target node name. Target item set parent. Isn't there supposed to be... There's got to be like a block particle, right? So like rock, stone, rock and stone to the bone.
Archangel Diablo said day 40 as I sit and contemplate life on my open lot. Multiple materials flying overhead, the sounds of potions brewing and being launched through cannons in the distance.
Jesus.
I come to realize I've lost track of time, the factory ever present and growing at a larger rate from when I last stopped to think about what next move I need to make to feed the beast that is contraptions. What is time? I know nothing but only the sounds of moving gears and endless coins dropping into my bank. It grows slowly.
The factory must grow. Must grow! Time is mental construct. No. Time is money, friend. Factorial win. Where's my sound set ID? Okay, this right here. Support drop type is break. Support's required for all. Ordered time is a human construct? Okay, go backwards then. Time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly so, you're goddamn right. Where is this particle effect from? Where the hell does this live? That's a weird alias, alright. I'm trying to find out where this actually functions, and I don't know where it is. Is it this one? Block particle set ID stone. Particle color. Is it that? Block particle set ID. Block particle is set here defines what particles should be spawned when an entity interacts with this block. Like when stepping on it. Oh, it's when we punch it, yeah? You know it's not an illusion? Tea time? Freedom intensifies. Tea? In my America? No. Into the ocean with it. Okay, block particle set ID is what we want. Stone. Block particle, block sounds, stone. This is... No, we need the VFX folder. Item block, furniture, tombstone, block particle set, stone, you... Oh my god, it's so many. So it's item, block particle set. Item, block, wait. What? Where did it... Okay. 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 Item block particles. Item. No block. No block. Oh, this is under the particles folder. It just slid off of my screen. My favorite. Item block. Is this even more weird? Hold up. Okay. Item block particles. Item block. Okay. It's not in the right folder. Ball Spit went on sale again. Nice. Such a good game, dude.
Duke Horn with 500 bits said, "Hi Thor. Love what you do and your community. I found your stream soon after the loss of a very close friend a couple of years ago, and you encouraged me to try and make games to distract myself, so I started writing an adventure for D&D which I recently published on DMS Guild. I linked it in the Discord self-promo channel for any interested. My name in DS is Febs. I really hope people like it and give feedback. I'm also working on an educational video game, details in next TTS." 19 letters long donated $25 to charity.
Okay. 19 letters long. You're amazing. Thank you to $25 to Humane World for Animals. You are awesome. We've only got 3 days left on that event. You guys are at $8,322, which is insanely nice. So thank you. You rock, man. You really, really do. I'm going to take this spawner, I think. And I think I'm going to take Breakstone. And I think I'm going to do... What was the last one on that? Block build generic dust. And we'll grab that one as well. So if I remove all this and I go back over to stone, we can take this, I'm going to override that. And we're going to call it Essence. We'll create that over. And on this new one, this Essence one, we're going to create a couple of generics. We're going to keep the generic one on this. We're going to get rid of Hardland and Softland. We're going to get rid of Sprint. We don't need that. We need Break and Hit Stone. So this is going to be Block Break Stone and Block Hit Stone. Block Build Generic Dust, I think, is fine. We leave that one alone. Block Build Generic Dust Spawner, this is cool. So I don't think I have to really worry about that at all, you know. Dude, is your name 3 kobolds in a trench coat? In a trench coat, right? Right?
Duke Horn with 500 bits said, "TTS Part 2. I heard you say a few times you don't know much about music theory. As a composer, yes. I took that personally, so I started conceiving and developing an educational game that would teach the basics of music theory and composition. I really hope I'll have a demo ready for one of the next, in Decembers. Until then, keep being awesome, sir. With love,
no, that's
from Italia.
Rad.
And
that's
for the
rad.
goblins, 7, less than 3.
Dude, that's cool, because I don't know shit about music. At all. And that is really helpful, so... Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, hell yeah. What is this? One moment. What the hell? Huh. One sec. Interesting. Did they actually put in the information for their submission? That's the real question. No. I've been getting so many submissions through our game jam that are just fake games. It's been like a huge problem. So just keep deleting them all out. It's a lot of... So I've noticed a really interesting scam on itch.io. And basically what happens is you'll have like a game jam, right? You'll put up a jam of any kind. And you'll get suddenly a whole bunch of submissions. And each of these submissions that are put in are fully completed games that either have malware in some way, or they cost money, or they're an advertisement for something else. And they just go around all the currently active jams and just submit these games over and over again. And there's like dozens of accounts doing this. So every time we've run a game jam, we've seen these, and I've had to go through and just get rid of all of them, right? And they're ones that are... They have nothing to do with our theme. They have nothing to do with the games at all. And it's just like the same accounts over and over again. Then we report them and they get taken down and then more accounts pop up. So just been going through and deleting those. Just be really wary of playing any games that are on there right now, you know. How big of an issue is use of AI in the game jam? It wasn't very big in previous jams, but it's a lot more accessible now, so I guarantee it's going to be more so. I will be going through all of those games myself this time around to make sure that there is no use of AI. I'll be using a number of different scanner methods and different tooling to determine that just in case. And on top of it, a lot of the times AI, you can just sight read. It's like pretty obvious. So we'll go from there. And that's 100% grounds for disqualification. It's written right in our rules. Do not do that shit. You know, make it yourself. Doesn't matter if it's good. It matters if it's yours. Yeah. Why people don't like AI used in games? So for me, the biggest reason is because it's a shitty shortcut, right? You are robbing yourself of experience. The point of game jams, the entire point of game jams, is that you are learning to do something. And people go, well, I don't want to learn to do something. I just want to do it good. That's not how learning works. Think of it this way. If you are playing a video game like World of Warcraft, right? And you level your character up from level 1 to level 60, what do you get? You get a lot of knowledge about how that class works the whole time. Now imagine you pay money for a level 60 character. Do you know that class as well as this guy? The answer is no. You got to the same point, but you skipped to get ahead there, and you haven't learned anything as a result. What is the point of making something if you're not learning to be creative along the way? What is the point of playing a game if you pay money to skip to the end? It's the same shit. Bro, you played Classic WoW 1,000 times, though? Yeah, but you haven't made 1,000 indie games, so why skip to the end on that? Imagine if it was your first time ever playing Classic World of Warcraft. Would you pay money to skip to the end and miss all of that experience? Would it mean anything to you after you did that? That's the equivalency here. For many of these people, it's their first time making a game. It's their first time making things. And they're skipping to the end before they've ever experienced it in the first place by using AI. They're not going to learn shit that way. It sucks. It's a bad route, dude. Let's see. Okay. So with block break stone on this one, it's got two different particles, two different spawners of block break stone parts and block break stone or block break dust. So let's go figure that out. Why are there two of these? Is that calling another... There's dust and dust bits. It gets deeper. What? We don't need that. I don't need any of that shit. It's pulling spawners. We're fine. Yeah. There's so many pieces of this. That right there. See the little chunks of stone flying off of it? That's what's happening there. And the particles, the sparks shooting off of it as well. So that's the particle effect that we're recreating because we don't have one. Right? Yeah. How about a game that includes AI that generates skins for the player? No, bro. No. I told you, no AI generation is allowed. No generative AI is allowed in our game jam. End of. Doesn't matter how you use it, don't care. That one on the fixed rotation, that's going to have the parts coming off. Block hit stone. Block break stone. Block break dust. Block stone parts. What do those look like? What are these questions? Dude, these questions are cope. That's what they are. It's somebody trying to find a way. They're trying to rules lawyer their way around the very simple rule that is no generative AI. That's it. That's the rule in the game jam. And the reason that I have that rule is to make sure that you learn something through this process. You don't autopilot through it. You don't skip to the end. You don't TikTok your brain, TikTok brain your way out of learning something. Do not doom scroll past actually investing in yourself in an event like this. The point of the event is that you leave greater than you entered. And if you use generative AI to skip to the end, you will not learn a damn thing. That is the problem. So do not do that. I will have to disqualify you. It's going to be shitty for you. It's going to be shitty for me. Nobody will win. Don't do that. See the explosion effect on this. Okay, so it's just the exploding particles at the end there. Got it. Yeah, no, generative AI is very different than using AI as a bounce board, right? So like using AI to learn a concept, totally fine. Using AI to kind of teach yourself a skill, nothing wrong with that. Using AI to be like, hey, tell me this like I'm 5, like teach it to me in a way that makes more sense, totally good. I think that's a positive way to do it. When you're going like, hey, AI, make this image for me, that's where we run into a problem. Hey, AI, can you write my game design doc for me? Hey, AI, can you write this dialogue for me? The moment you do that, you have lost all creative connection to what you're doing. You've stopped investing in yourself, and you're starting to use it as a crutch to replace yourself in a way that is going to hurt you long term. It is detrimental to your creativity to rely on a tool to replace your creativity because you're not engaging in the creative process at that point. Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue, man. Like it is a muscle that you have to flex. Your critical thinking is a muscle to flex. And if you're not doing all the creative choices yourself in any tangible way, and you're saying, hey, do it for me, you're not going to learn. You're not going to grow. You're not going to become a better creator of anything at that point. You're just going to get better at implementing somebody else's shit because it's not yours anymore. And that's the problem, you know? Yeah, and at the same time, by the way, that's exactly what they want you to do. So, like, yeah, you just handed them free money at that point. They just take that data and they sell it, my dude. What about non-creative things such as scripting? What do you mean non-creative such as scripting? Like programming? Programming is very creative. There are so many different ways to solve a problem. There's so many different ways to like build anything like that, right? Your game is all AI though? My dude, I've been making that game since before AI existed. That is the most insane comment. Back into the corner with you where you belong. But yeah, also, when you're talking about like scripting as being like something non-creative, programming is absolutely creative. There are so many different ways to solve a problem, so many different ways to architect something entirely. Like that is wild, man. Like no, you have to understand that any aspect of creating anything is 100% creative like that. Like absolutely so. So programming, writing, art, music, design, any of that stuff is a part of the creative process. Trolling, love your game, brother. Bro, trolling used to be an art. That's not trolling. That's just lying, getting caught, and then claiming it was a troll. Like that's... When did trolling go from like like actually trolling, to just, I go on the internet and just tell a direct lie. What happened to you? That is like degenerate trolling at that point. It's not an art. It's just lying. It's just a prank bro shit. Exactly. Like, come on, do better. If you're gonna troll, do it right. Which LLM did you have write that troll for you, bro? Alright, let's see. Block break dust. Okay, so we're gonna take each one of these, pull them out, and then make a new one for it, which I think is gonna be cool for this. Block hit stone, block break stone, and block build generic dust. I think I'll leave the build generic dust one, maybe. Rage bait is not trolling? Dude, I think the weirdest thing that I've seen on the internet is every time someone says something just fucking stupid, people go, oh, he's just rage baiting. No, some people are actually just that dumb, dude. It's not rage bait. They're just dumb. And you have to understand that. Some people just say dumb shit, and there's no 5D chess for it. They're just dumb. It's not rage bait. It's just dumb. Alright, we'll pull this out. I don't know if I want to change this generic dust out. I'm going to try to pull that onto it. So let's go grab this. Someone said I was needed. What's up, Monkey Bone? How's it going, man? Block model, custom model scale, block light. Where did the particle effect for this go? There was like block particle ID. Where did it go? We got our custom hitbox on it now. Sound interaction loop. Biome tint. Type spraying mantis to execute sick burns. I know, right? No, I find that to be like way more and more common now. It kind of started with that just a prank bro, where it's like, I don't know, there's some trolling, there's like a funny, you know, humor. Like, if you go back to look at Monty Python shit, right? Like, there's jokes and banter that can be had with a whole bunch of shit like that. And you could set up hilarious situations. And then it turned into, there was like this whole time on the internet where that devolved into just a prank bro, where it's like someone would just go up to a random person on the street, slap them in the face, and be like, it's just a prank, bro. It's like, no, you just hit a person. There's no prank. You just attacked someone. Like, and now it feels like all of trolling has kind of devolved into that. It's just like, you go into a channel, you just say a straight up lie, and then when they go, hey, that's a lie, you go, oh, got him. It's like, no, that's not how trolling works. That's just an insane thing to say. Like, that doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, yeah. It's really weird. And it's the same as just a prank bro culture. It really is. Because then there's always somebody who unironically believes the lie, you know? The fact that you replied as the troll, your attention was grabbed for that bit, it's not really even that. I talk to you guys all day about everything, man. Like, the idea of you know, someone coming in and just saying a straight up lie, and then someone else going, that's a lie, and being like, got him. That's not how human interaction works, my dude. Like, if the only winning move is just to ignore the person screaming lies in the room at the same time, like, you're never going to refute that? You're just going to let the dude just sit there and say lies? Like, what's wrong with you, man? Yeah, kids don't know how to troll. Like, what the hell happened there? That's wild, dude. That's a strange-ass response to that. Legitimately so. Yeah, like, really strange-ass response. That's wild, dude. What if they truly are just rage baiting? No, they're just stupid. Being stupid is not rage bait. There. We'll just get rid of him. Easy. Ah. Yeah, saying stupid shit is not rage bait. It's just stupid. Mediocre as hell, dude. Alright. Okay, so we've got our particle essence. This is our item block particles. We need a block particle set. Where is this listed? It's got to be in here somewhere. I just saw it a minute ago. Block list asset ID. Block prefab list asset ID. No, I'm constantly amazed by that, though. Like, that shit is so unnecessary. It makes no sense. Block set particle ID. There we go. I kind of don't like the name of this. Let's go to that essence one. And I should be naming that better. Oh my god, why does it go to the top of this damn file each time? Where the hell was that? God damn it. Interaction sound event. Item ID. Where did it go? Person has nearly 10k followers. I don't see how. It's the same as that whole time period on the internet, which was like, you know, it's just a prank, bro. And I've never thought that kind of content was of any value whatsoever. I think it's a huge waste of time for everybody, and it just causes bad interactions with other human beings, dude. Where the hell did this go? Why can't I find this now? Was that under... It's not under block particles. I'm going to do show all properties again. We're going to look for it. Yeah, I just think it's shit. I think it's a shit way to be. It sets a bad standard, and it doesn't do any value whatsoever. Transition to block particle set ID. That's the one. And it is under... Is it under block? I think it's under block. So with this, we've got item break glass potion particle set. So I'm going to make it item break essence particle set. That's how I'm going to rename that. So we're going to rename this to item break essence particle set. There we go. I want to keep the naming standard across all of our shit. They need an example of good trolling. They do. They do. There we go. Dude, eating Tide Pods was just a prank. It's the same stupid shit. There we go. So now, when we reconnect to the server, there we go. Check that out. And we'll change the particles as they come out, but when it gets placed, see that dust going off of that? That's kind of cool. And we'll need to change some of that up. And we'll make it so it's colored to the actual particle effect, to the color of our light coming off of this. Yeah. But nah, dude, I'll always call that shit out because I just think it's ridiculous. Let's see. What? Okay, so the other one can't be done like that. There we go. Do that as the particle color for that. And then we can do item break essence particle set like this. And now when we place it in-game, I think that particle's a little bit too big, so we're going to play around with it. But you can see it's creating like that cloud around it, right? But that's made for a block, so we're going to change that. Can you make the Thor block say why hello when you can hear him? I can, actually. As horrifying as that is. Block build generic dust. Block build generic dust. We're going to need to override this. And we're going to call it block build essence. There we go. Create that. I'm going to close this one out. We'll go into here. Make this one block build. Go onto here. Blockgame, block build essence. There we go. And now this effect, we have the spawner of block build generic dust spawner. So block build generic dust. Go over to Hightail, grab that spawner. We're going to export that and make that block build essence spawner. Create that one now. Go back over to this. Make this one block build under ours, essence spawner. There we go. Position offset is fine for this. Probably make it at 0.2. Make that so that the total particles are going to be about the same. The spawn rate is there correctly. Initial velocity is fine. I need to make it so that it's smaller. There we go. And we'll make it so that the distance from center on this is probably tinier. Spawn rate 5, particle lifespan 5, 0.6 to 0.6, that's fine. Total particles is fine. I need it to probably fade out as it goes as well. Yeah, we'll make this one all the way faded to 0. There we go. It's like if we look at this. See, they like fade out properly, and if you look at these ones, they snap out of existence. Do you see that? Like they don't fade. They just pop. I just fixed that. I don't like that pop at the end of that. So if we look at this, they fade fully to 0. That's what I'm going to change. A whole bunch of shit. I'm also going to change this particle effect to be, like, not a weird circle around this, because it looks like it's doing it as a circle. Do that, do that, do that, do that. That looks a little bit weird. So, let's do this. So when you place it, there's a warp field that kind of goes out from it. I want to do a ring that expands outwards. We'll do that. Think it looked cool with the circle cloud? I kind of didn't like it. I want to do something different. I'll show you. What are we working today? Adding some cool shit. I'm making some particle effects and getting the rest of this one last system done is the idea right now. Our X scale in this is going to be there. We'll go into our scale at the end of this. The maximum of this is going to be 4 and 4. So we'll go back into here. What? Now we'll change the graphic on this. Smoke cartoon. That's funny. We need to do not a smoke texture, but a circle texture. And I'll probably do the glow circle. Maybe I'll do the wisp circle. That might work. And have the rotation. Probably rotate it as it goes. Makes the most sense. Yeah, this is fully server-side, man. I actually don't know the size of that graphic, so I'm hoping that this is the right size, but we'll see. Yeah, you see that? Bwong, bwong. You see how there's like a wave coming off of it for a moment? That cool? That's kind of what I want to do with that. Or we can make it go the opposite direction, where it starts off out and then pulls inwards. Almost looks like a pressure wave. Bingo. I think I'm going to have it go from the outside to the inside. Too big. Oh, that's weird, right? What if you want to share the mod you made? How do you export? You just take all the files directly off the server, man. Yeah, I like that. I think I actually want to make that faster, too. We don't really have anything else that's required in here. So I'm going to do this. We'll set this to about 50. So we're going to make this much, much faster. That's good. I like that. I hope when this is finished, I can get some of my custom-made stuff voted on. Custom-made stuff voted on. Hell yeah, dude. Which voice do you use for TTS? The voice that I use is a Google voice, and it is Google ENGB WaveNet B. That's the one, which is cool. Yeah. But no, if you want to get your stuff voted on, Faye Viking, I think it'd be cool, man. Have you been making some neat shit? I like that sound effect. I wonder if I can recreate it with my Roland. Yeah, dude, if you're wondering about the sound effect, this is actually from Heartbound. So that right there is the sound of Joe Regular teleporting away. And regular Joe, technically. But look at the graphic now. When it lands, when we place it, it warps in. Which is kind of cool. I gotta give it a placement sound that's different. Which is kind of neat. I'm really digging it, to be honest with you. Boop. Is a cat... What? What, dude? Milk, what the hell, dude? Neither, man. Reverse the audio? I could do that. I've got another sound I could just bring in, too. We've got a warp... This is the warp out sound. We can make a warp in sound. And I think that'll work. That'll work really nicely. Let me go grab it. Sound office teleport in. We'll go to sound office teleport out. Grab that one. Bring it into folder 5. Rename it as a .ogg. There we go. Take all these textures and just get rid of them. We don't need any of that shit anymore. Anyone else having trouble opening the timestamps in Discord TTS page? They might be a couple seconds off, if that makes sense. We've seen that in the past, so that might be the case. Okay, back into here. We're under common, and then sounds, blocks, essence break 01. You can prevent yourself from losing your watch streak if you miss a stream. Problem is that Twitch wants you to watch 7 hours and 37 minutes in order not to lose it. Dude, what? That doesn't make any sense. That's ridiculous, actually. I don't know if I want to use that one. Do tracks. We're going to mix it down to mono. There we go. Export audio. We'll do it as sound office teleport out. So we're going to call it essence place.ogg. And then we'll do ogg vorbis on that. And I think that is fine. We'll export it there. Close this out. That one is Essence Break 01. I don't think I want to call it 01. We just need one sound, right? So we'll go back into our ingredient essence here. Essence. Block set essence. That's crystal hit, essence break, build. We'll do another one. We're going to do sound effects essence break. This sound is now random settings, no. Files, yes. Essence break. There we go. And then we'll take that one and duplicate it and call it SFX essence build. Create that one up. Exact same system. We'll do a file on this one, and we're going to call that one essence place. There we go. I guess we should rename this to place. There we go. Rename. And then we'll go into our block set essence here, and we got build. Should it be called build? I think it should be called build, yeah? I'm going to rename that. Rename this to essence build. Once I get this working for one of these, this is going to be really nice. Build. Why are you Medj? Oh, because it's doing the wrong thing. There we go. Select that one. And then go back over here and do essence build. There we go. Anyways, you saved your streak. Nice. That's a long time to watch, though. You think me going to Warhorse's next project? What is their next project? Like, what is that? Zfinity, you gotta make decisions for yourself, bud. Find it odd they worded it so oddly? What are you talking about, Creeper Lord? For what? Oh, you mean for Twitch? Saying that you needed to watch like 7.5 hours? That's super weird, man. I don't know why you would need to save your streak that way. That's like... It should be you just show up, right? Like, you shouldn't have to watch a stream for 10,000 years. That's really weird. Especially out of VOD. That's really weird. Will you randomize the sounds to avoid sound fatigue? They're already randomized. So we can actually go into here, and you can see random settings right here. You can randomize your pitch built right in. That awesome? They have full tooling for this, which I think is fantastic. I think it's a really, really good thing. There's also block break success here. And then this one, we're going to change that one to blocks. I guess maybe place. Sounds creative play default selection place stereo? No. Build, maybe? Sound blocks building build one. Just do that. Here you go. That's pretty cool. It works. All right. Custom sounds. Functional. Functional. No, but low bass on that is nice. I think it works really well with the particle effect as well. The distortion effect feels good for that. Now we got to build the last particle effect for this, because the particle set has block build essence, but we still have block break stone and block hit stone, which those don't quite work, right? Yeah, we gotta do something fun with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the block build essence particle effect, and I'm gonna start modifying this up, and that'll be it. We'll probably make some more of these. So we'll make another one. And then go from there. Block. Build. Actually, it's going to be block. Hit. Essence. So but that'll be that one. And then we'll do... What is the last one that I have to do? Block break essence. That's the last one. Duplicate that. Block, break essence. And then we're going to take block build essence spawner, duplicate this, and we're going to call it block dust spawners. That's a little bit weird for that folder. No? That's definitely not in a folder called that. What? Where the hell did that just go? Particles. It's just called particles. There's no search up here. It's just... It's indented like it's in a folder, but it's not actually in a folder. It doesn't make any sense. What is it doing, man? Block. Dust? That's definitely not right. We're going to rename that to Essence, because that doesn't make any sense at all. Ah, critical error. Nice. Very cool. It's like, dude, what's going on here? I knew it was going to crash when it started getting mad about shit that didn't make any sense. And get out of brain. We got to go into R's. Blockgame. Particles. Item essence. There we go. Now you're working. Wait. That's item. We don't care about that one. It's under block essence spawners. There we go. This is what we want. So we got block break essence, block hit essence. These are the ones that we want to set up. And then essence. Block set essence, that's done. Item break essence particle set. This is the one. So we'll do essence on this block game. Block break essence. And then essence again. And block hit essence. There we go. Highguard is, seems to have evened out on people playing, and it has slightly more people playing it than Destiny 2. That's really good. I think that a lot of the times people just kind of shit on whatever is new when it comes to video games, and I have not had a chance to play Highguard, so I don't know for myself what it feels like. It's very easy to fall into kind of like the trap of like letting somebody else determine for me if I enjoy a game. I just won't do that. I'm going to play it myself and see how it feels. I just don't have time right now. So I think after this month, after I release the next Heartbound update, I'll probably play it beginning of February and like try it out and see what it feels like, because I'm interested, right? I want to see what they've done. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to use a lot of it, Shigetsu. I'm going to use a small amount of it. Yeah. Like that distortion is very tiny, is the idea. And see how this effect is kind of big? Like that distortion like that? We'll do time noon. I want to make that smaller, I think. Yeah. Where people have been pooping on it? Well, there was some weird shit with that I saw. But, like, I don't think any of that weird shit actually made any sense. So, I don't know yet. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Go grab this. But yeah, there were people freaking out about it for a little while there. It's very strange to me. Our new block. Hit essence spawner. They're going to do another one of duplicate that. Block break essence spawner. But don't worry. The cool part about this is once I have them in place, I can just change all these things. Yeah, people got mad about a bunch of different shit with it, but there was a couple of things that were really weird. There were like content creators that were claiming that they were part of the game that weren't a part of the game, so that was really weird. Just like a lot of weird shit. That was really strange. And I saw that and people were freaking out about it, but it was just like, what the hell, man? Yeah, Red, that was a weird one, man. It was just weird. And it was just unnecessary as hell. Okay, we go from 0.1 to there. So we're going to start this at 0.1 on this one. For the hit, 0.1. Actually, I think I'm going to do a different effect for that. We set that at 1. We're going to leave the hit one alone. For the break, I know exactly what I want to do. I just want to do the same effect, but in reverse. So we're going to do scale of 0.1. Gonna Build-A-Bear Thube. Do it, dude. That's horrifying. And then we'll change this one on the scale to 1.0. Actually, I think that has to be 10. Because it's expand 10 times the base on this. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be 10 times the base. So 1 to 10 times. That works. So now we've got... Oh, wait. I actually have to hook it up. So we'll go in here to break essence. We'll go to this. And the spawner is going to be break. Block break essence spawner. And then the hit one is going to be hit essence spawner. And we'll have to make the hit one go off. I have not changed that one yet. But there, that goes in, and that one goes out. And that is just the distortion effect. I'm going to do colors for it now, too. You see how the distortion effect goes in, and then it goes out. So we can do that as a distortion layer, and then do coloring particles over the top of it to make it look really interesting. So I'm going to do that. Love your stream? Thanks, man. We'd be adding a pizza cube to Blockgame? I mean, maybe. I'm going to add a circular pizza. Actually, isn't there already a pizza in the game? I don't think there is. We should add a pizza. We should add a pizza to the game. And then put Quebec leaves on it. Delicious. Delicious. Make it a cube pizza on it. What is this? What? Division 2 and Assassin's Creed. What is it? What is it? What is this? Cool gun. I dig that. Neat. To be honest with you, cool crossover, but I don't think I'd want to look like the dude from Assassin's Creed. And hear me out on this. I played Division 2 to be like a weird tactical military guy. You know what I mean? Like, usually with a strange mask. And I feel like that would look out of place. Also, to be clear, wearing pure white in the dark zone is going to get you killed by another player. It's just going to. Like, feels a bit Fortnite. A little bit, yeah. It looks cool, but doesn't fit. That's how I feel about it. I agree. Okay. Item essence particles. We have multiple particles for this. Item essence dust and item essence distortion. So we're going to take the dust effect now. And I'll probably have to rebuild this one as a particle spawner. Do we have these as particle spawners? We do have this particle spawner. So in this case, we're going to take this whole thing like that. We're going to go over to the hit essence spawner like this. Dump that in there. Apply those changes to it. And now we'll go into this and we can start modifying from here. And I think the way that I want it to work is we'll set this as particle lifespan, which is fine there. The particle rate is going to be 2 to 5. I think I'll do it 10 to 15 on that. I thought this was Hightail when I was seeing programming. We're actually modifying Hightail in real time. So if you look at this, I've made these items that are our essence system for this, and then like given them special effects and like graphics and everything like this for our essence system for our MMO. So today what I'm doing is I'm working with special effects, and if you look really closely at it, you can see the little like distortion effects that are going off on it. We've got custom audio for it now, so. And what I'm doing is I'm adding the color layer to this effect right now. And you can just see it happen in real time because Hightail is fully modifiable, and you can just make shit, which is kind of freaking rad, dude. Like, you just pop open the asset editor and you can just do it. And that's what I'm doing. It's neat. It's fun. So I'm building the effect that goes off when you punch it right now. which is kind of cool. Can you add dragons that fly around? I mean, yeah, if you want to. You know. I love the sound so much. Thanks. Yeah, it's from our game Heartbound. I just ported it over. I had to put it in Audacity to make it mono and then go from there. Let's see. Particle rotation influence billboard. That'll be fine. I want this to have more particles. Do it in a burst. I think we'll just do 20 and 20 of them right off the bat. Actually, we'll do 15 to 20. So it just goes... And then we'll have to get, like, a speed on this that is higher than our current speed. Because that just doesn't... It's not going to work any other way. So do we have a scale on that? That's good. Do we have... Particle lifespan? That's fine. Particle spawn. Particle burst. Or spawn burst. Initial velocity. Here we go. The speed is going to be between 0.75 and 1.0 for this one, so it's a little bit more urgent in terms of getting hit. So now, if we go like this... that looks like it doesn't go away after it gets hit. That looks like it's permanent. That shouldn't be that way. I do believe we have found a bug, gentlemen. That should not be permanent. That's a... Those ones disappear. Why doesn't that one? Let's find out. What did I do wrong? Oh no, he's distorted reality. Yeah, permanently. Place a block over it? We may have a problem. Don't look at that. You know what? Here, let's just... Now it's fine. Don't look at the distortion coming out of the nose. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. Yeah, nothing to see here. Don't worry, but don't look at it. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Ari McBrown said, "Hi guys, I told you last Friday what happened to my internet connection.
Yeah.
The worker's cutting it by accident. Well, I'm barely managing on 4G, 5G, dropping in and out of link. I have an appointment tomorrow with the company that can weld the new fiber line, finally. Until then, lurking over cellular. Anyway, I hope you all have a good day."
I hope you have a good day, man. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through that. That sucks ass. That's resource types, unarmed. We need... block set, item, rock, hightail generator, item block, item categories, rock aqua. Where is this? It's got to be under like a particle set for this. I really wish that like searching was a little bit better in this. Jesus Christ. I don't care about the salvage. I don't care about resource type. Where the hell is particles, man? Is it not called rock particles? I think it was called dust or hit. I think it was hit particles. That's what it was. Drop wolf white? No. That's funny. White has the word hit in the middle of it, so it's pulling everything that has the word white in it. See the game trailer for Co's game, Emberville? I have not. I've not had a chance to. Projectiles, entity effect, item, block, bench architect. Now, come on, give me the block interaction shit. Model asset, NPC, particles. There we go. Example hit sparks. Example hit. Total spawners -1. That's kind of weird, right? Yeah, that's really weird. This one is called a block particle set. That's not what we need. We need a block particle set. Status effect, weapon, projectile. I wish I could limit my search to just block particle set, and there doesn't seem to be a way to do that. Maybe there is. Block particle. There is a way to do this. I had not used this filter before. Close. Sick. Sick. Makes my life easy as shit. Didn't even know that was there. Victory. Okay, now we'll go to stone. We'll take a look at this. So this is just pulling all these particle sets. Block hit stone. And that's going to be... This doesn't work as well. Open asset, new tab. Particle. System. And that's going to be block hit stone. Go to here. Total spawners 1, max concurrent 0. That might be why this is happening. Which is kind of weird. Right? Nope, maybe that's not it. Bro, what is happening this? There's got to be a reason. I'm going to go to block hit stone parts now. So I'm going to do this. Particle spawner. Block hit stone parts. There has to be a setting in here somewhere that causes the particle to break right after it's placed. It's set as a spawn burst. If I look at mine, we don't care about the particle system. We care about this one. Block hit essence spawner. God damn it. We're going to go to Blockgame. Block hit essence spawner. And we'll get rid of all of this other shit. And we just have block hit stone parse and block hit essence spawner, right? Between these two, there is a setting somewhere that causes the particle effect to disappear on theirs and not disappear on mine. And I don't know what it is. I do not know what this is. All right. Warm tuna milkshake? Gross, dude. Scale 1 to 1. Okay, so on the block hit stone parts, at end for this, it does nothing. I don't think there's a difference here. Initial animation frame 0 to 3. Particle collision expire, block type none. Block type none expire. What causes this to live or not live? There's got to be like a lifetime effect, right? 0.5 to 0.6. But is there no lifespan on this shit? Hold up. No, it's right there. 0.75 to 1. Is there like a texture or something? There's no texture. It's going to be set to like... This makes no sense. Let's just open everything. Open it all! I'm going to read through every single value in this. Which pepper to astronaut, within your opinion, is best? Wait, pepper to astronaut? Wait, you want to say that again, dude? Reload in case application became unstable? No, there's no instability here. I just don't know what this setting is, man. Yeah, I just don't understand what is the setting on this. There doesn't seem to be a setting here. I think they mean pepper astral... I actually don't know what they mean. What do you mean pepper astral protection? What? What? No, the server doesn't need a restart. So when I'm looking at this object, this particle effect disappears after playing. We can see that by punching any object, right? We go in here, we can say time noon. You punch it, that effect goes off and then disappears, right? The problem is, if we go into this, my particle effect is still sitting there. What? What? Why? Right? Like, and there's got to be a setting somewhere for this. Oh, are you guys trying to say which pepper makes you go to space? Yeah, astronaut pepper protection is definitely, I don't know what you're trying to say to me. Anything that's a Trinidad Maruga Scorpion or higher, bud. Like, anything at all for that. Is it related to the particle itself? That I don't know, because I'm trying to look at the particle to see if there is a run for it that says that it's supposed to self-destruct. Because as far as I knew, they were just supposed to self-destruct if the emitter disappeared, and the emitter is supposed to disappear when you break the object. So it's like, I don't know, man, I'm really confused. I'm just going to restart the server. It probably, there's a good chance that it shouldn't even be doing that, and it's just supposed to leave. No, lifespan isn't that. Lifespan is of each individual particle. So, like, that shouldn't be doing that. That's the lifespan of the actual particle itself, right? It's so weird. It's so weird. As a matter of yours had the block type activated and the hightail one wasn't? Block type? What do you mean block type? I don't know if I saw that. I'm waiting for the server to restart now. You have a challenge set for yourself involving them and certain modding milestones? Do it, man. Yeah, hell yeah. Do it up. That sounds awesome. Is chat okay?
Yeah.
Let's grab this. Grab that. No. I don't know, dude. That's so freaking weird. Yeah, this is really weird. Alright, let's try it in game and see if it's still broken. Because there's a good chance that it's just not. No, it's still broken. Why is mine different? That's supposed to be a one-time hit particle. Yeah, it's like, wait, it detaches from the object when you break it. I think there's a setting for that. I think you may be super smart. I don't know yet. We're going to find out. Spawn burst. I'm pretty sure there's a setting for that of detach. Pretty sure there is. Particles. Block particles. Detach from model. God damn it. Where is it? It's got to be in here. There's another set of particles. We have an items particles. We have a block particles. We have a particle set ID. Particle set ID. Particle set essence. Particle set item break essence particles. I don't even know why this is called break essence particles. That's weird. Buh. I have no idea what would cause this. We're going to call this item essence particle set. Done. And then go back over to here. Item essence particle set. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, this is really goddamn weird, dude. I think this is incredibly strange. I don't know why this would cause the particle to stick around forever. I don't understand it at all. Yeah, whatsoever. This is... I don't know, man. I'm like really, really confused by this. Because we've got these three, and they're just set normally. I guess the only thing I can do is go into like the block sparks, right? It's weird they have a detach function for that sort of effect. I mean, it's not weird for the item one because then you can detach it and make it so the particles can like, you know, go somewhere outside of it or rotate around it or anything like that, right? Are there any properties in the break particle set? No. And that's the thing is like I've opened this up. I've taken a look at all of these, right? We'll go out of this, pull everything out of here. And we'll look at the break spawner. That just plays its effect. And it just doesn't care, right? Max concurrent particles 5. Maybe it's lifespan. Maybe lifespan overall is what this is. Maybe this needs to be set and then unset. Like for whatever reason it thinks that the lifespan is not set correctly. Because look, the JSON's completely in a different order. Right? The hit essence spawner might be the problem here. Let's see. Inside of this one, there's no even lifespan set. Initial velocity, pitch, attractors, like nothing's even set on this, but it still deletes itself. And I think that might be the lifespan for the entirety of the effect. Because there's particle lifespan and then there's lifespan, right? I'm going to set the lifespan of the hit effect to 0.1. Or 0.05, right? We'll just do that. So the whole effect now has a lifespan when we punch it. Because the particles individually, their lifespan is to change the way the effect looks. Let's try this. That fixed it. So why does one of those work when the lifespan is set to 0, and one of them stays in the environment when the lifespan is set to 0? Why does hit do that? That's weird as shit, dude. No, that's weird. But it's parent issues? There's no parent. It's parentless. So it makes no sense. What? We'll make them spiky. That'll be the spikiness. No, that's super weird. I have no idea why that would happen. It's very, very weird. I have no idea, man. Whatever, I fixed it. Particle color. Brighter. That doesn't quite look the way I want it to, you know? Not yet. You know more about tea than me? Can you try to explain? Do I know more about tea? I don't think I do. Oh, Jesus. They're drinking a shitload of medicinal tea. That's a... Yeah, no. Don't do that. It's like taking, like, sleep aid medicine. But it's built into a tea. Cool. That looks good. Alright. They're gonna see the Hat Man, yes. Okay,
Fat
so...
Dumbor C3 with 500 bits said if I don't feed the bird Pokemon cards, she'll eat me. Please send me cards, chat, so I can live.
What? What do you mean? What does this mean, dude? What's the matter with you? What? 700080. There we go. We'll grab that. That'll be dark. So, the problem that I'm running into now is I think we need to do a different effect here. I don't like the graphic that I have applied for this. Like for this one. So we'll go into the hit essence spawner. Right now it's just using the little basic ball, right? I think I need to use something else. Let's go through these. We're going to go to circle. Like that wisp circle would be really cool for rotating it, you know? Like make it spin out and rotate. I think that looks really good. And then we'll start the size. We'll set this as max concurrent particles 1. We'll set the spawn rate as 1 and 1. The particle lifespan is going to be probably just 1. I'm going to have it spiral out when you hit it, basically. Its speed is going to be 0. Its initial velocity isn't going to matter. That's fine. No directionality, nothing. Because we're not going to have it go anywhere. It's going to go from the center of this. We'll go all the way down here. We'll set the scale to this value. That's fine for right now. I don't actually know what the scale needs to be. We'll go 0 to 100, and we'll say that the rotation is going to go 360 on every one of these. But it's a billboard, so it's fine. And the opacity is going to be 0. And the size on this is going to be 3 times the size it was originally. Just the test. See that? That neat? So I'll start playing around with that effect. Where, like, we started off really small. I'm going to make it expand quite a lot. But you get the idea. to set this all the way down to 0.1. Good morning. Good morning with you. What's up, dude? Is there a way to set glow on this? Do we know if there's like a particle Fulbright anywhere that I haven't been seeing? How do I make particles glow? There has to be a way for this. Is it erosion? Do I have to do it as erosion? Oh, that's kind of neat looking. Yeah, Jake is also working on Blockgame. Wait, did I accidentally get rid of the light? I think I did. I gotta fix that. They abandoned Minecraft? When did we ever say that? Why are you like this, dude? We didn't abandon Minecraft. We still have a whole video game in there. Oh my god. I think setting that as erosion is probably the right way to do on this. Or blend add. Let me try blend add just to see kind of how this feels. Also intersection highlight. I don't know how the highlight is going to work on this. Highlight threshold. Let's try it. Yeah. I don't really know what that feels like. Yo, that's actually kind of sick looking. What the hell? That was super weird looking, right? Let's go back to blend linear on this. What the hell was that? That's weird looking. I have not tried a highlight threshold for this yet. Weird. Weird. Huh. Yeah, I really needed to take a look at that. I've not tried that effect yet, and I don't really quite know what it does. It looks very strange. But intersection highlight is not the thing that I've been using for this. Yeah. Can you eat the mysterious thing? No. There's no eating it. Not currently. What's your agility on RuneScape? 99. I don't know who's Jake. No, that's fine. So Jake and I work on this game together. We've worked on it for years together, and it's just something that I've started on the side. But I think with Hightail coming out now and us wanting to work on this, it's just going to get very big very fast, right? Not 100, you can't hit 100. 99 is max, dude. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. Can you use Kenny assets on the game jam? I think I got logic done, but I can't do it at all. You can use Kenny assets if you want to. That being said, it is better if you just make shitty ones. It is better if you just make shitty ones. Placeholder art is fine. If you make boxes, you're not going to get downvoted for it from the dev team or from the judge team. That's really all that matters, dude. Is you make something. That's it. That's it. What's your rune crafting level? I have no goddamn idea. I don't pay attention to that. Not yet, anyway. I'm playing a group Iron Man character, so sounds like RuneScape doesn't have enough skill. Need to be 100, not 1 to 99. Damn. But yeah, just make it, man. Like, if you're ever worried about your game looking like shit, if you're ever worried that your game isn't going to look good enough or it's not going to work because of that, let's go into here and I'll show you in the store. We'll go grab... I'll give you a good example of why this doesn't matter. Thomas Was Alone. Awesome video game. Totally awesome video game. Rectangles. Whole game. Whole game is rectangles. That's the entire thing. All of it. And some triangles here and there. This game is sitting at 92% positive out of 4,109 reviews. Let's go to West of Loathing. Stick figures. All stick figures, fart jokes, dad jokes, memes. 97% positive, 9,488 reviews. Stop worrying about perfect graphics. Start worrying about consistent graphics. That's all you have to do. You just have to make it consistent. It all should look about the same, even if it doesn't look amazing, right? Let's go one more. Suits a business RPG. If I could type business. There we go. Suits a business RPG, 88% positive, 932 reviews. Hand-drawn in pen. What about consistently bad? For a lot of people, they would say that this art style is bad, right? They would say that it isn't very good because they're like, oh, it looks sketchy, it looks shitty, whatever, right? People say that all the time, but it's consistent and it works, and people really like that. All you have to do is make a consistent effect. Doesn't matter if it's good. Consistency is all that matters. And when you want to break that consistency, you should do it for very specific reasons, such as the Flowey fight in Undertale, right? When you're breaking the fourth wall. Breaking consistency means that that character is breaking consistency for a narrative reason. That's fine. There are reasons for that. And you have to decide those reasons for yourself. But don't worry about making perfect art. Don't. Like, I will be less impressed. I will be more impressed if you draw it yourself, even if it's shitty, than if you use online asset store stuff. Straight up. All right. You can show people real-life footage and they'll say graphics are bad. Fair. That is true. I'm going to make this thing spin like crazy. Look at that. That's kind of neat. Same is true for music? Yes. Absolutely. I think that's working out really well. All right. Now, is there a way to cause these particles to glow? And I don't know the answer to that. At all. Let's play around with this some more. So we've got our essence spawner. Block break essence spawner. We've got our hit essence spawner. Block hit essence spawner. Block hit essence. Let's set that to 0, so there's no offset. Oh. That's weird. Okay. We need to make that go downwards a little bit. There we go. There we go. Can you explain what you're doing? Yeah, so I'm setting up... Do you see that little particle effect when I punch it? That little, like, wave that happens? A very light purple thing? That's what I'm building right now. I've added all these different particle effects to this, so when you place it, it goes, like, whoop, inwards. Right? So watch this. And when you break it, it does that explosion outwards. And then... when you punch it, it's now doing this. So I'm going to play around with that and add some extra stuff to it. Yeah. Blend linear, blend add, erosion. I want to play around with the erosion effect real fast, just to see what it looks like. Erosion looks a bit weird there. I don't think that looks right. No. There's gotta be... I don't know what an intersection highlight is. I'm not sure how that functions. I've tried a couple of different things with it, but it looks really weird. We're going to do hightail, particles, textures. Is it normals or noise? Do they actually have a noise? UV motion? There we go, UV motion. we've got all these flow maps. We'll do a flow map like that. Add random UV offset. That's perfect. Speed there is going to be fine. And I think we'll do constant speed. And we'll see what that feels like. Nothing right now. So let's do... I don't think it needs that. I think that's kind of weird. Yeah, that didn't work. That didn't work the way that I wanted it to. We'll get rid of UV motion. Is low res. Huh. Let's see. I think I got owned by Heimdall. I feel like that should be faster, yeah? Yep. Good old Heimdall. It's always good when it's, like, automated. What do you think of that effect? Wong. Wong. I don't know why that one's broken now. What? Sender must be a player or provide the player option? Ooh, that may be an error with the database. One sec. That's really weird. Let me grab this. We're gonna go to Worlds. There's a chance that something I just did unloaded that world. Very weird. Yeah, no, that's super strange. Fixed now. Alright, I think that actually works really well. I need to see it at night. There we go. Place it, and then... It doesn't look as interesting at night. And this is kind of like where I'm wondering, like, is there a way to make this so that it's full bright? Or at least glowing in some way. Like, we don't have glow on our particles. It's very odd. You don't think you ever get tired of that sound effect? That means it's done right. It feels good. Feels good, man. Waiting on these ads. Ugh. All right, I think we're done. I think we're done. All right, I think we're finished with this. If I go to time noon, it actually looks really good. I'm pretty happy with it. It does a little wave effect that comes off of it. When it's placed, it pulls effects inwards. When it's broken, it pulls effects outwards. We have custom sounds for all of it. I don't know if I like the wave that comes off of it, but it looks better than not having anything there. It's just kind of like a visual graphic for that. I may actually just add another effect. That might be the right way to do this. Yeah, you know what? That's probably going to be the right way to do this. Give me just a minute. We're going to add another effect to it. We'll just add another one here, and that's going to do block hit essence dust. So we'll do dust and wave. This will be at negative 0.2. This is for break. Actually, this is the wrong thing. We're going to do break on this one. Delete that. There we go. Essence distortion. And then we'll do build is this one. And this is now build essence distortion. And then we'll do hit. And hit will be essence wave. And then another one. Another one. Negative 0.3 on that one. And we'll do hit essence dust. There we go. Kronos is taking the day off. Oh dear God. Do you have a Spotify playlist for your music? Yeah, all this music is actually from our game Heartbound. All of it is. So it's just playing locally off of my machine. And if you want to listen to it, you can actually get it on Steam, or you can go to our YouTube and just watch it all there. It's just all free to listen to. And if you want to use it as the background for your streams, go for it, man. Kronos napped too long with Bailey, so now he's taking the day off. Hilarious. Can you do some hightail music? We can swap to that. That'd be fun. Give me a little bit, and then we'll do that. And do TTS in the meantime.
Farai THD said, "Hey Thor, I'm curious of your thoughts of Jackal Game. We're small indie studio called Transhuman Design. My boss is one-man army and we're self-publishing. Would you mind taking a look at it in your free time?"
Sure. Yeah, I could definitely do that. You missed what it was called? On our Discord, under the Answered TTS channel is where you want to go. Yeah. Jackal Game. I don't know anything about it. From an indie studio called Transhuman Design. Don't know anything about it. Yeah, I definitely want to check it out. One-man army and self-publishing. Yeah, I will check it out. Ugh. You better give Bailey the Chimkin. Oh, Chimkin. Okay, spawn burst initial velocity is going to be probably a speed. Yaw and pitch is going to be a maximum of 360. And then speed is going to be between 0.5 and 1. Actually, I think we make it move really fast. 1 to 1.5. There we go. Might need to be faster even. Max concurrent particles are going to be 20. Lifespan is 0.05. Max particle lifespan is 0.3 to 0.4. And our properties in this, we're going to change this to be a circle glow. I kind of like the idea of doing a circle glow around that. Yeah. I think I'm going to do circle glow. There'll be like little rings that shoot off of it. Can you have the authority to Wololo Red VT? Aren't you a Fae, dude? There's a 900,000 lawsuit in the UK against Steam claiming that Valve has unfair business practices. But when looking at the details of the lawsuit, it seems like the person going against Steam doesn't have a clue about how tech relating to games works. Many such cases. They wholeheartedly believe that you can buy DLC in an entirely different platform and it should apply to Steam. Oh, no. 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 Oh, dear God. No. That's wild. Yeah. That's it's over 600 million pounds. My favorite thing about Valve and Steam is that they win by just providing a better service every time. And every time there's one of these weird-ass lawsuits that pops up and goes after Valve, nothing happens. Because they're always very strange, where like a person like this doesn't actually understand how the system works. And they're like, if I buy a game in a store, it should apply to Steam too. Because I bought the game, and now I have it on every platform ever made until the end of time. It's like, it doesn't work that way on Epic. It doesn't work that way on Steam. It doesn't work that way on any platform. You don't get it on Xbox because you bought it on PC. This doesn't function that way in any marketplace. But there are people that demand that it be that way and will make a 600 million pound lawsuit to force it, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah. It's very strange. It's strange every time, dude. Ooh. Make a little spinny that does that and shoots off in different directions, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That lawsuit sounds super heavy. It's just a weird one, man. It's always super weird like this, you know? You always get someone suing over something stupid. There's two things that I would always be wary of. I would be wary of anyone in media that is telling you to care about something, and I would be wary of anyone in media that's telling you not to care about something. Both of those two things, no matter what they are likely going to be some kind of a manipulation. Good example of this. You have people saying, oh, you should care about this lawsuit. You should care about this lawsuit. And you look inside and you go, this lawsuit's kind of stupid. And then you look at another situation of like, oh, I can't believe that woman burned herself on coffee. She must be an idiot. You shouldn't pay attention to that lawsuit. For the McDonald's one, she got third-degree burns. It took a bunch of surgery to help her to live a normal life after that. That coffee was so hot, it permanently marred her. Yeah, hers was awful, but the media made it look like she was a dumbass. So, like, I am always very skeptical of any narrative that is applied to any story that's out there, and I really just wouldn't believe shit at face value. This is why I don't like opinion piece. It's why I like, just give me the facts, and then I can form my own opinion on this. Because every time I go and look at any type of media, it's just narrative shit. It's always narrative shit. It's, this is my opinion. I don't care about your opinion. The only thing I care about is you give me the information so I can form my own goddamn opinion. Yeah. And yeah, that was the other thing, too. She just sued for her medical costs. She wasn't even suing for pain and suffering. She was like, just pay for the medical, and that's it. And they just like, they were like, no. It's like, dude, McDonald's was so gross in that situation to me, man. Like, I just thought they were nasty. Yeah, no, so it's very interesting to me is like, and you'll get this all the time, too. Like, all the time. It's just straight up propaganda shit. A lot of the time. Some niche media sources are pretty factual. I agree with that. I used to have a lot more of them, and I think that has shrunk in the last couple of years, like about the last 5 years, is the number of media sources that I get that are just direct you know? A lot of the times now it's very opinion piece. And the reason why is it makes more money. If people have an emotional reaction to your news article, they're going to spread it to somebody else. And when they spread it to somebody else, you're going to get more clicks, you're going to get more ad revenue. That keeps the lights on. So there's a lot of different media sources now that are incentivized to have these bombastic takes or these emotional takes, even if it's not truly accurate, because people react. And when they react, you make money. And I can't be a part of that. I think it sucks ass. Right? Yeah, sources say. An inside source. Leaks. What was it? My favorite one is leaks predict. Lose my goddamn mind, dude. Leaks predict. It came to me in a dream. Yeah. Honestly, I would just love for one of these articles sometimes. I'm waiting for just someone to finally just tell the truth on it, and it'll be like this whole article about an opinion piece, and then at the end it's like, source, I made it up. It came to me in a dream, right? Like that's all I want. I just want that. Source, I made it up. Just put that in the article and we're fine, dude. Like, that's it. That's all I want. My feelings said very strongly. Yes, goddamn it, dude. I just want the Onion. The Onion is the only... Here's the problem. The Onion used to seem like a joke. And then for a little while there, all of their articles seemed really believable. And now I don't know how to feel about it. That's the true peak clown world right there, is when you think the Onion is real. I wonder if we can do distortion on these. Not distortion like in the traditional sense, but like maybe a UV map to make them wiggle. The Onion's so wonderful. The Onion's awesome, dude. Like I might do one of those or one of these. I'll probably do it like that. Golden Onion from Twilight? No, The Onion. Actually, who here doesn't know what The Onion is? How many of you guys have never seen The Onion? Yeah, The Onion's a really awesome news source. Let me pull this up. Let me grab this for you. The Onion. Yeah, The Onion is really good. So The Onion, Jesus. They're a satirical news source. They actually don't publish real news. They publish memes, right? And that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's a news source. They're a comedy site. So they will post these, and there's groups online. There was one I used to follow on Reddit, which was called Ate the Onion, and the idea is that people will post the Onion articles as if they were real and get really mad about it, and which is really funny because you'll see on Facebook like just some insane article from the Onion that just is not real, like is very, very obviously not real, and they're like, I can't believe this is real. I can't believe the government is doing this, and it's like it's not. The article is complete joke. It's The Onion. You ate the Onion, you fool. This is trolling. This is true trolling, right? Like actual trolling. And they even put in there like just insane stuff. Like, what is this? Some of the articles are just absurd too, but they've been doing this for a long time, and it's very funny. And I don't know. I love The Onion, man. Oh yeah, here we go. This is a good one. This is the kind of stuff that people get up in arms about that I really like, because it's harmless idiocy. Disney executive reminds toddler only IP goes on the fridge. That's right. I sure hope this blue guy over here is Stitch or Navi, because Daddy doesn't own the rights to the Smurfs. It's just so, like, these articles are insane, and I love that about The Onion. Like, it's just, and people will get up in arms about it. They think it's real, and they get, like, offended by it. I'm like, you could be offended by things that are so much more important than this. It's absurd. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. And that's why it's good trolling. Exactly. Only the best trolling. Exactly. Because it's like, it's harmless, it's stupid, it's obviously untrue, right? The thing about the Steam lawsuit, reading further into it, seems like they are trying to word that Steam is somehow like Apple's ecosystem, with the description of it being something that users get locked into their ecosystem. I don't get locked in their ecosystem at all. I can just play games on anything. I have my Steam library because it is convenient, right? Like that's not being locked into the ecosystem. It's just the convenient choice. I don't use Epic because it's not very convenient. and I'm not really locked in that, right? Like if I was locked in, I would feel like I didn't have any options. I've got a ton of options. When if I want to go play Division, I'm just going to pop open the Ubisoft launcher, and I don't do that through Steam. Yeah. Yeah, I use Itch. I've used Epic. I use Epic when they give free games away. Yeah, Steam is not... I don't feel restricted by Steam. Even as a dev, I don't feel restricted by Steam. They don't sign any exclusivity with us as developers, so I can just launch my game anywhere that I want to, right? Like, that doesn't stop me. It's really weird. I don't know. I'd be interested to see, like, why they feel that way, under what circumstances they feel like Steam is a restrictive environment, because it's... I can't see that as being the case, so... Boop, boop. GOG is great too. I've never really cared about GOG, personally. Let's get rid of the scale on that. That's good. It's good for retro games. That makes sense. I can see that. But, like, to be real with you, when I want to play a retro game, I just use original hardware. Like, I've got, you know, my Game Boy operator from Epilogue, and I just plug the cart right into it, play it on my PC, you know. Love that shit. So, like, when I'm playing, like, retro games, I'm playing them on original hardware. That's what I prefer anyway. Could you ask something about game dev? Ask whatever you want, man. You can always ask whatever you like. Finding original stuff is very hard. On what? On Steam? Or on other platforms? Steam is Proton, that's huge? Yeah, no, it is huge. I think Steam has unironically done more for Linux than any other platform I've ever seen. Like, it's wild, actually. Like, the advent of this Steam Deck has allowed Linux to enter more homes than anything else ever. It has made more people interested in that, which is bonkers to me, and I think is awesome. Legitimately so. So I have a lot of games that just aren't installable anymore. For what? On Steam? Hmm? Yeah, Steam has done so much for Linux. Yeah, you don't need to ask a question, just ask, right? It's all thanks to Microslop? Okay. Microslop, dude. Similar thing happened with Windows in the 90s. It did, back when Windows was good. Yeah. I think Windows stopped being good after Windows XP Service Pack 2. After that, it's all shit. Can you ask another question? Which is the question I am asking you at this current time. No. How dare you? Holy old. Windows 7 wasn't good. No. Oh, sorry, that was uncouth of me. Uncouth is a great word. What is this? Update on the same thing. Apparently, Vicky Shotbolt is the person leading the lawsuit against Steam. Vicky Shotbolt is a prominent UK-based campaigner for children's digital rights and the founder CEO of Parent Zone. Oh, see, why does it always turn into something weird, right? Like, I was looking at that recently. Like, we're doing this charity event for Humane World for Animals, and I found this thing, right? I found this website. Let me pull this up. Because people were telling me, they're like, Humane World for Animals is terrible. They used to be the Humane Society of the United States. And I was like, that's really interesting. So I was like, okay, so they have this website called Humane Watch. And Humane Watch basically just says a bunch of horrible shit about the Humane Society and also says a bunch of horrible shit about Humane World. And I was like, that's really interesting. Where does the money for that come from? And then I looked it up, and it's owned by a guy named Rick Berman. And then I was like, what does Rick Berman do? And then I looked into Rick Berman, and he actually just owns a whole bunch of these websites that do things like union bust or try to encourage people to break their own unions, and tries to run these websites like the Humane Watch Watchdog site. And then I was like, well, what funds that? And it's funded by restaurants, food companies, and the beverage industry. You know, the ones that stand the most to lose when animal welfare is on the rise. It's propaganda. I was like, wow. Well, that's neat. It's always really interesting to be like, What if you just take the one detractor and be like, where'd the money come from? Oh. Every time. It's just really gross. I'm now lost on the onion rabbit hole? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, so what it comes down to is the only detractor for Humane World for Animals is actually financially incentivized to detract from them because they can make more money if animals don't have any rights. Or are treated poorly. Wow. Very cool. Yeah. The Humane Society is what I had reported horse abuse to in my hometown because ASPCA didn't have a good presence in my area at the time. Yeah, I actually think that local humane societies and Humane World for Animals have been fantastic. So like local humane societies are always going to do very, very good inside of your area. They work directly with the animals. Humane World for Animals actually deals with very, very large cases. So they'll deal with a case that say like they busted up this one operation a while back that had like 5,000 beagles in like this crazy situation. I think it was a farm thing. Dude, it was grim. But they saved like 5,000 beagles, and then they do the big thing, and then they have to help all of the other little things going along with that. So like all the other local humane societies, they have to deal with transport and payment and everything that works in medical and all that shit. So they're like the big brother to all the little, the little humane societies that are there. And it's a lot of work, man. Applying for next season's Sitting with Animals. What is that? What is that? Did she do the big donate to charity button? Are we still doing donations? Yeah, no, it's right where the sub button normally is. Yeah. Let's see. It's where you go to a shelter and sit with animals to help them cope and socialize. That's a really cool system. I like that. Yeah. If Vicky Shotbolt is to lead the lawsuit against Valve, then there might be an uphill battle for Valve, as recent happenings in the UK court system and rulings have been leaning towards the whole think of the children. There's always going to be a think of the children. There always is. And I think it is important to understand that I'm going to make the only political statement that I always tell you. 30 on 30. Anytime you try to expand government influence in any way, they'll take the opportunity. Which is why I don't like doing that. It's almost like I've always been against that. I wasn't expecting to hear 30 on 30. I say it all the time. Yeah. Okay, so we have our radial particle effect. We're going to do the secondary dust particle effect. We've got a bunch of little dots. I need to figure out if that looks any good. Let's go in game and try it. That looks ridiculous. And wrong. It's very funny, though. Okay. This is definitely the wrong size. There we go. Okay. I think we're good. Need more. What? Shouldn't it be doing... Oh, Oh, because it's a billboard. It's probably not going to function right. Yeah, it's probably not functioning right. Get rid of that. There's got to be a little bit more to that. Speed it up. It must be faster. There we go. Now I just need to get those to turn into spikes. I don't really know why those are not working that way. We're going to do velocity based on this. Set this down to 0.1 and then 1, I guess, maybe on these. Weird. You like Warhammer? Hell yeah. I'm trying to see if we can change the shape of the particles. It's not working, right? Based on the kind of velocity scanning that we're doing. But it's not, it doesn't seem to be functioning right. I need to learn more about this. If we do billboard velocity, that might do it. Maybe. I think velocity is the right choice on this one, though. Trail spawner position multiplier. Velocity stretch multiplier. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll do that. And then we'll come down here and we'll make this one 0.1, 0.1. Now that looks weird, right? Is billboard referring to the sprites that always face the player? Yes, that is correct. So it'll always face the player, but then also move in the direction of velocity. But on this one, I've just changed it to a velocity one. What I really wish is I wish they glowed. And like they don't, we can't get them to glow. Like, without a Fulbright on the particles, it doesn't look as cool as it could. Because it's kind of drab, right? And if I bump up the brightness to this, it won't glow from the interior, so even that doesn't look right. And I can't think of anywhere that we've had glowing particles. Like those ones are bright, so I may go look at that spark effect that's going off there. You see how bright those are? Time, midnight. Yeah, those are glowing. There's got to be a way to do this. There's got to be a way to do it. Too bright? I mean, it's a spark. That's the idea. It's supposed to be bright. So let's go and look at that. It's going to be probably rock hit. We'll go into here, and then we'll filter by particle. Particle spawner. There we go. And we'll go into here, and we'll say, I guess, spark, maybe. Excuse me. Particle spawner. Please close. Example, hit sparks. Smoke, dust, sparks, floor. None of this is correct. Maybe we'll do example hit sparks and just check it out. There's got to be something in here that is setting this. Particle rotate with spawner. Render mode is erosion. Is that the reason? Glow direction. So if we go into here and we do hit essence dust, hit essence waves. Let's go into this. The texture is going to be glow direction. Textures glow. Where the hell is that? Where does that shit live? Textures basic glow direction. There we go. Textures basic glow direction. There's glow square noise direction. Okay, little bit weird. Glow noise. I think glow noise is probably the right one there. Yeah. Why? Why is my Spotify button not working? Stream Deck, you have failed me for the last time. Making lasagna for lunch? Hell yeah, dude. Glow direction is really interesting. I'm going to try that. And then we'll go take a look at this. Erosion. Block type none, action expire. Block type none, action expire. Soft particles require. Soft particles enable. Use sprite blending. Do not use sprite blending. Get rid of that. Is it because they set a color for it? Interesting. UV option, random flip U. Scale ratio constraint. None. Doesn't look good. It looks like chalk now. You know what I mean? I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this, man. Because, like, look at that. That doesn't look right. Compared to, like... You know what I mean? Love the beam effect in that last piece. Oh, yeah, the beam effect is quite cool. Like this. Yeah, that worked out really nice. But, like, look at the sparks coming off that. They're super clean. I need to find that effect. So let's go look for it. Because, like, that... Something is wrong here. Rock, stone. Unfilter. Deselect all. Close. So rock, stone is going to be an item, rock, stone. We're going to go look in this. It should have a particle set on it. And we'll just start digging through this. Because something here... There's got to be a specific way to do this, and I just don't understand it. So block particle set ID is going to be stone. We'll go up here and filter to particle. Block particle set. Close that. Go into this one. That's going to be block hit stone. So block hit stone. We'll filter again for particle. There you go. Close that. Go into here. Under that one, it's doing block, break, stone, sparks. Block, break, stone. Don't need a filter of any kind. Just deselect all of that because we've got the exact name. And under this one is the secret sauce. Somewhere in here. Under the block, break, stone, sparks. So it's set to erosion. It's got linear filtering. So if we look at ours, let's just set everything the same. We're going to open everything on this one. We're going to go into this one. We're going to open everything on this one as well. Lifespan, max concurrent particles, lifespan, that's fine. It's weird that there's a set to 0, by the way. Billboard velocity. Ours is set to velocity. Let's do billboard velocity. We're going to remove this. We'll go down to here. These are the attractors. I don't have anything on the attractor on ours. What is theirs doing? Radial acceleration, radial impulse. Render mode erosion. Light influence. Render mode. Where's my render mode? Erosion. We can set that to light influence and then hit 0 on that. So it's set inside of the values. Under render mode erosion, I guess at that point it's got a color set. That's all I can think of, right? Let me, you know what I'm just going to do? I'm just going to do this. Screw it. And we'll see what happens. I'm going to go down here. We're going to go into here. We'll do that. That's doing the proper effect, so now let's modify from there. This color, I don't want to have it. I'm going to get rid of that color. How is it setting that color still? Ah, remove that one. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's the incoming color from this. So, if I go through and I set all of this in this same way, and we go to block hit essence. No, we go all the way out to ingredient essence, and we say the particle color of this, and we ramp that up to be bright. Now it's starting to get there. Now it's starting to get there. We were basically Fulbrighting something that was not. There we go. See that? I was Fulbrighting a color that was too dark. That's what's going on here. Look how nice that looks now, comparatively. And now we just gotta tighten up the effect. They're glowing at night? Yeah. Watch. That cool? So now we're going to tighten this up a little bit. It should only fire this once. It's not firing it once. It doesn't even fire it once now. Ugh. For some reason, it's firing 2 waves. And I'm not quite sure why it's firing 2 waves. You know what I mean? It goes boom, boom. Yeah, it should just be doing the 1. That's what I'm trying to figure out now. Frame size there is correct. Scale is correct. Opacity on this is fun. Collision animation frame, we don't need that. I don't think collision animation frame in this one even matters. Get rid of that completely. I'm going to set that opacity all the way down to 0 for that one. Wrong thing. That's why it doesn't look like that. Weird. Grab this. That's why that's set to 0.1, so it doesn't fully fade out. Oh, that's weird. Is that broken now? Huh. Does this game have any procedural animations, or would they be possible? You make them inside of Blockbench, actually. Nothing procedural, but I think it's actually really cool to be able to take something from Blockbench and put it directly into the game. Like, you can just build it all out yourself, you know? I take that and then... There we go. What if we do this one to 80? There we go. Make that key to 80. 80 is all the way up there. And we'll set this starting value to 1. We'll get rid of that. So it stays at 80. From the outset, it's already at 1. And then this. And then we'll go to... Maybe we'll do it at 10. We'll find that out. It looks a little bit weird. I think what I'll do is I'll start another one in here and index at 10. What? That should be up there. What? That was really weird. Uh-oh. I grabbed it away and it crashed, dude. That was very funny and super strange. Never-ending fun. Our phone. That's true. There we go. This is going to start at 0. This one's going to go to 1. That'll be at 1 and then back to 0 on the end there. Now stretch it. Make it wide. Funny and strange, that's me. That's true. That doesn't look right. What? Scale. 1 and 1. Is this just not doing its thing? Because, like, the way this should be working is it should be doing that as the length. Maybe it's because it's rotated wrong? Let's find out. This is super weird. No, that doesn't make any sense. Any updates on World Gen? Oh, I played around with World Gen the other day. World Gen is awesome, dude. I think they did an amazing job. We're free? I don't know if that's true.
CPT Davy Jones said, "Hi All-Father Thor, would like to ask, I have been 3+ times getting cut off of my passion in things that I want to do that I could possibly get money from, and life just seems to hate me. I keep trying to get up, but this time I'm already burned, stopped too much that I just want to stop trying to get up. I know I already did too many times of rest, giving up, but this time I don't know what to do."
So you said you're 3+ times getting cut off of your passion in things that you want to do. Possibly get money from... So this is really interesting, because you said you're 3+ times getting cut off from your passion in things that you want to do that I could possibly get money from. You keep trying to get up, but this time you're already burned. If it's something you're passionate about, just do it because you're passionate about it. Don't do it because you're passionate about it and could also make money. Use your day job to make money. Get a job, no matter what job that is. Could be a shit job. Get that job to make money. Do your hobby for passion. The moment you start mixing those two things, you may find that you just don't like doing the thing that you love for money. You may also find that it's too hard to make money off of the thing that you love. Just do it because you love it, man. Use that as your emotional fulfillment, man. Don't use it as a job. Don't. Yeah, job for bills, passion for fulfillment. It sounds like you're mixing the two, and that might actually cause the problem. Especially because, like, if you've done this 3 times already, and you've had the same result every time, you got to try something new, man. You know? Burn yourself from trying to monetize it, yeah. Check out this beautiful oil painting. Show chat. What is this? Yup, hiding it. One sec. Yup. Wait, what? Did this dude paint this? It's kind of cool, man. Yeah, cool. Yeah, this is actually really cool. So, like, I wanted to make sure this guy actually did paint it, and he wasn't like taking it from somewhere else. But he said painted GTA 4, right? And he painted this, which is really cool. And people were like, "I think this might be AI slop." Oh God, but like, it's not, you know. And he's done a really cool job on this. But if you look at this, all of his work is hand painted. He actually posts this. Like, he actually is posting, you know, his paintings on this stuff, and his work in progress for this, with all of his paints out and everything. That's fantastic. That's really quite cool, man. What a boss. And this, by the way, awesome job. That's really cool, showing the progress for that. Yeah. Writing as a habit is good, no matter what. Agreed. Yeah. I think this is really cool. And it's neat, too, because, like, I couldn't do that. You know, like, I look at that, I was like, oh, that's actually pretty awesome. I dig that, dude. I really dig that. I think it's really easy to, like, look at any creation right now and be like, is that AI? You know? So, like, posting your work is really cool. There was actually there was a recent one of this where this artist was being accused of putting AI, like doing AI. And the internet was like, hey, this person's doing AI for their art. They're just doing AI traceovers, which is they put the art down, like the AI generated art, and then they trace over the top of the AI generated art, so it's theirs, right? And so they said, oh, I'm gonna post a progress video of me working on it. And they were just showing that they were just sketching on their tablet, and there was no image, so they were just doing it, right? And it was very clear that they weren't tracing, except for one mistake. They had chroma keyed out the color green, and it could show this over on the actual, like, range of colors on the right side because they had made the AI image pure green and then chroma keyed it out and then forgot about their actual colors over on the side. And it was like, dumbass. And then later, when they showed the completed image, suddenly green wasn't chroma keyed out anymore. So, like, people are getting real crafty with that shit now, dude. Like, it's pretty wild. It's actually insane. ESG, it's going fine, dude. Like, hope you're having a good day either way, man. You know, it's super weird, though, is seeing people do that kind of shit, man. Like, I just think it's kind of funny. I mean, A for effort, but F for execution, right? You spend more time trying to cheat the system than doing the actual work. Exactly. Like, just make art. Like, it could even be kind of shitty. That's fine. Who cares, right? Like, honestly, even then, if somebody's tracing AI art, just be like, yo, I'm tracing this because I'm trying to learn anatomy, or I'm trying to learn from this piece, whatever, right? The problem arises when somebody traces AI art and then sells it as a product and says that they made it. That's when there's the issue, generally. No one gives a shit if you're learning from it, you know? You know, like, that's... it's just super weird. It's like a weird thing right now, dude. Remember people used to go after people for just tracing pictures? Oh, yeah. Learning anatomy from an AI, I didn't say it was a good idea, but at least there's something you can learn there. Just because the AI makes up a new muscle group doesn't mean it's not valid, right? It hallucinated it, right? Watching you has made me actively get into modding and 3D modeling again, so thank you. I'm finding out how this works. Confusing, though. Let me show you something really cool. If you want to get into 3D modeling for specifically what we're doing inside of Hightail, there's a program you can get called Blockbench, and it's free. And you can just grab it, and then you can go into it. We're going to select a file on this. I'm going to go grab this texture here. And you can just modify models directly in this and then load them back in. And all of the models inside of Hightail are blocky models that you can bring into this. And you can go into here, and you can draw directly on the texture pages. You see how it's drawing inside of there? Or you can actually draw directly on the model, and it will draw on the texture page for you. So if you want to do live painting on this and then upload it into Hightail, you totally can do that. And it's awesome. This model that you're seeing right here in-game, if I go pull this up, was a base model inside of Hightail that I retextured and then modified. So now it's a placeable block with particle effects that now works in the game. and also has an item particle effect and an item model like this. So when it drops on the ground as a non-placeable, people can use that. And the idea is that every one of the ingredients that I make for our MMO, I want you to be able to place it to decorate your house if you want to. And that sound, that audio, all of that is from our game Heartbound. So all of that is being able to, we can just pull that from our games and like do whatever we want to do with it. Yeah, it works. Works really well. Such a sick effect. Thank you. That's what we've been working on today. So, like, you can just make this shit, dude. You can just make all of it. And I think that's super important, man. Been having a problem recently with been reloading a world. I am making a mod, and it randomly stops allowing the interaction you're working with. Making no changes to that interaction, just an NPC list. Have you seen the new NPC documentation, Thulsa? Let me see. Modding, Hightail. So Hightail modding. Let me grab this. Hightail. Where the hell is that documentation? Where is it? Modding. Hightailmodding.dev. So this documentation was actually put out by them. And if you look into the NPC documentation, you can see every interaction that's available for you. And unfortunately, the asset editor doesn't have a lot of support for NPC interactions right now, but at least this could give you a starting point because they documented everything, my dude. Like, absolutely everything. I'm going to link this out to you. This is the official documentation specifically from the Hypixel team. So I hope that helps, man. Has to do with Capture Crate. Let's go look at Capture Crate then. Let's see. Capture. I don't see anything in here called Capture Crate. Is that a function that's not listed? Or a function that is not... I don't know what Capture Crate is, man. It works until I exit and reload the world. Capture Crate. Is that an interaction type? Oh, it's an item in the game. Oh, okay. Wait, you're using the Capture Crate... you're using the Capture Crate to capture a monster. Is that what you're doing? It's the interaction for capturing a monster. I haven't actually played with that one personally. So it works until I exit and then reload the world. Are you in an instance or are you in an actual base world? Because that's a big difference. I've noticed that instances have some weird-ass behaviors sometimes. You're in a creative world? Are you in a flat world? Did you get to that flat world by going up to the creative tools up here and then going to world instances and then choosing one? Like this? And you go to default flat or something like that? Trying to update my mod pack, but now it is not working the same after updating. Are you on the pre-release branch or are you on the mainline branch? I have so many questions. There's going to be so many questions that I'm going to give you. One sec. All right, much better. You're on pre-release, but you tried switching to main. Okay, if you were on pre-release and you had a world and you switched over to main and it's the same world, it will be broken. You need to make an entirely new world. So on the release, you have to make a totally new world. You'll have to transfer your mod pack over to that new world. But if you have many, have you already done that? Because you can't take a pre-release world to a release world. It will break random shit. It is super broken that way. You've tried rebuilding from the ground up. So it may not be because of the world then. There may be an interaction that's different between pre-release and release. That's the only thing I can think of at that point, man, is that there's a difference between Capture Crate on pre-release and Capture Crate on release. Have you tried looking at... Here's an example. Go into this and like make an interaction that does that and go into the source, copy it to a notepad on release, just a baseline one, on release and on pre-release, and see if there's a difference between those two. Because if you had a working instance of this and suddenly it broke in another version, my guess is something is going to have been altered. And the only way you're going to find that is in your JSON blob. Show me that again. So go and open up your whatever function is you have, your interaction, right? How do you get to the code? Top right, you have editor and you have source, right? You'll go into the source for that interaction and you're just going to grab this JSON blob, throw it up in Notepad, take the other one, throw it up in a Notepad on the release version or the pre-release version, see if there's any difference. There may not be a difference, and it may be something deeper than that, but I think that's a good starting point to find out if there's anything functionally different between your two, implementations here, if that makes sense. Someone is making Fortnite into Hytale. I swear to God, if I go there and it's a closing ring of a biome, like you would see in any battle royale, I'm going to slap you. I'm going to do it. It is. It is. It's not Fortnite, dude. It's a battle royale ring that's slowly decreasing. I've seen like 3 or 4 people do this so far. It's kind of cool. Don't please? I'll do it. Yeah, Fortnite is not the only game that does this. This is pretty much any battle royale game because it's a way of ending the match. But there have been people that are actually doing it with ground tints, which is really cool, where they make it so that it makes it purple ground tint, and this is a wall version of that, which is pretty neat. I think it's cool. But this is any battle royale at this point. Yeah. And they're just making the wall border go smaller and smaller. And it looks like it just does damage to you when you get outside of it. Cool. Neato. I think it's red. Hell yeah. Apex Dark and Darker and every other one? Yeah. That's just normal. You just lost your Hytale world from chunk bug? What is a chunk bug? I don't know anything about that one. I spend most of my time sitting in a single world over and over again. So, like, I'm just working in that one world on effects, Lost your single-player world due to a bug? No, the chunks were not loading. Have you reported that world? Have you, reported to the devs and been like, yo, here's my world file, what happened? Because I think that would help them a lot. Like, if that happened to you, you should report it to them. The worst thing you can do right now is, silently be like, well, oh well. Yeah, no, you super should, dude. Let them know and be like, yo, I lost my world. Is there anything you can learn from this file? How do I report it? Go to their Discord. The devs are, super, super helpful on that stuff. What is Hytale's chunk size? Hytale's chunk size is 32 by 32. It's 4 times the size of a Minecraft chunk. Which is awesome. It's also 320 from Bedrock to Skybox. So it's 10x. Yeah. It's actually not 32 by 32 by 32. It is only that size of a chunk for vertical height for the purpose of doing stuff server side or delivering data to you. That's all. It's performant as shit. Yeah, it's super performant. Like, if you want to see a chunk, you can actually just do /select chunk. And you see a whole chunk size. This is one chunk right here. And it's 32 by 32. They're massive, dude. Like, it's quite big. Yeah, 320 from the bottom to the top. There you go. Yep. Boop. Nice. All right. This is working. Can you explain a bit about chunk rendering in Hytale versus Minecraft? Sure. And we're about to hit ads, so if I get cut off, I'll just stop and wait for you. Chunks in Minecraft are 16 by 16, and it does the entire chunk at once. Chunks in Hytale are 32 by 32, and then split up into multiple 32 height chunks. Okay, we'll wait on the ads. I'll show you. All right, Bloxos. Come on, man. Come on, Bloxos. Why are you doing this to me? Do TTS in the meantime.
Matt_D80 said greebles were invented by John Greeble in 1970. Greeble 7.
I don't think that's true. I think it's a lie. It sounds like a lie. This man's lying. I believe it. That's bullshit, but I believe it. Is Bezos slowly getting bigger? No. No, he's not getting bigger. Although that is really funny. Erosion. Erosion. Why is Block Bezos so cursed? That's his job.
Tafane with 500 bits said in support of farmers, Celine Dion has removed all consonants from her name.
What? All right. All right. So we were talking about what the hell were we talking about before the ad break? I got cut off. Chunks. We're talking about chunks. So inside of Hightail, let me go pull this up over here. Do this. This is actually a chunk in Hightail. It is 32 wide by 32 tall. Or sorry, 32 wide by 32 wide. So like depth and width, right? And then it goes 320 from bedrock all the way up to skybox. So that is the full size of a chunk right now. However, in Hightail there are sub-chunks. So if you hit F7 twice, you will see over on the right side, there should be a thing that says what chunk I'm in. But do you see where it says 23, 10, 20? And then when I move down a little bit, it's actually saying like sub-chunks for this. So there are sections of a chunk. So it's 020 right now. And when I go up, it's 030 right here. Those sub-chunks, I think, are there to deal with server performance, where it's handling different heights and different areas in chunks of 32 by 32 blocks. So it's 32, 32, 32, and then done 10 times. So each chunk in this is actually 10 chunks going up into the sky and all the way down to bedrock, which is really interesting, right? For the purposes of you determining which chunk something is in with programming, it is just the X and Y coordinate. But in the purposes of the server performance, it is doing X and Y coordinate plus 10 variants within that. So it's not performing actions in the entire chunk at all times. It's doing it in micro chunks where it actually matters, which is going to save on server performance. At least that's what it appears to be doing right now. So I think it's cool. In Minecraft, though, you just get the whole chunk, and it's 16 by 16. Well, chunks in World Gen 2 differed. No, this is using World Gen 2. Yep. Subchunks are a division of height. That is correct. So if we take this and we do the selection tool, and we do like here all the way out to boop, 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 like that. So that's 32. And that's 32, like that. And then we take this and we go all the way up. I would love to see a number game. There we go. This is the size of a chunk plus subchunk. It is 32 by 32 by 32. There are 10 of these per real chunk. And those subchunks legitimately only have anything to do with what appears to be server performance. When you're accessing a chunk from Java, you're actually just accessing the whole chunk, which is all 10 of the subchunks at once. And that's it. Yeah. When it says 32, it's actually 33 because it starts counting the block. No, I think it's 32 by 32 because we do this and we do select chunk and we go and grab this, right? Let me scroll it back. There we go. That's 320. And then if we do this, it should say the number down here. I don't know if it is saying the number down. It's being mad about it. Let me go up to the top. Maybe it'll do it there. Because there's the 320. Yeah, 32 by 32. No, it is actually 32 by 32. It is correct. Boop. Yeah, so I think it's actually really important to understand is like the game is structured significantly better at the baseline than Minecraft. You have a multi-threaded environment. Every chunk is set up to be 32 by 32 with 10 subsections inside of them, specifically so that you could have a more performant experience, and it shows. They're doing this correctly, and I can't wait for people to figure that out because they will, and it's gonna be great, dude. Like, it's gonna be really goddamn good when people finally figure out, like, wait a minute, this is just better than Minecraft structurally. So, you think about the ruler tool? Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah. Why couldn't they do this with Minecraft though? Because Minecraft was built by a man in a cave 15 years ago, and then got bought by one of those powerful software companies in the world who created a secondary version that's objectively worse than the first version and filled it with microtransactions. Minecraft. Yeah. Toad PhD is saying, hello, Toad PhD, there you are. It's me, Toad PhD, your best friend. Just checking to see if you think about the new incurable virus that's coming up and should invest in canned food or ammo. Are you talking about the... What is it called? The Nipah virus? Is that the one you're talking about? I think it infected 100 people in India, and it spread through feces. I think it's the only one. Just don't touch anyone's poop, man. Yeah, just don't touch poop. That's it. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, it's 40% mortality rate. I keep up on all the happenings, my dude. I think it's one of those things is you would be very surprised at how often there are things like that around the world. The only difference is this one made the news. Like, it's like, that's it. You know, it's just one of those things. It's like, this one made the news. I wouldn't worry about it too much. There's no, like, risk of transport overseas. There's none of that shit. And it's really hard to transfer from human to human. You have to, like, interact with poop. Do not the poop, right? Yeah. And that's it, you know. Is it a conflict of interest to say the game is better when they're a sponsor? No, I can give my complete honest opinion about it. And they're not a sponsor in the traditional sense. I have a creator code for that, and that's it. And there's no, like, contractual obligation there. On top of that, any contracts that we do have, I always make it very public. I'm allowed to shit talk the game if I want to. As somebody who's been modding in Minecraft for the last 5 years, I've completely dropped modding in Minecraft to mod in this because it's an objectively better tool. I have no reason to continue modding in Minecraft for that reason. Like, it's just easier and better, and I can do way cooler shit in this. That's it. Like, I've been actually waiting for this, I think since 2022, when I first engaged with them, and they, like, sent me, like, a bunch of cool shit, like a mug and a shirt and all kinds of stuff, because originally I was like, yo, I want to use this. What are you guys doing? Tell me everything about it. And they did. And then they got bought by Riot, and then they got canceled, and then they got bought back by Simon, and then they got uncanceled, and now we're playing it. So, like, I'm pretty happy with this, man. If you are in any way concerned that my opinions on this are not valid because of my creator code on it, then fair. But, like, to be real with you, I'd be using this whether I had that code or not. It's just something nice that supports me. Yeah. And that's really what it comes down to, man. Pyro can be bribed by a mug and a t-shirt? You're goddamn right. Aloha Thor. Ayo, what's this? Is that a Rise Against shirt? Actually, it's a... What does it even say, dude? Oh, it's me and my 4 hours of sleep against the world with a skeleton on it, just freaking out. What are these purple emitters on the ground? So this right here is a object that I've been making. We have essences in Blockgame Minecraft, and those essences are used as a basis of currency for pretty much every single player in the game. Like, that is how we handle new players being able to have any, place in the economy whatsoever. And it's something that I needed to bring over, so I'm trying to get the visual, like, kind of style for it. And if you look, you can actually see that it's kind of warping around my hand down there, and then this one's warping around my hand. This is the greater essence. But one of the things that I'm going to be doing inside of the hightail version of Blockgame is every single item needs to be able to be placed on the ground. All of them do, right? So no matter what it is that I'm making, I want you to be able to decorate your house with it. So these items, if I can punch this to death, punch it to death! These items can actually be placed, and do that, and then broken, and they do that. So you can actually just like, and there we go. And I'm working on the particle effects for that right now. Also, I have this. But you're not ready for that. Not yet. Is that the Fluid Thor? No, I deleted the Fluid Thor. We will never put that out again. That was horrific, actually. It spread like wildfire. It was like gray goo. Yeah. It's been staring us from Crystal this whole time. Go look into its eyes. It's there. You're right. Do you see it there in the distance, Chat? Waiting. Watching. Ready to end the time of man. But not today. Not yet. It's not ready. We record sounds for the Thoob, maybe. Fluid Thor was a horror. It was pretty bad. Thor spent so long asking himself if he could, he never stopped asking if he should. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, the answer is that you always should. Watch this. You always should. Just remember he's there, waiting. The moon. Always. How long is a day cycle in Hytale? It's 24 hours in-game hours. I don't know how long they last. They might be like a minute each. I'm not sure. Might be 2 minutes each. I have no clue. You might be able to slow it down, too. What's the matter, baby? That's pretty good, dude. All right. Audio shit's done. This is done. Let's go and look at this particle effect. Because something's wrong with it. It looks weird. Just got this set to erosion and linear filtering. Erosion and linear filtering. Block type not expire. Okay, I think that's kind of all I need to do with it, right? I do think that I need to lower the opacity on this terrible, sad thing, but whatever. We'll go to this. 0 to 100. I think I need to do 70%. Punch it. Okay, that's kind of cool. I think it should be 80. We'll go up a little bit. Beep, 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 beep. This is why I love particle effects, man. You can just, like, spend all day making something neat. Look at that. Watch it, watch it. It's perfect. It's exactly what I want. Hell yeah. It works. Hello, lady. I made it effect. That's what I'm doing today. It's been a good couple of months. Dude, you've been awesome. So thank you very much. 50 streams in a row, dude. It works. It works. Oh, that's cool. Wait till you see it during the day. Watch this. I put a bunch of distortion effects around it, so we actually have, like, a distortion effect there that wiggles around it because it's, like, kind of neat. And then also an item effect with the distortion running on it. Ah. And a punch effect. So that's kind of cool. It just merged into itself. But all of these will be able to be placed by players. Hell yeah. Works. Works! And it's got custom sounds. So, now that we've done this, now that I finally have one of these working, guess what I have to do? I have to do it for all of them. I have to do it for all of them, but now we have a template. Ah. The template. The template. So what we do now is we create a system of inheritance. And the way that we do that is we make a new object called an essence template, and then we make that essence template everything that this is, and then we apply it as a parent to this, and then we make this only different in terms of its color and its model. and its texture. And that's it. Ta-da! Maggot plus Holy Laser is awesome. Dude, we should play some Bollocks Pit today. That might be fun. This one can't be placed yet, but it will be. The sounds are good, too. All right. Now for the fun part. Let's go into here. We're going to create a new one, and we're going to call it Ingredient Essence Parent. And we're going to make this into an item. Oh, come on, man. Ingredient Essence Parent. No, Essence Parent. There we go. And we're going to create that, and we're going to bring that there. And now we're going to take everything from this one, grab that as a source, go back into this one, go into here, dump it in, and then apply it. Neat, right? And now... Oh, that shouldn't live in there. God damn it. Delete that. Delete it! Duplicate this one, please. Ingredients. Essence. Parent. Just duplicate it. Make my life easy. There we go. And now we have to go into this, and there's no way to add inheritance. Ingredient. Essence. Parent. Boop. There we go. There we go. And now we can get rid of all of these things. If we get rid of that, our parent should be able to carry it over, yeah? Aha! Item entity. Okay, let's go into here, and we're going to start deleting things. This all needs to be the same. Player animation ID, parented. Item particles. Item particles will always be the same, parented. Item light, different. Block type. Parented, parented. We're doing it. Oh, actually, I think block type needs to be in here. Let me transparent that back. Empty and transparent. Let me see. Block light needs to be custom. I think the whole block section needs to be inherited. The more that I look at this. Yeah. Hitbox type, hitbox essence. Block set sound ID. Can I remove that? That's under block? Yeah. Did that not work? That may not have worked. That may not have worked. Shit. Let's go find out why. Yeah, it looks like I actually have to manually set the sound ID. That's sort of lame. Yeah, that's lame. That's lame. You hate the dentist? It's so scary? How do you think that guy feels? Imagine staring at teeth all day. I'd be like, dude, if I was a dentist, I'd be so self-conscious of teeth, man. That'd freak me out. Like, if I got to see rotten teeth all day, my oral hygiene would be immaculate. Like, it's like the scariest thing imaginable, man. Ugh. Okay, item light is going to be unique. Block type. Okay, there are two ways I can do this. I can do an ingredient essence parent and an ingredient essence parent greater. And the reason why is... Oh, actually, no, I can't. Because block type has to have uniqueness in it. We can't do an entire block type model from that. Gathering, breaking, that needs to be pulled. and be unique on per. The hitbox essence needs to be unique per. I feel like there's very little that we can actually gain by doing inheritance here, the more that I look at this. Which is kind of unfortunate, really. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Everything in this thing is pretty unique. I mean, it gains some, like, basic shit up here, but, like, it's not very much, you know? Like, not very much at all. Huh. Teeth are actually often not good because of genetics. Now, how do you take care of them? But yeah, brush your teeth. True. Yeah, no, we see that quite a lot because in animal rescue, it's the same. Like, no matter, they could have the exact same food, they could have the exact same conditions, they could have the exact same cleaning regimen. One of them, their teeth rot out of their head, and the other one, they keep their teeth till they're 9. Right? For the ferrets, it's just like, that's just how that goes. And there is absolutely a genetic component. 100%. We see it all the time, you know? So, same with people. Yep. Okay. I think what we will do is just go into this, grab that, go into this, grab this, and just dump it. And then we will go over here to inheritance. We will get rid of the parent object because this is not going to function. What are you mad about? Why could you possibly be angry? Monty, your weird bullshit. That was weird. Nice. He's angry because he's mad? Yes. All right. Now we're going to take this and we're going to copy it over to another one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this the skeeziest, silliest way possible. This was the old amount of data, by the way. This is the new amount of data. It's a shitload of stuff. So I'm going to take this. We're going to go put it over on here. We're going to take this and dump it. And then I'm going to take all of this that says essence greater. Anytime it says corrupted, I'm going to change the word corrupted to earth, which is already going to solve most of my problems. We're going to say match case on that, replace all, and corrupted earth, and then replace all with that, so that replace another 2. And then the last piece is the particle colors need to change. So we have a section in here for particle color. That's the light color, so that'll need to be brought over. And we'll go look at light color. Where's our light color? There we go, light color. And I think there's another section for light color because I think it's the item light color. There we go. There's the block light color and the item light color is 2 separate values. And then particle color. Where's me old particle color? It's got to be this, but bright green. So I think I just have to make a new one. There we go. And editor. No, don't discard the changes. I put them in there for a reason. And now we can go down here to our particles like this. And this color right there, that's not going to fly. So we're going to grab that instead. And now hopefully, in-game, it has not shit itself violently. My God, it just worked. My God. Genius. It just worked. It just worked. This is why we do standard naming schemes. Yay! Now I just got to do that a million more times. It just works. Yep. Oh, I do have to get it working for one of these, so we'll do that too. Yeah, a million and one times. We have 12 of them. It's not that big a deal. Little bit of grunt work. Not a biggie. I want to get one of these working, though, so I'm going to grab that for the next one. And we're going to go in here. We're going to look at this exact same thing, and anytime it says replace underscore greater, we will just remove that. And then we'll take that and we'll throw it in here. Please, sir. There we go. And apply that change. Go over to this. go down over to here. Grab that. I feel like something's wrong. Alright, what's going on here? What shenanigans have just occurred? Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Hold up, I'm a dumbass. I think I know why. I don't think I made an Essence block model. Did I? Did I? Oh, yeah, I did. The hell? Why are you angry then? What are you mad about? Oh, okay, you just wanted to fake me out. And I hold it. I'm actually holding it in my hand. In my hands, like that. That looks good. That looks really good, actually. Hell yes. And then if we take this version, that looks good. Look at that. Look at that. That looks nice. Look how nice that looks. Look at that. Versus that. Versus that. I think that looks cool. Yeah. Nice. Looking good in block form. All of it's looking pretty good. Yeah, it's satisfying, exactly. Alright. Those are done. Let's go make the other ones. It was weird that it, like, messed up the graphic on that. Why does your avatar look like a Dread Pirate Rez? I don't know. Made him look like a pirate, dude. It's a pirate with my hair and my dork-ass glasses. And I dress like this IRL, so... You know. Outside of the internet, when I'm not in my office. Alright, now we're going to take this one. We're going to do the exact same thing. We got to go into here, grab the source. We got to go down to the fire one here. So do this exact same thing. Swap out corrupted or fire. Replace all. And now corrupted or fire. Replace all. And now we need to grab the colors, which in this case we're going to have... Where's our light? There's our light color. Light color. Light color. Take this whole thing, dump it in there, apply it, look at this side, go to our particles. Where's me particles? You. What is the actual color that I chose there? A50. So if we go to A05000, there we go. And then we'll ramp that up. Take this looking game and I think the particles could be a little bit brighter on that. There we go. And they'll give off light correctly too. Nice. Nice. When the rest of us get our own thube-like objects, what, you want a thube? I mean, you could have this one. He's just in there waiting. Ready. You know, if you want. The horror.
Bizarre with 500 bits said, what did my dad say to your dad? Nothing, because he's the same person # our dad.
No, not our dad. God damn it. You can't just have my dad. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You can't have my dad, dude. You can't have him. There we go.
Lord underscore Ledris with 500 bits said you say that it is 10 tickles to make an octopus laugh, but you are wrong, it is 8, because the other 2 are just test tickles.
No, that's not true. No, you can't say that. Oh my god. Goblin ass.
Indigo Silverbell with 500 bits said just a bit of funny 40k lore for you. An orc once went back in time and killed his earlier self just to get a second copy of his favorite gun.
Oh, I know that one.
Somehow the brilliant fool didn't cease to exist despite the paradox messing up his WAAAGH.
Yes.
Yar cultist.
I knew about this. I knew of this story. Too orange. Too yellow. Needs to be more pale. There we go. There we go. Nice. Oh, it looks like a lemon drop? Eat it. It's probably good for you. It's probably fine. It's probably, you know? You know? You know? You know? Fine. There's a website for that? Only orcs? Jesus. Don't only orcs, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it.
The underscore scared underscore gamer underscore said, Mr. Thorkson, we've been trying to get in contact with you about your time loop warranty.
Oh.
It's about to expire in 10 seconds. Warranty expired, commencing time loop. Have a good 2020.
Don't do it. Don't commence the time loop, please. I just escaped. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to 2020 of all years either. That's horrifying. It's weird that that one's kind of dull, right? Yeah, 2020's bullshit, dude. I got 3 of them down. Well, technically 4. By God, it's working. Pretty happy with this. Sometimes I feel like we've never left 202. My man. What is this? Look what he did to Ultra. What do you mean, what did they did to Ultraman? That's gross, man. No, that sucks, man. No, that sucks. Born in Japan, Ultraman AI by Suburaya. It's hard to say. Global is coming to Abstract via By Then AI. With a global presence in over 190 countries, a hit Netflix series, and a Marvel Cosmic. Yeah, comics. They're doing AI. I think the thing that's really funny to me about Twitter, and I know it's not going to be like a talk about AI in this, is if we click Abstract, you'll see something really funny about this profile here. And you'll see that John Cena is following them. Because at some point on Twitter, and I don't know why or when this happened, whoever is managing John Cena's Twitter account followed everyone on Twitter. Literally everyone. And it's just been like that ever since. And I think it's a brilliant marketing scheme. Brilliant, actually. I'm pretty sure. Is he following me? John Cena follows me as well. Yeah, he follows me. So you'll see that he's following over 1 million people. And basically what he's doing is he's following, like whoever's running his account is following everyone. So you just see his name everywhere. Just everywhere. Yeah, he follows me as well. It's the same shit. You just see him everywhere. And I find that fascinating. Yeah, it's really, really interesting, actually. You know, he follows me. But he follows everybody. He's not very hidden, is he? That is a smart marketing move? Kind of. I mean, the problem is every once in a while... Think about it this way. People only care about who you follow when someone gets canceled online, right? Like, that's really what it is. They only care about if you're following someone that gets canceled because they did some horrible shit. When John Cena is following someone and that person does some horrible shit, people just go, oh, whatever, John Cena follows everyone. And I've seen that happen in discourse, which is really interesting. So I'm like, he's immune to that now. And you see his name everywhere. This is actually brilliant. Good old John Cena, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's technically good marketing. Kind of. It's more weird, right? Yeah. He's both everywhere and nowhere. Cena's Twitter feed is underwhelming at best. I'm going to be real with you, though. It's not really about his Twitter feed. It's about you seeing his name and remembering that John Cena exists. It's keeping him in the public's eye. Whether he posts or not, he's always there. That's smart and weird at the same time. Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you. My favorite John Cena moment is and always will be Bing chilling. So, there's that. I thought it was hilarious. Every time I see him, I just hear that in my head. He's there, you just don't see him? True. Alright, going to this one. Grab this up. We're going to change out... What is it? Radiant. Water. And then lowercase r, radiant, for lowercase w, water. Replace all of those. There's another two. And then we can go into this and grab, where is your light? There it is. Light stolen. All right, that's done. Now we can take this, drop it in here, apply it, go into the editor, go to your particles. Where's me particles? Go to blue. Actually, what is the color of the light? 018. So 001080. There we go. And then ramp this into the sun. Like that. Grab this. Nice. Nope, not quite right yet. No, not quite like that. That's better. I like that. Because it kind of matches the outline. It's blue, but it's still got, like, white in it. Nice. Nice green crystals. Not green, you goblin. I'm on to you. It's liminal John Cena. Yeah, he's kind of turned into an SCP, hasn't he? That's fascinating, right? I think we already did the green one. Yes. Good. Now we need the wind one. Yeah, no, it's actually really fascinating to me to see that he's, like, somehow managed to do that, you know? Wind, we're going to do water with capital W, and wind with a capital W. By God, the end of an era. The item is finished. Was that Blurple? You're Blurple. Blurple. Would John Cena be an SCP, or does social media profile be the SCP? I think it's John Cena. I'm pretty sure it's John Cena being the SCP. Yeah. Yeah. Why make so many differently shaded gray crystals and call them different colors? Okay, buddy. You need to see an optometrist? Optician? You need to see a doctor. Or an old priest and a young priest. One of the two. It's a doodad. Applied. I don't remember what I set doodad to, and I'm too afraid to ask. It's a gather type doodad. There we go. What are these essences for? The entire basis of our whole in-game economy in Blockgame. This is the most important component of the entirety of our economy. If you've ever played EVE Online, you know that the whole economy is volume-based. And it's volume-based on tritanium, mexilon, and pyrite in very large part. Any player in the entire game, from the very first day that you play to years down the line, will be trading in these materials and many other materials. With those, you will be mining these and obtaining these from different professions around the game, and then you take all of those and you use them to do anything in terms of the economy. These are the baseline materials used anywhere. Microtransactions? No microtransactions. No. 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 Okay. So with this one, our color is 555. 505050. That's why it's important that these don't look like shit. To be clear. Boop. And boop. And... Okay. You love to see it. Tokenization? What about tokenization? What about it? Let's see. Anything that says greater, and we change it to nothing. Replace all. Go into here. Apply. Go into this one. Replace all. Go into here. Apply. Wonder if I needed furniture lighting on that. I don't know if I did. Is everything you need to know about Zultralord? That is true. That is everything you need to know about Zultralord. You don't need to know anything else about him. Apply. And then fire greater. Replace all. I think I might need to change the model size a little bit for the smaller ones. I think the smaller ones are a little bit too big. The more that I think about this. Because they get quite large like that. So, custom model scale is going to be 0.4. Let's try that. And then we'll set the scale of this. There's another scale in here. There we go. This would be 1.8. Just like that. Apply that change. We'll go try it in game. I like... Oh. We just gotta do that now? I like the smaller one more. Okay. Alright. That's very funny. Okay, model scale 0.4. And then... scale there is going to be 1.8. Apply that. Go to this one. 1.8. 0.4. Save. Radiant. 1.8. 0.4. Save. Fire. 1.8. 0.4. Save. And then Earth. 1.8. 0.4. And Corrupted. 1.8. 0.4. But will it crash me? Let's find out. The answer is no. Sick. Alright. We did it. They're done. They're done. Wait. I've made a mistake. I've made a mistake. I need to fix it. Where is it? No red? What do you think about no red? There's a thing in here that says item quality rare that needs to be changed to uncommon. And that's it. Apply those changes. What do you mean, what's the file extension? On what? About scaling the effect up and down? I kind of like it the way it is, to be honest with you. Green! Glorious. Whoop, 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 whoop. You have to understand something. When one of these drops, you want to pick it up. Like, you want to see this. It needs to be bright. It needs to be vibrant. This is going to be a very major part of in-game currency. And now, because I've set them up this way, look at the moon. It's wonderful. Now that I've set them up this way, you can apply them as decoration in your homes. Kind of cool, right? Oh. Huh. Hmm. Can the moon be a 3D model? No. It's a PNG, unfortunately. Yeah. Nice sound replacing items. Thanks. Alright. Little bit of an oddity. A little bit weird. I think I know what's going wrong, though. Okay, so on this right here, we have a block hit essence, this one. Shit. So this is really weird. And I think it's because the collision box is wrong. Let me take a look at this. If we place one of these up here, we take a look at it. Collision box is up there. The effect is actually working directly on it. But the hit effect is below it. Put it here, hit effect's in the right spot. So it leads me to believe that it's not rotating. That may actually be a bug on their end, dude. That might actually be a bug on their end. Where the hit particle is not going off correctly for this. The block particle is. Let's see what happens when we break it, actually. I may just get rid of ceiling placement for these, because it already looks kind of weird. Yeah. Do particles have a source? Not these ones. I might get rid of ceiling placement. Like, the problem is we have a item essence particle set, right? And that handles all of those. And you can see target entity is self. Let's go to entity and see if that changes things. As I'm full of slime and dying. Nope. It looks like a lamp. I will be changing the model later. God, I hate having, like, this slime cough, dude. These are the block particles here. Target entity part. Primary item. Let's try that. Oh, dear. Well, that's a bit weird. Well, I managed to break the one in my hand. It's probably not the best. Let's try entity. Since I'm holding it, I count as the entity now, right? That makes me feel gross. Alright, well, that's not gonna work. Yeah, a little bit of a drunk filter there, right? Shit. It's funny how mountains and deserts aren't human. What? Yeah, I'm gonna remove it from ceilings. We'll make it placed on the ground. I think that's fine. Let's go into block, and I think there's a section on placement. Is it rotation? We change this to NESW. And then we'll go into this. Place it on the ground. Can't place it on the ceiling. I think that fixes the problem. And I think it actually still adds a lot of functionality to it. We just won't make it so things can be placed in the ceiling. Because, like, my plan is to make it so that things that are placed in the ceiling are, like, lamps and shit. This is supposed to be a material. So, like, if we could place everything on the ceiling like that, it would be a little bit weird. Because I'm going to make, like, steaks and cocoa beans and all kinds of shit do this. And if it... if it does it for every object, it's going to get real weird real fast. So, I think this will be fun. Can you just show the chat command how you change worlds in-game? Just do /pp world and then the name of the world. And you can get the world from your folders here under universe and then worlds, and then that'll be the instance right there. Whatever instance you want it to be, you know. Well, looks like Jake is making a Midgard. We might have to go there and check that out. Nice. We had a radioactive ore called Bam? No. What is this? Oh, god damn it. One sec. Where are those questions? Okay. I screwed something up on the game jam. One moment. When I copied over the old game jam to the new game jam, it removed all of the formatting for something. So give me just a minute to get this fixed, because this is bad. Game jams. Edit. Edit. We're going to grab Game Jam 18, which is this one. And Game Jam 17, which was this one. We're going to go all the way to the bottom. And we'll go down to here. All of these questions are missing. So that sucks. I don't know why. Because if we go all the way down here, they just don't exist. Great. Fantastic. Is this fields or is it criteria? It's fields. Fields. That sucks. Okay, email address. We're going to make that required and private. I'm just going to do one of these and one of these. Wait, which one's 18? Oh, this one's the 18th one. Discord names. Grab that. Required and private. And this is going to be a multi-line string. And then this one is there. That one's there, and that's a URL. And that's required. And then this one is going to be have you checked this? God damn it. Come on. Yes, single line string. And then is this on there? Name. Yes or no. Required. 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 And then one more. And that one is not required. Dude, I hate this slime. I hate it. It is the worst. You're an idiot? That's fine. Become idiot. It will make you more powerful than you can imagine. All right. And save that. We should be good to go now. Glad somebody actually said something, because that's rough. All right. Cool. Actually, I have one more. All right, that is now fixed. I don't know when that got deleted, because we definitely have these every single time. It's like one of the first things that I put together. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? Okay, and the primary is always playability. That's the thing that matters most. We have that set to voted on. It looks like it deleted a whole bunch of shit, actually. Yeah. That's wild. All right. Just BR everything on it, dude. How did this go unnoticed for so long, though? Kronos is saying that apparently there's a report of Itch doing this to a couple other game jams in the last few weeks, so it may be a bug on their end. Because I remember putting this together. This is like the first thing that I do when I copy over for the next game jam, is I set it up and do this. Which is a little bit weird. You know what I mean? Because I set it up every time, and then we hit save jam, and we go for it. But Cronus is saying that. I don't know if that's accurate, but that seems quite weird, you know? Yeah, because everything else is still set exactly the same way. It's very strange. Really strange. So I don't know. No idea. Strange, strange. Well, yeah, whatever. Boop. Alright. Following up from Lost Souls, drink a bucket of chicken soup. It's been proven to help build white blood cells. Why don't I just drink a bucket of white blood cells? Obviously, this is the right choice. Yeah, duh. Exactly. Alrighty. All of these objects should now be functioning correctly. Can't use any of these. And we can use them here. Nice. Sushi is a sandwich? Yes. Yes. Onigiri is a Wellington. They sound so Super Nintendo. I know. What has Jake been doing on this map? I'm convinced it's shenanigans. Convinced, they say. A little bit of skullduggery afoot, yes. Is it ever not shenanigans? Dude, it's always shenanigans. I really don't know why I'm so slimed today, dude. Be gone, volcanic. Oh, did it delete it? It did not delete it. Let's go see the different mechanics of this, if I can delete a world. /world. remove. And then we can change this one right here. That world is now gone. It looks like it kept the world file, though. Oh. What? Delete it. A little bit weird. So this is the name right now. We're going to test world. Renamed it. TP world test world. Couldn't find world test world. Okay, so TP world, that one. So what happens if I reload the server now that I've renamed that folder? Is it tied to the folder or is it tied to a configuration file name? Let's find out. Slinks back into a vent. Don't you do it. You get out of that vent right now. Get out of the vent. You can have teleporters to go through between the worlds? Absolutely. In fact, I can make portals that actually work between each one of these environments and totally function that way. It's kind of cool. Do ferrets have itchy skin a lot? Yeah, they do. Ferrets have pretty bad circulation when they're sleeping, so when they wake up, imagine like a full body. You know, like when your foot falls asleep? Imagine that for your whole body. And they just itch a whole bunch. They're like, It's like full body static. Yeah, it's not great for them. Not a fun experience. Vent is cozy. Get out of the vent.
E. Filsgod said, can we get the Thube as a trap block that shoots Thorbs?
Sure. We could do that. You get so itchy sometimes that you will literally scratch yourself raw? Dude, that's not good. Like, stop it. Don't. Do not, dude. Holy shit.
Cleft N. Twain with 500 bits said, do you think when our pets see us do things like turn on lights and make water appear from a wall, they think we are gods? Yar think.
I think Spaghetti, my dog, sees me as a treat dispensing device. Where whenever I'm around, I secretly give him secret, like, milk bones and treats, and like whatever I can find to give him that is like a good dog-appropriate treat. Because he's always like, he looks at me and he goes, oh, like no matter what's going on, and he knows. And I'm like, oh, he looks so sad. Treat. And I basically trained him to look sad. Which is probably not the best idea. Yeah. Every time he looks sad, I give him food. I just trained him to look sad. He's manipulated me? Yes. He may have manipulated me, but in return, I have trained him to look sad. Perfect. I've blown it up. All right. So we have to go back into that, and we have to rename that file to this. What? Yeah, let's stop the server for 5 seconds. Let's reload this page. What? What? No, Jake, don't worry about it. I did find a really interesting bug. Like a really interesting bug. Unironically. Don't worry about it. I'm finding something weird, dude. Oh, that's so strange. That isn't even the right world that it did that to. Don't worry about it. What'd you do? Don't worry about it. Probably broke the server. So I found something really interesting, is I wanted to see if they tied world name to the folder itself. But instead, the server did something really weird when I changed my instance folder to another name. it took our Hightail default world and it changed that folder's name to my instance default flat, rebuilt it as a copy of my default flat, and then refused to start the server. Incredibly strange behavior. You deleted that world? Which world? It was still on the server. What? Oh, yeah, no. Oh, you deleted it. With a bunch of numbers. You deleted it. Okay. So this one recreated its own configuration then with another one. I thought it had written over it. It's kind of interesting. Let me try this. It booted. Midgard is the default world now? Is it? Look what I got done. Look at him. Isn't that cool? You could punch him too. Watch. Nice. Grandpa Cough? Dude, I am sliming today. Anyway, we have all of our essences now. They're done. So I'm probably going to move on to making random food items. Was this made easier because you made the base template? No. I tried to make a base template for this, and I thought it was going to be really cool, but there were so many unique pieces of these in terms of color. You can't inherit subcategories. You can inherit primary categories. And I'll give you an example of this, right? If we go pull this up, and we go look at my essence on this, we'll go grab this here. Do you see how this primary category is block? I can't inherit everything in here except for the color. I can just inherit all of block type. And if you try to inherit these subcategories, it just didn't work. So inheritance is a little bit busted right now. It should be inheriting every subcategory as well, but it's not doing that. If that was working, then I would have a template, and the template would be awesome, and then I could have everything derived from the template, but it's not working. So I can't just have, like, only the color change for each one of these, right? And that's all. Yeah. Every time you tune in and playing with rocks, I'm done with the rocks. I just finished them as of right now. So we're done, dude, which is cool. These are all done now. They can be placed on the ground. They can be thrown out on the ground. They get beams of light on them. And depending on its rarity class, it gets a different beam of light. They have different sizes to them. They have different sounds and particle effects. And you can punch them, and they have particle effects. And they have noises for everything. And it all works. Can you stick them on players? No. I wonder if I can make it so you can wear it on your head. No. Not right now. But you're done playing with your kidney stones? Pretty much. Yeah. So now we need to make a reason for it. Can you lick them? Yes. So anyway, go to bed and rest, you piece of unseasoned fried chicken? No, I have 6 more hours. Did you make the Scarek pitfall yet? I did not. Instead, I got, onto this so we can actually start building shit. We have our Blockgame Tide Pods now. That is correct. They have good sounds, too. So now what I need to do is I need to make it so that these all work. Also, I was able to make it so if you look at these... I screwed up. There's another bug. I need to fix that. They're pulling the wrong strings. I don't know why they're pulling the wrong strings. Why is it the wrong string? That doesn't make any sense. Hold up. Categories? No. Corrupted grader. There we go. We just do this for each one of the lesser ones. Translation properties are pulled over. I did the strings wrong. There we go. I should probably get rid of furniture lighting on these two. When I learn how to mod Hightail, can anyone suggest a starter project for the basics that I can build for my skills from? Yeah. So first thing you're going to want to do, honestly, is start tearing apart the other stuff that you see inside of the Hightail asset editor. All you got to do is set up your own data pack, and you do that by going up here and clicking Add Pack and filling this out. Once you do that, you now have your version and the base game's version, and you can swap between those using this UI up here in the top left. This is Hightail's version, this is your version, right? Now you can take stuff from theirs, overwrite it, put it on your side, and start playing with it. Just get used to the editor. Find out what an item is. Find out like how you can change the texture on an item or change a model on the item. Don't start from scratch at first. Tear apart what they've made and try and figure out why it works that way. And it's going to be a little bit frustrating at first, and that's okay. You'll learn a bunch of shit, though, and you'll go from there and then start making really neat stuff. I've only been working on this stuff for 15 days now, but I have, like, a pretty good understanding. Like, I feel really confident working in it now, and I'm sure you'll feel the same way. It just takes a little bit of elbow grease to learn it, man. But if you have any questions, hit me up. Ask along the way, dude, because I've got basically everything done at this point that I want to learn from the asset editor, and I'm just implementing cool shit now. Boop. The Game Jam submissions that don't have those questions, do we need to resubmit? Yes, please do. Yeah. Yeah, please resubmit. That sucks. I don't know why that happened, but it did. And in time, the documentation will improve. Yeah. We did it! It's done! You want me to do an announcement for that? Yeah, I will. Yoop. News. At everyone. Jam. There we go. Grab that out, and off we are. Bro, what? That's really weird. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. All right. By God, we've done it. Okay. Now I need to add a different type of meat for everything. So, I have a problem. In Blockgame, we had a very limited amount of animals inside of Minecraft. The problem is that Hightail has 1 billion of them. Yeah. How did you apply that wavy effect to the tonsil stones? Is it just animation? It's actually a particle effect using what is called a distortion filter on it. And there's 2 of them. One of them is a little wiggly that kind of wiggles around, and the other one is little bits that fly off of it. It's kind of neat, right? And there's another one when I place it that goes like this. And when it gets destroyed, it goes like this. Like it disperses. Yeah. And then if we punch it, it does this. Neat. Why the sound, though? Sounds cool. That's why. You know? They're magic, so. Magic noise. You say Zoltralord in my chat? Don't say his name 3 times, dude. It's like saying Candlejack 3 times. Why would anyone say Candlejack 3 times? Ridiculous. Oh, do what? Say Beetlejuice? Why would you say Beetlejuice 3 times? That's even more absurd. What's the matter with you? We're going down a dangerous path here? What's that dangerous path? What'd that be? All right. By God, we've done it. I need to think about all the meats. We need to come up with meats. You guys want to design some meats? I feel like we have to get all of the animals together with our creative tools and look at the entities that we have, right? Because there's like bats and bison and polar bears and birds and fish. There's got to be like archetypes though, right? Like a chicken should drop bird meat. You know what I mean? Maybe that's how we handle it. We do bird meat. Wait, if we have fish meat and bird meat, what does a catfish drop? Does it drop cat meat or fish meat? Moo. I like that the cow calf has its tongue sticking out. Look at that. Ridiculous, actually. Fish, but rare cat drop. Nice. A doe. Deer stag. Dragon. Dragon meat. A duck. Do you think ducks should drop bird meat or cronai? Like a tiny Kronos? I have questions. Should these guys drop bug meat? Dusty bones? Edible rat? It's an edible rat, dude. That's got to drop rat meat, right? It's called edible. What does that drop? What does that guy drop? Ooh. The house is suddenly freezing. Excuse you. The house is suddenly really freezing. I need to go check on stuff. Give me just a minute. What the hell temperature is it? Jesus. All right, give me a sec. I'm going to go check on all the animals. One moment. Oh, hi. I'm eating a snack. How are the ferrets? They're doing fine. The ferret room is 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Henry is out and running around. He's doing good. All right. I think I need to build an entity. Or... I have an interesting idea. In Blanky, maybe soon. Chief Multi-Hat, you can change that to whatever you want. I have an idea. It's a weird idea, and I'm trying to think it through to see if this is valuable. So I noticed something earlier that I could actually do to make it so that a block was unbreakable without specific kinds of tools. We can already implement that right now, and I can also change the rate at which you break a block based on which kind of tool specifically you are currently using. Each individual tool can have its own weight and power, but it is not tied onto the item itself. It's tied into a category of tools. So if we go into this and we look, I'm trying to find the section on this. But it was like a default block kind of a thing. Let me find it. It was called Doodad. I called it Doodad. None of this. None of that. Where the hell is Doodad? I know you're in here. I know the Doodad is in here, god damn it. Do you guys see the word Doodad anywhere? No. Bottom area? Ah, there it is. Gather type. Doodad. Found it. It's all the way at the bottom. So the thing that's really interesting about this is if we set the gather type for an item, you can find this. Under gathering, breaking, gather type doodad. This is interesting. And the reason this is interesting is if I go up here and I type doodad, item tool spec, I can make specific powers of, like, item strength. And this is set to 0.35. And the reason why that's important is it means that it's 35%, right? So when I place one of those objects on the ground, and I want to break it open, I have to hit it 3 times. because then it'll be over 100%, right? So the part that's interesting about that is, what if I don't need to set an HP for the gates on your guys' towns? What if I need to make them immune to all damage, except for specific tools? And you guys can craft those specific tools. And those tools get stronger with higher levels. So instead of using your normal weaponry to break in, you use, like, crowbars and shit like that to break in. And they're used only for this. And we can do breaching charges and everything else, too. Because we can do a specific thing of town gate damage, right? Yeah. Siege weapons, battering rams, we can make all of that function that way. And for the basic normal movement for you guys, you can have hand tools to do it that are very weak. And I think that would be really interesting and easy to implement. Because we have large lost civilization door, right? Furniture, human, range, door, large. We can go take a look at this right now. We'll go look in here. Large, lost. Oh, what is it actually called? Oh, it's actually just called ruins, door, large. All right. Ruins, door, large. So we can take this item, and we can look at the properties for that under gather. Gathering, breaking, and its gather type is woods. I can just change that to a special type and be done with it. Yeah. Aggressive knocking, pretty much. Could we weaken a door with snowman milk? Why are you like this? Are they different species for player characters to do from? Species? You mean like your character model? Is that what you're trying to say? That's up to you. You can change that on your side, I believe. Yeah, I don't see why not. There's a door green. You're green. But I think this might be a really easy way to do this, man. Like, unironically, I think this is actually quite good, you know? And then we don't have to set an HP. We can just have it working with their system. This one is in item unarmed gathering, though. Which makes me wonder, like, what happens if I hit that with a tool? You can't break it with a tool. You can only break it unarmed. So that's perfect. That's actually perfect, right? Oh. Oh, you want like racial stats on stuff? No, I'm not going to do any racial stats or anything like that. You only get one character and you can't re-roll it. So like everybody is an Einherjar, right? So you're all the same. You can stat your stuff differently based on how you want your talent points to go though. So that's important. Can objects self-repair over time? Yeah, I could set that up. Cuz like, see this? And you leave it alone. What is the timing on that? But it regenerates, see? So if they don't break a door down, we can totally do that. And you can see, like, it breaks pretty fast. So I can just change that so it's not woods. We'll set it to, like, siege doors, you know? Its own thing. No, I think this is a great way to do this. What are we going to name all these? We can even make other types of models for these too, man. Give us big-ass battering rams with fires inside in the shape of a wolf? Okay. Maybe eventually. We gotta get some basic shit done first, right? We'll get a crowbar working that actually functions. Yeah, fortifications will be a part of this. That's the whole idea. Jake is working on the town side of stuff. I'm working on the itemization side of stuff right now. And I'm thinking about how I can do implementation of this in a way that is sane. And this seems sane. Mostly. you know? Huh. The devs thought about this. It is sane. Can we have bigger doors that are harder to destroy? I think the way that I want to do this is I want to do tiers of doors. So, like, right now, we have all these door types, right? And I don't want to tie the visual style to the tier in any particular way. Like, maybe we have this be a door, and then it has, like, symbols in those spots, right? That'll be the door that is there. And then it shows you how strong it is based on how many symbols are on the door. Does that make sense to you? Stuff like that. Little things where it's like, it displays the strength of the door through small changes or some shit. I just don't know yet. I don't know how I want it to be. For now, it's just a door, you know. What if you double, triple door? You won't be able to. The idea is that you place one down and it makes the other one. Yeah. Gives the rune guys another job. Oh, true. Are players going to be placing doors in your game? Yeah, they will be. They'll be placing this door. Your town is fully modifiable by you. So, like, this right here is the smallest size of town. And if we do select chunk, you can see that it's 9 chunks, so it's 3 by 3 for that. And the idea is that one chunk has to be your barracks, which is going to be this one, with the gate. And one chunk has to be your core, which is, you know, the objective there. And the rest of it, you can do any other type of chunk style that you want. So you can have, like, farms and laboratories and whatever the hell you want it to be, right? And those will buff everything. Yeah. You're about to ask you stuff? Yeah, ask me whatever you want, man. Is the door art built in, or did you create the assets? This is built in Hytale. This is built in, yeah. I've been building a bunch of other stuff, but this is just a built-in model. It's part of the game. Could you do a hive city? Could do a hive city. I mean, like, eventually we can make a door like this one, which is the hive door, and make that available. It's gross. Could still do it, you know. What are we doing? Building a door model? No, we're going to turn it into a siege target, which I think is going to be kind of cool. The idea is that I want you to run up to a town, and, you know, when the siege is going on, you just have a bunch of people that are like, with their siege weapons, like, beating on the door. And the more people that you have, like, the faster it breaks through, but it'll have quite a lot of HP. Is the idea. Yeah. The door is bugged. You're bugged. You can see this is breaking very fast, and it's breaking a little bit too fast. Like, it shouldn't be doing that with your bare hands, right? So, like, that's sort of the idea of, like, getting that to function correctly. What? There you go. But if we go and look at this, the siege door is set to woods, I believe. Yeah, gather type is woods. So if we look at woods, you can see that it's item tool spec, unarmed. Woods. And I don't know how they were able to pull that for everything. I'm not quite sure, because Doodad is set to item tool spec, and it's in there as well. So, Doodad, it's in unarmed item tool spec. And not only allowed us to do that with unarmed, but it looks like these doors can actually be broken in other ways, which is weird. Because, like, we can just take this, and that's clearly breaking it. So, like, what is the way that they accomplished that? Where it does both? Because my stuff doesn't break unless you punch it, so... Huh. It's kind of weird, right? Yeah. Could be. Because it's gather type woods for this. Let me see. Crude pickaxe. And that's just counted as an item. Ah, tool. Okay, this is exactly what's going on here. This is wild. You only do a tool for unarmed. That's the only way you do it. And then outside of that, you go and set it up for individual tools. Look at all these. Gather type, or copper, or iron. And we can set the power for each one of these tools, for each of those categories, directly. So all I have to do is add a gather type category and set the gather type on that. And then we're good to go. And unarmed shouldn't be able to do damage to those doors. That's cool. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah. That's why weapons don't work on blocks, then? Bingo. That's exactly it. I think that's smart. I think it's really smart, actually. And it'll only lose durability on stone, rock, ores, and soil. It has a 25% chance of durability loss on hit. No, that's cool. I'm digging that. I like that a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'll make a siege weapon that only works against siege, right? No, it's not difficult. It's very easy. Create a new gather type siege weapons. Bingo. Those can now only harm doors. Correct. You got it. That's exactly it. If it's misplaced, you use siege weapon to pick it up. We're going to have a Java... There'll actually be like a Java side thing that prevents you from misplacing these. You can only place it on the very edge of your map. Very, very edge of your town. And it needs to be in line of sight of your core. So it's going to have a green line or a red line going from the edge of the zone to the core. And I think that's super important. Yeah, super, super important for that to happen. There's going to be a particle between the two. Couldn't use multi-block structures with the door? We could use multi-block structures. I don't know if multi-blocks are available instead of Hightail, are they? Do we know if they are? I think we can do prefabs, but I don't know if that's the same. They are available? How do we access that? Because I haven't done that. I think it's just prefabs that I know about. Can you climb this? Holy shit. Resubmit my game. Thanks for fixing the issue. Anytime. Thanks for submitting your game, dude. Not sure yet, but I'll look into it. Rockin'. Yeah, because, like, I'm just going to make a siege weapon, I guess. Kind of go from there. And then I got to think about, like, how strong that tool is, right? I think that's the biggest thing from that point. What is the name of your game? Which one? If you're talking about our Minecraft game, our Hightail game, the ones that I have up on Steam. Depends. It's a lot of things. Boop. Let us have Siege Fist? No Siege Fist. No. I guess here's the big question, right? Is it cooler to have everybody line up and shoot the door with all of your magic and all of your, like, basic weapons and everything like that? Or is it more cool to actually have siege tools that are like hand tools that you go out and try to break the door with? Right? Like, that's the big question right now. You think siege tools is cooler? Okay, let's think about it this way. You have a whole line of people 30 blocks out. Everybody's shooting this thing with frost bolts and fire bolts and lightning and all kinds of shit. And you have all your melee up front smashing the shit out of it with one tank up the front. Right? Is that more interesting? Or is a whole bunch of people with crowbars being here more interesting? Because I feel like the crowbars is less cool. Spells seems way cooler to me, guys. Like, gonna be honest. Magic crowbar, if you're a wizard. I feel like you can level up the crowbars if we're going to go that way, but I just don't think it's as interesting. If it's crowbars, then it's not cool. You guys are just thinking about siege weaponry, like ballistas and shit. I'm not thinking about that yet. I'm thinking about the common low-level player, right? Like, what are they doing to break in? Make placeable siege weapons, entities or blocks. Yeah, we will make that, but that's not day one, man. Stat update, your dex increased +1. Hell yeah. Dead. Bardic knock spell. Siege hammers. That would be cool. Oh yeah, you just have like a clonk kind of a thing, you know? Specific siege spells. That might be interesting. Like you launch a ram. Like not a battering ram, like an actual ram, and it just launches at the enemy. Do we have rams in this game? We get creative tools. Do we have an entity that is a ram? Ram. We do. Imagine I launch this and it just runs at the door and then explodes. Don't spawn a ram, they cost too much. I spawned 3 rams. I'm rich. I'm rich! I have so much RAM, chat. Hell yeah. Look at me. I'm just like AI. Consuming the RAM. Selection tool. Boop. There we go. We have a picture of you with your rams. No, you don't. But yeah, I really like the idea of tooling for this, but I also like the idea of dealing damage to the siege thing. Maybe we need a damage siege stat. Yeah, that's what we need. I feel like... Okay, hear me out on this. I feel like basic weaponry shouldn't do damage to siege targets. I feel like a sword and a firebolt and shit like that just shouldn't do damage to this. I feel like you should have a special set of materials, special set of weaponry that does siege damage. Does that make sense? Like, we can do any type of spells and shit that we want, but I feel like it needs to be specific to sieging. You know? Yeah, you agree? I think what I'll start with is a shitty hand tool, but I think that there should be other siege items. Yeah. Special spells and weapons for each class? Yeah, and I think this should be slow, right? I like the idea of that big slow-moving hammer. Like, I know they have a hammer in here, but I don't know if there's like a slow-moving one. Yeah, because there's the Iron Builder's hammer. But I love the idea of like going up to one of these and just being like, ah, you know? Or like you hold it and it charges and then you run up and smash it, you know? Let me see mace. Yeah, like one of these maces. You go like this. You know? So you just like... And then it only hits the door. Like that is what it's for. I think that would be really cool. Like legitimately super awesome feeling. You agree with this? Yeah. I think it'd be really fun. I don't like the graphics coming off that. Do magical siege doors regen durability? Oh, yeah. Like, the siege doors will absolutely regenerate. And you can't just attack them anytime. You'd have to attack them only when they're vulnerable. Which is during siege events. Alchemy gets fire grenades and siege grenades? Okay. Yeah, I can get behind shit like that. You know? What about some magical entryways, like involving 7 people to get in with the spell AoE effect? 7, you say? 7, you say? What is the last item in the list I have now? What do you mean in the list? What does that mean? I'm thinking about like how we set this thing up, to be honest. You can directly import prefabs from Minecraft even? Yeah. It's crazy. Cast Siege lockpick on that door. I know, right? If you're going to have sieges, you definitely need sappers. That I agree with. I also kind of want to set something up where a person can pick the lock. But it's like you can't move when you're doing it. And it's like a full 60-second charge time. And if they get hit, then it doesn't work, right? If they move or they get hit, it cancels the effect. They got to start all over. I think something like that would be pretty cool, you know? Yeah. Catapults and trebuchets, that'd be kind of neat. Yeah. There needs to be a hand drill for bank vaults. People should be able to rob town banks. I'm down with that. That's kind of funny. What do you mean, please don't? Please don't what? That is ass on that one fractal in GW2? I don't know what you're talking about. Elucidate, my dude. If mods are server-side and assets are in the client, how can you add assets to the server for the client to see? The assets are server-side. Yeah, what? Yeah, it transfers it down to the client. Immediately, too. The client just downloads it. The server is the source of truth. The client's just the display head, man. The client is just told what to display and it does it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Gmod. Client downloads. Bingo. Yeah, in Blinky, there's a difference, though, is this one is set up for PvP, right? It's not a PvE activity. This is a PvP activity, this one is. It's kind of a weird mace, that one, yeah? Kind of cool, though. Big stone club. What's with the ogre's hammer? Ogre's hammer? Yeah. What do you mean? I don't know why I'm so tired today, man. Copper mace is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Make a character that can throw enemies? Why? Your body's trying to rest because you're sick? God damn it. I don't want to. I have so much work to do. I have so much work to do, my dudes. I've been working on all kinds of shit this last entire month. How about Battle Axe destroys and War Hammer repairs? I kind of want to use a normal hammer to repair and just make it, like, really weak. You know what I mean? Goblin Tower would be a funny foe. That would be pretty good. Oh, I haven't used it, Siberis. I know it exists. I just haven't used it. Helps with burnout. I'm not burning out. I'm sick, dude. I'm like barely sick though. Like weird kind of like, am I sick or is it allergies kind of shit? If you set something to do -1, would it heal? Maybe. I have no idea. Yeah. I do really like this idea. Like, if we have, you know, like this big old mace. It's kind of sick. That's such a weird attack to make, right? Like, that right there is a very strange attack. Like, the weight on the back of it would be so high. Can you write in books on Hytale like you could in Minecraft? Not that I know of. Yeah, not that I know of. I mean, we can add that. I wouldn't see why not. Yeah, you can't even write on the signs yet. That's true. Also, the signs just kind of place anywhere. It's kind of funny. And they also place wrongly. Should look like that. Kind of cool. I need to get up and stretch. One sec. Dude, I have no idea why I'm yawning this bad. I slept just fine last night. This sucks. Need the bowl X pit to wake up? Dude, I actually might. Have you eaten? I have. Taco Bell nuggies? What did you just say to me, dude? What do you mean Taco Bell nuggies, man? Oh, Liz. That's funny as hell. Hold up. I honestly feel like Twitch is doing AI shit again. I think they are. This feels real weird, man. This feels real weird, man. So Liz actually put these up as emotes, and their emotes got denied. Disallowed content, imagery of sexual content or nudity, gasm-style emotes that contain sexualized torsos or bodily fluids. What? What? They didn't review that content. They straight up did not review that content. This has to be AI. Like, there's either it's somebody just straight up not doing their job or an AI review. Come on, Twitch. Come on, man. It's probably filtering for the word booba. It probably is, but that's not a reason to do that. You have to actually review the content. You can't just take the name. You have to review the content of the actual emote, guys. Maybe the AI thinks that the pointy eyes are boobs. That's what I'm wondering, dude. But what about this one? Why that one? That one doesn't even have anything in it. This one also got denied. Like, the hell is that? Oh my God. Liz said, someone saw these erect eyeballs and went, that offends me and turns me on. Remove it. Jesus. Oh. It's so funny, dude. Oh, it's super nice. What is this? What is this? All right, so the way that I want to set this up then is going to be like that. Also, this is the base interact range when you don't have creative mode turned on. Which means that's the base interact range for, like, harvesting wheat. That's, like, really far. Really far. So I don't really like that. And that's without creative mode turned on. How many blocks is it? Five? It's 5 blocks, man. Spellbook through React Reticle increases the interaction range by so much it's actually insane. We can't keep that. Oh, I'm well aware. I know, that was it. That was a test item. It's set up that way because I put in a report to them, Jake. I'll show you. Let me grab this. Under Hightail Requests, there we go. Spawn deployable system. If you set up a spawn deployable call from any kind, it will be restricted to the player's distance value, use distance value, and silently fail if you try beyond this. Increasing the use distance value in an item then changes the distance the player can interact with items like chests and flowers, which isn't great. So I have that test item still in there specifically so that I can test when they fix that bug. So, like, that's got to get fixed, and that's on their end. So if we say reticle, that's why that item is called a test reticle AoE. That is only so that I can do this. This is actually deployable. As funny as that is, which is why it makes that stupid noise. Because that's actually a deployable. Weird, right? That's why I can show it all the way out there, and then it summons a thing on that spot. So if you have use distance set to like 5, you can't see the reticle outside of 5 inches, right? Like, it's just really dumb. So something they gotta fix. But now I can interact with doors from, you know, there. Test reticle. Can't you dig 5 in Minecraft? It's different in this because it's not about digging 5. It's about interacting to 5, right? So, like, if I have this turned off, and you can see here, I can interact to 5. That means I can jump into a chair from 5 away to teleport away. I can interact with the door up to 5 away. I can harvest wheat from up to 5 away. Like, there's just, and you do that without using a tool either. So I think that there's, like, a serious case for you have telekinesis, stop it, you know? Yeah, there just wasn't stuff like chairs, which is the problem. I'm not trying to make things the same as Minecraft. Otherwise, it'd be in Minecraft, right? I want you to be closer to objects. I'm not making Minecraft. No. No. If the only excuse for that is Minecraft had it, no. And I don't want it to be that way. I want you to be at a door to open the door. I don't want you to be telekinesising out this far to open the door. Like, no. I hate that. Super hate that. distance. Is there a way to set the use distance down for the player basic? Hey, actually, Jake, do you know if that value is exposed, where we can change the use distance on a global basis, or no? Because I don't think it is exposed. I think it's something we're going to have to modify outside of this. It's not in the asset editor. Yeah, I don't think it's a stat, because entity stat doesn't have it. If we go into entity stat, I mean, they may have it as a stat that's just not, baselined. But if we go to entity and we go to entity stat type, it's not in there, man. It's kind of weird, right? So I don't really know what to do with that. Use distance is kind of its own weird thing. It's also displayed with a space in the name, which means it's not an entity stat type, because those are directly displayed as visualized here. Can that be modified? Not as far as I know. I think that's one of the biggest problems with that. Minecraft, if you were right up on a wall, the furthest you could reach was 4 blocks. It's so weird. Minecraft, though. Gross. Oh, wait. What appeared in my yard? A devil show. The pickle has arrived. He has to die. I've enraged him. I'm shooting him in the legs. He's pissed. He's very mad. Oh. Dodge, nerd. I've done so much damage to him he fell over. He's upset. His legs have been removed. Annihilated. Devil show. It was a Riftborn devil show. Oh, shit. It dropped the devil show saliva. A rarity. A rarity. Sick. Absolutely rad. Rare. Stupid rare, actually. You're one-shotting some of the monsters with a charge blade? With a single hit? What's your build? Also, what level are the monsters? That's the big question. Because I do I have a 10.5, so like highest level possible Devil Joe gun lance with a perfect build for it. And I do 4,300 damage per shot. So I just wreck house. And I have 5 of 5 on focus and 5 of 5 on artillery. And I do aggressive dodge. So I dodge through the enemy and then shoot him in the face. And then dodge through the enemy and shoot him in the face. And just a shitload of damage. Every single time. Just constant damage. It's rad. It's a really fun build. It's like incredibly fun. When I do my ult, it does like 15,000 damage too. So, worth. You are a baby still? Oh. I've been playing Mini. For many a year. For many a year. I'm waiting for the insect glaive, because apparently I'm going to add one, as far as I've heard. I've heard things. What game are you talking about? Monster Hunter now. It is a phone game in which you kill monsters. Because you are a monster hunter. And it is GPS based. Next season? Oh. Wait, Tix, when is next season starting? When does that happen? Because I'm really excited for this, man. When do you kill these monsters? All the time. Like, if you ever see me, like, looking down at my phone, I'm probably fighting a monster. Like, probably, to be honest with you. Because, like, I don't know, I love playing that game. I play it all the time. End of February? Start of March? God damn it, a whole month. That's so long away. That's a whole month away. That's too long. That's too long away. I can already kill 10-star monsters. Yeah, I can already kill 10 stars. I do it all the time, too. Like, they're vicious, but, like, whatever. I can't kill all of them, though. Like, I can kill, like, Nargacuga. I can probably kill a 9-star of that one, maybe. An 8-star, definitely. Still annoying, but 10-star, no way. Not possible for me. They're nasty as hell. Niantic, they made Pokemon Go. Yeah. Monster Hunter Now is a Pokemon Go. It's from Niantic, originally. Here. MHN. There's a command. There's my friend code. There's all my shit. There's my referral code for it. I've played it for years. Years and years. I've played it from the moment it came out. Is it still Niantic? No, it's their own shit now. They sold it away to another company. Yeah. When? Now. You're looking at now. Yeah. Niantic is no longer? Yeah, they sold it to whatever the hell they're called. I don't think the other company... Honestly, you want to know something weird? I was really worried about the acquisition. I was really worried about this other company buying Monster Hunter Now, but I think it's gotten objectively better since they sold it to Scopely. Like, we have so many different weapon types that Niantic just wasn't going to allow before. At all. Like, combinations that we just couldn't see in terms of, like, status effects and shit. And I was like, oh. Like, I stopped because the Charge Blades were no good back then. Charge Blade is sick, dude. If you're talking about the Charge Up one with the shield that has, like, the blast on it, they added a whole new set of gear that's for Morph for that. It's, like, done really, really well. Like, incredibly well. Now, let me pull it up. I think it's the... Is it Astalos or Gosherog? Yeah, it's Gosherog. If you get all the Gosherog gear, it's got Morph attack boost, so when performing Morph attacks, affinity increases by 80% and damage increases by 80%. Only three points for that. And Morph boost increases damage by 30% for 15 seconds after either morphing a Switch Axe, Charge Blade, or exiting Demon mode when using Dual Blades. They're disgustingly strong, dude. Like, Gosherog is a really, really cool set. And you can farm it really easy because he's not like a super strong monster. He's just like a dude that's out there. That's the helmet. That's like, the helmet has one of both of those, by the way. So I would really look into it, man. Also, the boots on Gosherog have Morph Boost and Lock On, which is disgustingly good. Like, really good. So, very happy with that. The build that I'm trying to make right now for my heavy bowgun is kind of funny, too. Although, I've perfected the Paralyzed build. My Paralyzed build is broken. I have 5 of 5 sneak attack, which makes it so that it increases my damage dealt to the enemy from behind by 30% multiplicatively. I have 5 of 5 build-up boost, so whenever I deal paralysis chance to an enemy, it's 50% more damage multiplicatively. And I also have 5 of 5 status sneak, which means when I'm behind the enemy, it's a 100% chance to apply Paralyze. So it's always 50% and 80% multiplicative damage and applying Paralyze. It's disgusting, and I love it. It's so good. It is so good. Yeah, it hits like a truck. And I have the 10.5 version of the sword and board with, or sword and shield with a Paralyze on it. Blockgame coming to Hytale? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what we've been working on. I'm very excited about it. I've got some ideas now about how I want to build these. But I don't know if it's going to add the kind of balance that I need. I don't know yet. So, what I want to do is I want to add, like, a crowbar, right? I want to add a crowbar as our first siege weapon. We'll make it so that you can try and use the crowbar on the front door and, like, tear through the door, right? I'm going to make it do a very small amount of power in terms of damage. We're going to build a tool like this, and I kind of want to check this out. So we're going to override this asset. We're going to call it tool. We'll make a new folder for this under tool. Whoa. Yeah, this just says root. We're going to do that as tool. I'll make a new one, which is going to be siege. Create a folder in there. We'll make a siege tool. Select that. And I'll probably call it tool and siege and crude, right? Do something like that. Siege crude tool. And my idea is that we can create this, go into the tools for it, because it's got a tool section, and just remove all the specializations and make it only do siege damage and only to siege targets. Which is really cool that they've set it up this way, where we can like set all this shit up. Like this is great. Like really, really great. So, boop. What is this? Yeah, Quad Murder, what are you doing? We don't allow links from non-subs, man. What are you spamming? He's just like spamming and like putting letters around a link over and over again. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Anyway, if we set this up to do a tool, and I can just remove all these different types, so we won't have soft blocks, we won't have anything like that, we'll make it siege, only siege, right? And then I make a door, and I make that door part of the siege system. And I think that works. And we make it so that it only loses durability on siege. I think that works. It's encoded? What's encoded? What? No, there's nothing encoded. You're just posting a YouTube link. You can't post a link if you're not a sub. Like, that's not allowed, because we have bots that come in and, like, post porn and shit, dude. Welcome to streaming. Like, it's not like an intentional thing or slight against you. It's just like how that shit works. Where'd you learn to code? I taught myself, man. You can do the same. Like, you live in a time where you have access to all of human knowledge on the internet. Use it. Teach yourself some shit, man. We'll set this up as siege for the block sets. That's not a bait. I don't think that's a bad thing to ask, dude. Yeah. You guys are saying bait, but, like, I'm gonna be real. That's a normal question to ask. And there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. If you're talking about the other shit, yeah, the other shit's bait, but that one's fine. You know? Like, dude, the way that I look at it is, like, if somebody's super angry, right, and they're really just here to, like, stir shit, I'm not going to be a dick to that guy, but I'm going to tell that dude, like, hey, man, you should probably do something else, because it's not wasting my time. It's just wasting his. I'm still getting my shit done. I'm still having a good time. I'm still making new things. Nothing happens to me. And, like, you could spend your time doing so much cooler shit. Invest in yourself. Learn some stuff. Go out and learn a skill, or try a hobby. Anything. But spreading hate on the internet doesn't hurt me. Just hurts you. Not at the end of the day, you know. All right. We'll set this up to siege. How low can this number get? That's a problem. No, we can't do this. Asset failed to decode? Why? Oh, is it because block set siege doesn't exist? Let's try this set to soils. No? What did I do wrong? Maybe something here is set wrong. No. Huh. Failed to decode. That is a really shitty generic message. No, it's set soils. Soils is correct. I've seen the tag for it before. I'm pissed, so I'm gonna come here and engage, which will give you ad revenue. I think really, dude, like, at the end of the day, they're just trying to cause shit so you guys get upset, but like, right? 99% of you guys know better, so it's not a big deal. Let's see. So with this, I don't know why it's failing to decode. This is valid JSON that it has right now. Let's see what's going on with this. Failed to decode asset, failed to decode. Why? Let's remove the tool section. It was the tool section. Really? Okay. Little bit weird. Maybe it was set up incorrectly somehow? That's weird. Dune Chapter 3 is coming out? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm excited for that. I'm really excited for Dune. You have no idea how much I love Dune. I wanted that endgame. I want more endgame. Yeah. Roses are red, violets are blue. There is an error on line 32. There is no line 32! Gotta stream it? Yeah. 100%. I want to, anyway. Durability lost block types. Durability lost block types. It may have been that. That may have been the problem. Because if we go into block types, there's no block type. Go to block set, right? 0.25. You love the worms? You want to pet them? Jesus. Failed to decode. Yeah, it hates this. And I don't know why. Maybe block sets? Stone? Okay, so block sets are singular, and tool specs are associated with... Wait, where is soils then? Hold up. Yeah, it should be... Oh, that's why. So the block set is soils singular, and the tool spec is soils plural. Why do they do this? Name things correctly. Just ridiculous. Yeah, pain, exactly.
Dinte Dark Spear said, I hear you like combing conspiracy theories together.
I do.
So I will now combine pirate software lore to make a coherent theory.
Ooh.
Jason Thor Hall, a member of the Fracking Five, left the Fracking Five due to reasons I will state later. To fill his time, he made an advanced AI he dubbed Thor. This AI was made to stream 12 hours a day except Thursday, in which it get OS updates. The money from TTS that goes to the orphans. These orphans are from collateral from the Fracking Five.
Hey guys, we had a broadcast problem for a moment. I don't know what could have happened there. It's a mystery, you know? Mystery. Definitely a mystery. Okay, so in stone, we get a siege tool crude. If we do this, block types, block sets. A block set is just a set of types. It's not necessary. Block types. Let's go into the door. Is it under tags? Family. Human. Wait a minute. Why is this human furniture for humans? I have a concern. Blocks rocks. Rock star. Is that the category that it's under? Or some other shit? block type group stone? No. Is that meaningful? Group. Block group. Why are there so many different types of groups? This is just in a group of stone, which doesn't exist. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm really glad that we have groups, sets, and types, and all of them have the exact same name. It's great. Actually ridiculous. Maybe there's Quebec furniture? Maybe there is. Bro, what? I don't even know who that is. Steel Generation, no it's not. It's just weird, right? What is this? Oh, so that's why you're here, Quad. I'm really glad that you used an AI overview to try and form an opinion about another person. Hope that works out for you. Oh, insane behavior. Nah, I just got rid of him. That's super weird. I gave him a chance. I gave him a chance to say his piece and actually do something positive or actually have a conversation, but he just wanted to start spamming AI-generated overviews, which is really disturbing, to be honest. Yeah. Just weird-ass behavior. Weird, obsessive behavior. All right. Let's see. Can we have a spell that turns things into mimics? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do yet. Do you get now why we're saying bait? You have to understand something. Just because someone is baiting doesn't mean you have to react to it. Right? Meet the person where they're at, and you'll find that about 50% of the time, that person isn't an asshole. They're just uninformed. That guy was an asshole. That's the other half of the coin, right? It's different. But if you immediately jump to just being a dick to the person, what choice do they have? They're just going to be a dick. You know what I mean? Yeah. Don't take low-quality bait, dude. Wait for the primo top shelf shit. Yeah, you bite the bait by calling it out. Just ignore it, dude. Alright. Utility compatible. You approve the Gossarag drip? Dude, Gossarag armor is really good. The helmet, and if you're doing Charge Blade, the helmet and the boots, I think are the best ones. Those are really good. Those are the really good ones. Like 100%. Utility. You are not the bait? The bait? Yeah. You just ate moldy bread? Jesus, dude. All right, so the tool is going to work now. We can set up the block types, but I don't understand how block sets, block types, and block groups are in any way different from each other. If we go into a block set is just a set of block types. Or you can include block types, exclude block types, include block groups, include hitbox types, include categories. Which is weird. Block types of rock, there is no such thing as a block type of rock. So I don't know what that means. If we go to block, we can see there's a group of stone. Stone. There's nothing called rock other than the ID of the actual block. Not even under tags. I guess there's nothing there. That's super weird, right? So then if we go to this door, we can look at this, and the door is furniture type with a family of human. So I don't understand. The set is from Furniture Temple Earth. What's the set on this one? Does this have a set? Rock Stone. What is Rock Stone? Set. Block set. Close. There's no rock stone, but there's a set of rock. Which is this one. This just gets weirder and weirder. I think this is including any block that has the name of rock with a star afterwards. So anything named rock at all would just fill this. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's a terrible way to run that. I think it's a terrible way to do this. Of doing like a wild card on this. That doesn't make any sense, because what if I name something rock and it's not meant to be in this list, and you would never know that it was added to this because this is a wild card in it? No, that's weird, dude. I don't know why you would do that. Shit, man. Well, let's override this and be like, test set, right? Because that's strange. I don't like that. Include block types, include block groups. Can we have to type this? Is this something you report as a potential bug? Yeah, it's very weird. Like, the whole thing is really weird in here. I don't understand why they have that set up that way. Not a fan. Yeah, even a rocket would be put in that set, is the problem. Or something called rock and roll. Right? This is the problem, dude. This is why you don't use wildcards on, like, full asset lists. That's very weird. So in this one, we do block sets of test set. Okay, that works. The block group that we want to do, let's do this door. And we're going to say furniture human unique. We're going to make a new one up here. Furniture inside of furniture. We're going to say siege. There we go. We'll select furniture siege, and we'll call this one... Where's the hightail music, actually? I just forgot to turn it on. There. Boop. Turn that off. We'll go over to here. Go into music. Since all of their music is in OGG format, Spotify doesn't naturally take it in, and I have to go and run it with Windows Music Player bullshit. What? One sec. It's also, like, I think the biggest problem with it is it's, like, the audio is not normalized throughout all of it. It's just kind of all over the place and ridiculous. So it's very hard to keep working. Let me do audio on this. We're going to swap that over to media player. There we go. The song is called Goblin Battle, dude. Huh. So it set as furniture doors. Item sound set is from this. Item scale. Wait. That's a little weird. Player ID is block, so we place that. The block type. It's set to wood. Under gathering. Breaking. Gather type, siege. I said to gather type woods before. Is door large. There we go. Big hitbox. All right. Siege. There we go. There's a problem. Let's find out why this could be broken. Why is this breakable right now? Your Hightail dev or your modding stuff? I'm putting our MMO from Minecraft into Hightail. And I'm working on siege doors right now. I'm trying to work on like which types of things the damage can work on. Amazing work, Stein, on that new song. This is why I stopped playing the Hightail playlist. This is not Stein's music. This is Hightail playlist. It's all from the game. It's freaking sick sounding, actually. Yeah, putting Blockgame into the Blockgame, exactly. I think the real weirdness that we have here is I don't know how it is pulling that damage right now. Because we can change damage types. Like, this is a doodad damage type, right? Deselect this whole thing. That's going to be an item tool spec, which is an item unarmed. Let me go find this. Item... Server item unarmed gathering. Unarmed gathering. Doodad. And we're going to have to do another one called Siege. Duplicate. Siege. And we'll call it Siege and say that it has a power of 0. Right? Like, that's how that should be. Unarmed interactions have 0 strength. Doodad, you have 0.35. So we'll go to Siege. Siege is 0. We go into here. This should be under Gathering. It should be that. So I don't know why it's not. Oh. Wrong door. Get out of that. Siege wood door. Block. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Gather type siege. Cool. That shouldn't even be happening. There's our siege wood door. Nope. I don't know why that's happening. The damage should be set to 0. Huh. Is it changing itself? I think it's actually changing the model. I think that's how they do those doors. Oh, it totally is. Okay, that's fixed. It was changing the model over, that's why it wasn't working. Now I can't hurt it. Hey. Hey. Self-replace? Yeah, basically... Oh, wrong button. Basically, the way that this works is the doors themselves don't actually take damage unless they're set to siege, unless you're dealing siege damage, which you just set up, right? However, when the doors are connected to each other like this, they change the other door to make sure that it counts as the same door and interacts. So by doing so, it changed the item ID of the other door, which I've now fixed. That's it doing right there. It's a connected blocks rule set to do that. Okay, so... Can the doors be stacked vertically? I don't think so. That's the way you'd be able to do that. Maybe? I mean, yeah, it looks like it. Kind of wild, right? Wonder if I can get that to connect north and south. Weird. Can you link them as one long door? Not as far as I know right now. Will that change the bottom for him? Let's find out. Nope. Still the correct door type. Can you put them at a 45-degree angle? No. Not that I know of. Alright. Let's go set this up. You'd like to see sliding doors? That already exists. There. Or this one. Or this one. There's a lot of different door types. Like, a lot. Hello, Winky. I am setting up siege doors. I'm setting up siege doors and I got all my items done. It's a good day, man. You want to see my cool items, Winky? You ready? So that cool, look at that cool noise. And then you can punch him. That neat? Hell yeah. Can you make an invisible door that is always open? I mean, yeah. Blockgame about to go crazy, I know, right? Look at this. I'm midnight. And then I have the lesser variant of these, too. Grab those. And then if we break them... And I can also do this. See, like, the wave that comes off him? Bwong, bwong, bwong. It's fun. Yeah, Jake is working on towns, and I'm working on siege warfare for, like, understanding how we can get that to work. Yeah. So if we can get this door set up, that should be fine. What are these for? Those are the essences that are required at the basis of all of our economy system. Very OG Tron vibes. Cool. Making your own townie? Better. There. Basically, the way that our town system works is very, very simple. Let me pull this up. We've got number of different town sizes based on how much you have progressed the town, right? And then from there, you've also got town materials for all of those, and those materials have to be put into the town to buff up the town and make it so you can actually pay for your weekly, maintenance on it. Every town is made up of a number of different chunks, which I'll show you real quick. Grab this. This right here is the smallest form of town, right? It's a 3x3, and if we do select chunk like that, actually I think it's without a space. You can see how big chunks are inside of Hightail. They're 32x32 instead of 16x16. They're enormous, right? They're actually huge. They're 4 times the size. So each of these chunks can then be assigned to something else. So if we go into here, you can see that the assignment can be any of these plot types, and those plot types don't just assign the plot, they also give buffs to every resident of the town. So with all of these, you can actually have a limit of how many of them you want. If you want to make a farming town and do +1 farming skill for every one of those plots, you totally can. The towns get larger and larger, the maintenance gets larger and larger, the amount of buffs gets larger and larger. People want to be a citizen of the town, right? Outside of that, you also get wars that can go on with this, and the way that our war system works is, let me pull it up here. When you build a town, you have to have a core, and you have to have a door. Core and door, right? And the idea is that you need to have line of sight from the door to the core and pathing to go from the core to the door at any given time. That has to be that way, or the town is considered invalid. Yeah, core and door. During a siege, people declare a siege against the town. They blow up the door as hard as they possibly can. They destroy the door, and then they have to go and play King of the Hill on the core for an amount of time, right? Once they get that, if they lock this down and they stop the defenders from, removing them, and it's not contested, then they own it. And when that happens, if they did a pillage raid, they steal money and other resources from your core. This can be pretty devastating economically. If it's a siege one, it knocks your city down by 1 level. So the city will decrease in overall size. If it's a metropolis, it'll go down by 1 block all the way on the outside edge and stays. If it's at the lowest level, it destroys the town finally. So the idea is to create larger and larger towns to have more and more defense for this. Clear corridor from door to core and no more. You can do other stuff too. You can cover it in traps if you want to. As long as there is pathing from the door to there, then it's fine. Because I know you guys, you'll make an infinite maze to get to the core, and that's ass. So, yeah. Line of sight means lava mode is fair game. Lava mode's not going to let you path there, is it? Pathing. Needs to be able to see it and path to it. Yeah. But anyway, that's kind of the whole system for it for now, and I'm pretty happy with it. I like the idea of it. Everything feels right, so. If the attackers succeed, it's Gondor. That's funny. Path through it in a straight line. I'm going to say, to be honest with you, a lot of people are focusing on, I got to stop them before they get to the core. No, you have to stop them before they break through this door. If they break through this door, they have advantage. If they haven't broken through this door yet, you have advantage. Don't let them through this. Don't try to stop them here. You're probably screwed. That's the whole point. Yeah. People keep focusing on that, though, and I'm like, no. Will you be able to repair the door? Yes. Live in combat. So that's what I'm setting up. Yeah, bring the vats of burning oil. There, my man gets it. Don't let him in the damn door. Can you have more than one set of siege doors? You can, but that actually just poses a disadvantage for you, you know. Yeah, that's not good for you. All right. So, Jake, I need your opinion on this. There are two ways that I can do this. Two. I set this up as a type of block, and I give people tools that allows them to do siege damage to it, as per the tool. Like you would a mining pick to a mining node. Or, we make it into an entity, a monster, that has HP. Which do you think is a better system? Waiting on Jake. Think the door should have an HP bar? You want the HP bar actually displayed, is what you're saying. Wolf. Looks like Jake is not listening, F. Tools defending magic is impossible? True. I think tools make sense. I think it'd be more fun if kicking down the door was a team effort instead of using a tool that does it. No, it would be a team effort with tools, Jake. Like, everyone would be mining the same node at the same time, and it takes forever. And the more people you have doing it, the faster it goes. Does that make sense? If we are doing tools, that's how it would work. Just think of a really big mining node, right? And everybody mines it together. That's kind of a thing. If it's an HP bar, then I have to rethink this whole thing. If it's an HP bar, then any damage type can work against it. Including swords and magic and blah, 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 right? I feel like swords and magic and everything is a good idea, because then people would want to incentivize gearing their characters. But the idea of a siege tool is kind of cool. Siege magic would definitely exist if we're going to do sieges. Blah, blah, blah is your favorite? I know, it's very blah, right? It is. It is very much so blah. I don't see how a tool that does that specifically and nothing else makes sense. Okay, that's fair. So I guess we make it out of an entity, right? And we make that entity immune to damage unless we fire a event that says siege is on. Here's the problem. How do we make that entity look like a door? And how do we make that entity sit there and act like a door? Wait. I have an idea. I have a stupid idea. I have the dumbest idea imaginable. What if it doesn't have to be the door? What if the door is just there, and we make an entity that stands in front of it? It's like an elemental, and it blocks the door, and you have to kick his ass, and then when he dies, he opens the door. 2 birds, 1 stone. Then when the siege starts, it spawns an entity. Goddamn right. And the door is non-interactive until he dies. A guardian. Door golem. Core guardian. Done. Let's look for a core guardian. Golem. Sick. Sick. We have so many door guardians to choose from. I love these ones. Look at them. Look at them all. That one has sand. Laser eyes. That one looks like Cyclops, dude. Door golem. Door golem. We'll use the Crystal Earth one first. Door golem. Door golem. What's he look like? Oh, he's so cool, and his animation's cool. Dorlem. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's up, buddy? Door golem. Door golem. Other elementals? Yeah, he's one of them. Yeah, it's a boss. Bigger golem? We just make him larger. Yeah, what is my purpose? Hold the door. You should have to work up to a badass golem. I don't even know if he fights back. Yeah, you can have as many golems on one block as you want, dude. I just want there to be one. Well, that's all. Spike golem? Alright, we're back from the ads. Alright, so ideally, it would look like this. The golem would look this way. And until he died, the door is non-interactive. So he's gonna have like a... He'll be bound to this door, kind of a thing. Right? I'll still keep this special siege door, because it's counted as a siege door wood, right? Basey does fight back. I don't want him to fight back. Not right now. But, like, I feel like he should kind of kick your ass, right? Like, if you declare a siege, he should fight you. And I feel like this will defend low-level players. Like, if you have a small town, like, you get a badass golem no matter what. There should always be a badass golem. And maybe he gets stronger for every tier of town that you have. His stats go up, right? Bigger town, stronger golem. Yeah? What about good-ass golems? Maybe. Golem. Golem. Let's see it here. Edible goblin scrapper? What do you mean edible? Why is it called edible? It's weird, dude. That's like a whole guy. Fire steel golem. It says edible goblin. Look, dude. I don't know what you want from me. That's weird, right? So we've got a thunder. That's a thunder one. That's a sand one. That's a frost one. A flame one. And an earth one. I think everyone starts off with an earth one. It's an edible. Not editable. Edible. You can eat him. I don't know why you escaped. You got away. You got away. What about a void one? There's no void one. I think later it'd be cool if you could summon different types of golems, you know. I think we have to make a monster. Alright, I'm gonna go into here. We're gonna go into our siege stuff. The siege tool, gone. Item tool spec siege, gone. Don't need them. Siege door, keeping it. Cannot be gathered, cannot be broken. For now, you can hue change the crystals for placeholders. I mean, I can just change the model, you know. I like how his eyes actually move. They're like a plane in the inside of there. Look at that. Like, that's actually really cool. Can you tie the open of the door to the golem HP? That's what I'm going to try to do. Okay, so on interact, let's see. Interactions use door. Now we have to do a check. Interactions on use instead of reference the root interaction. Let's get out of that. We're going to say interaction on use. Create embedded. Interactions. Selector. And if the selector detects a creature within a certain radius, I want to see if we can get the name right. Well, is this going to break? I don't know if it is. It might actually break. I'm going to do a TTS.
Vespi238 said good morning 4, good morning chat, hope
Morning.
you are all doing well. I had an idea, what if you could make trophies or charms that you could place near one of the corresponding crafting benches and get a small bonus to crafting while it's within a certain amount of blocks. Also chat smells.
I kind of like the idea of wearing charms on your character. Like if we go in-game, right? Oh. I may have made a mistake. These two slots right here aren't used for anything, and I kind of want to add charm slots to the character. I really like the idea of doing that. Also, I don't know how I broke that. Something just broke, and I don't know why. The hell? What? Bro, what? What? Oh, it's mad about the interaction. Or not. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Oh, no, what have I done? Something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. I fall through the world here. Oh. Alright. Well, let's find out why that's broken. You change from entity to block when it dies? I need to find out why it's broken in the first place, man. Like, this doesn't actually make sense to me at all. Okay, let's go back into the source. We're going to go into the other door. Delete that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We're going to grab the doors themselves. For whatever reason, this is not working now, and I don't know why. So I'm going to grab this and just do that. Oh, is it broken? I have to restart the server? Yep. It shit itself. I don't know what the hell's the matter with it. No, I was deleting the other thing, man. I don't know why it's broken. I have no idea. I'm restarting the server.
Mithril Magus said my son is 4 and has ASD, he loves the ferret stream. He turns them on himself when we are getting ready to leave or go to bed. He asks to see them when he gets home from school. He likes counting the animated ones and calling out the colors.
Aww.
He's recently started asking if he can tell them good night before he goes to bed.
Aww.
This morning, I got to introduce him to Henry. It was the cutest damn thing.
Oh, that's super nice, man. We've got 7 new ones in, by the way. And another 2 the other day, too. So we've got 9 new ones now. It's a lot. Yeah. Are you still banned in Doug's stream? No, he unbanned me. It's very funny. Yeah. 7 new ones, yeah. Whoa. Never happened. Never happened. Golem. Golem, dude. It's my Jolem. Actually, can we fill an area with stuff? How does the selection tool even work for that? Press L to see the options. Let's see. Oh, cool. Saved it as a prefab. It's set block type. Set block type and then the name, or just set? So it's set blocks, actually. Okay, so that'll set block to empty. That works. Let me grab this real quick. Rock, stone, brick, smooth. Cool. So the general idea is make a giant shithouse and then stop enemies from going in, right? And then we have our guardian here. People will make really nice looking houses, but this is generally the point, right? Is to make a castle. Find a way to stop them from getting in. I think this will look fine. I think this will do fine. Yeah. Oh, except for Zultralord's house. We're going to set his doors to 1 HP. Is a gate required to be on the edge? Yes. The gate is required to be on the edge. That way you can't build in front of it. As I know you. Zultralord, that's not a very nice thing to say about yourself. Does it have to be on the ground? The gate? Technically, no. There's only one concern that I have. One sec. The concern that I have is that you guys will find a cliff and build your town just correctly sized so that the door is on a sheer cliff face. And I'm going to have to solve that somehow. My guess is with Zeppelins. Which is probably how I'm going to do that. Yeah, hot air balloons and shit. I mean, if it gives us Zeppelins, I think what I'll do, like, unironically, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to make it so that the door detects to see if there's a full chunk of land in front of it, and if it can't detect a full chunk of land, you can't place the door there. It needs to be placed in an area that makes sense, is the idea. Yeah. The in-game TTP, I mean, it's a building game. You can just do it, right? Seems like a case of don't do this. You know you're not meant to be able to do that, and if you do, you'll get banned. Yeah, but I still have to put some systems in place to constrain it, right? And people will still find a way to be a piece of shit about it, and then, you know, we'll tell them to stop. That's just how that always goes. Like, there's always going to be someone, you know? Love by 4x4 doors. Are those custom? Those are in-game natively. Yeah. Oh, wrong thing. Dude, I love this selection tool. Like, it's so easy to work with. Like, remember working with, like, World Edit? But, like, look how much easier this is to work with than World Edit was. You know? It's insane, actually. Zultralord, you've never used World Edit. By God, it's huge? Yeah. You want to see what a chunk looks like? Here, watch. This is one chunk, dude. Look how big they are. This is a one singular chunk, right? Ooh, Jake, I had a good idea. You ready for this? We're going to have to make it so that if players try to place a town, right, and there's not enough space for them to place those chunks, like it's weird, the terrain is super weird, maybe we deny them from making the town. Because it'll get very strange otherwise. You know what I mean? Because I can think of so many weird edge cases of them just shitting the bed on it, and if we just deny them from making like a bullshit-shaped town on the top of a mountain peak. What do you mean? So think of it this way, right? Let's say they go to place this town. This is fine because it's an infinite flat world. But what if they put it on a mountain peak? How the shit is that going to work? Because this gets placed as a prefab, right? So it's going to have to reject their permit, basically. Be like, you can't build a town on the top of that mountain. There has to be a way. I'm trying to think of like how we place the prefab. Do you know what I mean? Because we have to place the crystal... Maybe we have them place the crystal core? Maybe it's not even placed like that? They're going to try and figure out, I guess, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I guess. Okay, let's think about it this way. I have an idea. Let's walk through this, because I think it's a good idea. Let me get my MS Paint out. Let's say you have a situation where it's flat land. Everything works perfectly. No problems there, right? But what if there's a whole-ass mountain, and they decide to dig into the core of this mountain, and then place the prefab there? I think it still works. And I think that should be fine. But how do we determine what height is allowed to start the prefab? Does that make sense? Like, what is allowable? I don't know. Maybe it's just fine? Maybe it doesn't matter? Maybe they have to terraform the land on their own? But if they place the prefab, can they move it? Or wherever they place it, is that where it is vertically forever, right? The only requirement should be that you can path to the core. No height requirement? All right. That's fair. Yeah, maybe even not line of sight. Maybe just pathing, right? Maybe that's how that should work. We need to come up with a solution for pathing distance, though. A calculation of the number of chunks to get to the core and how long it should take to traverse said chunks. Does that make sense? So, like, if you have the door and you have the core, maybe they don't need line of sight directly. Maybe they just need pathing. And the pathing has to be reachable in a number of seconds. So that way they can get a little bit of wiggling for that, right? Does that make sense? Obstacle courses? Yeah, you could do that kind of stuff. Like HRV from... Yeah, like Harvey from Meet Your Maker. But the problem with Harvey was... Harvey didn't have a time limit. So you can make it a big shitty maze that took 50 minutes to get through. And nobody enjoyed that. No human being liked that. We don't want that. You know what I mean? We don't want people building shitty mazes, is what I'm saying. The reason why I had the door to core line of sight was because if we do it that way, you can at least see where you need to get to go. Because I know what players are going to do. They're going to make the door, and then right inside the door, they're going to do like 15 different routes as a maze and be like, good luck. And we don't know which path is the right path, right? Does that make sense? At that point, we'd have to make it so that it shows like a particle beam that is the path. Add Harvey with a time bomb on him? Fair. You did that in Vampire? It's such a shitty thing right there. We can do max pathing block distance, but how do you portray that to the player outside of showing a visual representation of the actual accurate path? Yeah, 15 routes in each one is a siege door. God damn it. I think the door and core should have a prefab path between them. Problem. The town is variable in size. It starts off as a size of 3 by 3, but extends to a size of 13 by 13. That's a hell of a prefab at that point, right? And then you don't get to modify that entire environment. I think it'd be kind of shitty, right? And won't fit your design philosophy for your town. I want you to build it, you know? Core is always next to the door. No, core is not always next to the door. Core is always on the outside of your city. So, or the core is always in the center of the city, and the door is always on the outside. The larger your city is, the farther that distance between the two. Intentionally designed that way. Siege doors every 3 chunks? That would be awful. Gonna be honest. Yeah, that'd be really awful. I think a pathing algo, like Floodfill, with a maximum depth could work. We could do a pathing algorithm, but again, you have to display the valid path to the player, right? We'd have to do a pathing algorithm no matter what, but I think there's built-ins inside of Hytale, so that's fine. What's the game mechanic with the core? What's the purpose of it? It is the core of your city. It is what keeps your city alive, and if the door falls, if the siege door should fall, you need to defend it in King of the Hill style. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a built-in, man. How are you going to moderate this, though? I don't need to moderate it. We're building it in as a plugin, so that way it moderates itself, right? That's the whole point. Why would I need to moderate that? Much like the dungeon heart, that core is the heart of your town. Bingo. Now you got it. I'm actually basing it off of, do you remember Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles? That's the design philosophy. What's the minimum size for towns? This one. 3x3. Yeah, the crystal fights off the corruption. You need it. Will you be able to set up lots of traps to slow invaders? Yeah, if you want to. The idea is, it is a stop them from killing the golem. If they kill the golem, the door opens, then stop them from killing, like standing on the core and capturing the flag, basically. Is there a minimum distance between cities and doors? What do you mean between cities and doors? Like other cities in this city? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like here. We've got a whole design doc up for this. Let me grab this. Boop. These are all the city sizes. And there's a no-build size around them, so. Is a player allowed to hide a core? No. It goes in the center of the town and they cannot modify it. The idea is that the prefab is unmodifiable. Would the core always contain at least one Thor block? Dude, maybe. I don't know. I haven't made the model for it. I'm going to. Only the 1x1 is limited by range of height. Yeah. Actually, it's not anymore. I removed that limit. Alright, Cha. I got rid of that limit. It just gets the whole chunk now. Reward for destroying a core? There are 2 types of war. There's a siege war, where you blow up the latest tier of the city. So if it's tier... Oh, wait. We got ads, so I'll talk about it. Here. Just take this. Read the design doc. You get an idea from it. Yeah, we got to work through this problem. I think this is probably the biggest problem for the game right now. One sec. I'll hide some shit. Alright, we're good.
User 720ZZX said if you put 1,000,000 monkeys at 1,000,000 keyboards, one of them will eventually write a Java program. The rest of them will all write Perl programs.
Why are you like this?
Mystics is me said good day to you, Mr. Goblin Lord and chat goblins. I bring today a little bit of a grim revelation I had about the Japanese dish. Oyakodon, don, is an abbreviation of the word donburi, which just means rice bowl dish. Ayako translates basically to parent and child, and the stars of the oyakodon are the chicken and egg.
Oh.
Have a good rest of your day.
Oh! That's kind of grim, dude. More importantly, it's tasty. Fair. You feel like players, the defense, will definitely find a way to get the golem to spawn, then siege? No. You have to understand something. You cannot modify the terrain outside of this. This area is unmodifiable. The moment this shit starts, this golem's out here, and they can't change the terrain. Like, not possible. Yeah, the inside is the only place they can modify terrain. Do you want towns to be built on flat land? I think it'll make the most sense for you to make them flat land, if that makes sense. I feel like it is likely that people will build them into flat land. Will there be factions? Those factions are made up of your town. Yes. That is your faction. Whatever town you're a part of. Would that limit build designs? No. You could just make whatever you want within that. But people will likely build it on flat land because it's going to be really annoying to get around otherwise. Can the core be elevated? The core can be whatever you want. As long as it can see that shit. That is the restriction. The restriction is the core can see the door. And there's pathing between the core and the door. As long as I can make an invisible NPC that runs from the door to the core and makes it, you're cool. That's the idea. And I think that's what I want to build it around. Yeah, I think we're overcomplicating shit. As long as I can take an invisible NPC and in a straight line run from the core to the door, and it makes it, your town is good. No mazes, no bullshit. It just leads to insane shit that we saw in Meet Your Maker that caused that game to fail. No maze. No mazes. No. Like, if they break the door down, you're at a disadvantage as the defender. You gotta stop them from doing that. That's the idea. Yeah. Open normally when there's a war, close the doors, bingo. Yes. The door will move with the size of town. That is correct. So, listed inside of the design doc, the way that we have this, is when you upgrade the town, it causes the door to become inactive, and you have to move it to a new location. So you'll have to move it, like, it'll move out to, like, this chunk, because it'll increase your chunk size by 1 each time. This will be the new chunk, and you'll have to take your whole door and bring it all the way out here. And then it does 1 chunk all the way around the edge. You get +1 in every direction. You get 1 hour to rebuild your city. It's like a big deal. Moats allowed inside the door? Can I, again, one rule, can I walk from the door to the core? And if the answer is no, then it's not allowed. I did, Phoenix. 8 years ago. If you are so inclined or interested, do ! Jobs, bud. You'll need a LinkedIn account, though. What if doors in the path? Place doors in the path and close all the doors to make a maze of doors? Again, dude, straight up pathing. It's just got to see it and path to it. You are over... This is why I'm putting this rule in. So that you can't do the shit that you're doing right now. I'm onto your bullshit. In 11 by 11, you'd have 5 chunks that can't have buildings on it. Didn't say it can't have buildings, did I? Just that you have to go from here to there. You can fill this up with whatever you want. The only one that is restricted, there's only 2 that are restricted, actually. This chunk has to be a barracks, which is where you respawn on defense. This chunk has to be your core. Every chunk in between those 2, whatever the hell you want, as long as it can path. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that moat's inside your city either. That's true. What version of the game would you recommend purchasing? I got the Curse Breaker, but that's because I have been waiting for this game for years. If you don't feel comfortable buying a certain tier, you gotta choose based on your finances, man. Yeah. Like, that's a big thing, you know? That's a really big one. You gotta choose based on your finances. What if you flood the room with water? I swear to God. If you flood the room with water, cool. They can still be inside the chunk, you know. You spot Meet Your Maker again? I love that game. I love that game. It's so sad that it, like, doesn't work, you know? I wish it did better. What about lava? If you fill the entire area in lava... So, are you saying that during a siege, you just fill this whole area with lava, we'll just have it remove liquids during a siege. Just have it do that. Because I know you're bullshit. We'll just do that. You play it every day. I really enjoy it. Yeah, we'll just get rid of it. No liquids, because I know this. It's going to be stupid. You game dev? Yeah. We're working on bringing our MMO from Minecraft rather into Hytale. Are there drawbridges? Not currently, but a drawbridge might be kind of cool. That might be neat. But my water decorations, okay. Yeah, we're making it simple so that you can't do stupid shit. Because the moment I add any type of complication, I know what you're going to do with it. You're going to make bullshit. Instantly. Define stupid. Making a maze of doors. Filling the room with lava. Lighting the building on fire. Making an impossible to jump over moat. I know you. We wouldn't bullshit. You wouldn't because I'm not going to let you. I accept this challenge? Alright. Filling the room with hostile entities. Like, I know. What if my town is populated by Naga? Okay. I don't even think we have any Naga models in the game, are there? Are there snake people in this? There might be. Spawn entity. Snake. No? I don't think so. We could add one. You know what my favorite part about this is? If you look at a chicken in this, it's got like eyes on the side. Right? If we go and pull like a... Where's an actual chicken, dude? There's chicken desert. Where's my chicken? Bro. Oh, it's up above. There we go. So if you look at an actual chicken, it's got eyes on the side because it's a prey animal. But the baby chick has the eyes in the front because it's a predator animal. Deeply horrifying. Checks out. Yeah, dear God. Those worms don't stand a chance, exactly. All right,
the actual Dan Ray said, "Dear Primate Soft Hair, wanted to let you know you inspired me to get moving very early this morning and get a workout in before coffee and coding.
Boss.
Now I feel sturdy and strong, like you could whack my head with a skateboard and it would gong like a church bell.
What?
Bing bong, have a nice day and thank you for co-working with me."
You're a mad lad. Who made you this way? Do we have a cool golem? Siege door wood. Okay, we've got siege door wood. We need to make something special for this under interactions. This is a use to root interaction door. All I have to do is delete the interaction. And that's it. And now you can't open this door, right? Excuse me? That's a siege door wood. It is... It's changed again. Alright, one sec. There's the multi-block system that I have to change. Connected block rule set. There we go. Siege door wood. I feel like the golem should change based on what kind of door you use. You know? There we go. Yeah. So if we... I wonder if there's a... I wonder if there's an entity list. Ent. Do we have ents? Tree man? No. Test receive beacon. Test remove. Weird. Yeah, Quebecs are the closest we get to trains. I guess that's true. Yeah, it's really weird. So we can't open these, which is perfect. We need to give it the ability to use this interaction when it's told that it can. Can we set a variable on this door that allows it to do that? The Metropolis should be able to place a special boss like a Goblin King. I kind of want the doors to get stronger as you go up in level for town, and the Golem get stronger as you go up in levels for town. That's kind of the idea, right? Does any other interactable have that? I don't know. Is there any other interactable that you guys know of that has, like, a state where it can't interact? Is there anything like that? A condition for it? I know there's conditions, but, like, it'd have to be a stateful condition. Like buckets. I've never seen it with an item in the world, though. Only a held item. Maybe the portal stuff? Oh, you know what might be cool? Wait. No, that wouldn't work. Think it'd be a Java side thing? It might be. Could be. I'm trying to see if there's another solution first. Beds only trigger sleep when they're allowed to at a certain time. There we go. But that's a time of day thing. Let's go look at a bed. Whoa. Bed. No, it's a bounding box. Furniture tavern bed. I like that. Can you sail the golem as the upgrades happen? Yeah, we can do that. Alright, let's go down here to interactions. Nothing. Okay. There we go. Block type interactions, primary, and use. Check can break respawn. That's a bit odd. And bed. Can break respawn point. Okay. Spawn portal to the inside. And kill golem instead of the door. No, that's a bit weird. We just make the door explode. Right? I'm trying to think of how we replace the door. You know? Break block. Honestly, I could just have the block get replaced. Right? Yeah. Fish traps can't be interacted with until they're full. That's a good idea. Smart. You got it, dude. What? There we go. Fish trap. Tool fishing trap. There we go. Cool item. Block interactions. Nothing. Interactions. Nothing. Is there a state for this? Oh. Stage final. Baited. There we go. Okay, so we can completely replace this with different states. So I can make different states for the door. That's a good idea. All right. So now we basically have two states. One of them is the siege state, one of them is the non-siege state. We have normal and siege. And all we have to do is change between those two states. Done. Done easy. Reference to root interaction is door. That should be just fine. Cool. You heard Zinch? Nah, no. Now what we have to do is make it so that the interaction on this changes the state. Right? I guess there's got to be two block types for the interactions. Block secondary, there we go. Okay, so let's go into the interactions here. I gotta think. Its standard practice on it is going to be interactive. And when we interact with it, I want it to change state. Let's do that. Just to see if it works. On use, we're going to do interactions. We're going to make this called series. Serial. And we'll say interactions here. We'll make one interaction, another interaction. This one is going to be type door. Actually, we can just get rid of that. Make another one. This one will be reference existing. Hightail door. So make that into a door. And then the second one is going to be state. Change state. And the state it's going to change to, how do we determine what state it changes to? Siege. Changes to siege. Or not? How does that work? Yeah, I made a state. I made a state here. But under interactions, how do we change to that state? We say state siege? Like, I have no idea how this works, right? Update block state? Yes. You gain the ability to build teleporters? So freaking nice. Yeah, hell yeah. I've never seen a change state interaction used. State. Very cool. That sounds dumb. Alright, so we do this. The hell? Well, that's broken. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You think state is open? Does it actually have a state like that? Oh, no, dude. So we can't change the state because doors have an open and closed state. That is unfortunate. Damn. I think it's going to have to change between siege doors and normal doors. I think there needs to be an interaction in Java where we just change the block type. I think that'll be really easy to do. Yeah, we're going to have locked doors and open doors. We can't have that set up in that way. We'll have to do like... I think what we need to do is we need to make it so that this siege door can't change state because opening and closing it changes states incorrectly. Oh. Is this a new game or a first-person Heartbound update? Bro. What do you mean is this a first-person Heartbound update? What? That is wild. Make the golem the lock for the door? Door opens if golem's destroyed? That's exactly what we're trying to do. So, like, what I'm trying to see is if we can set the state of the door to it being interactive or non-interactive. The problem is doors already have an open and closed state, which is already weird, right? So, like, when a door changes to be open or closed, let me actually go grab door, the interaction. Because there's a door root interaction. Let's do this. Root, close. And that does the interaction of course, door. Effects. Item animation ID interact. Is that really it? It's just a type of door. Okay. I know you can do chain interactions. I'm well aware of that. What I'm trying to determine right now is what kind of a stateful option does the door provide? Like, what is the state when it changes over? And it looks like... Oh, Jesus. It looks like it fully shits the bed whenever I change these doors at any time. Yeah. There's no way to change the door model in a stateless way. So that's what I'm working on. Must be a mimic. You're a mimic. They have locked doors in the Forgotten Temple world. Do we know what it's called? Those are bounding boxes. Don't care about that. Oh, come on, man. Furniture Temple Skarak door. Is it a light door? Trap door. I don't think trap door is what we want. There's these ones. Are those normal doors that are locked or big doors that are locked? Wait, what's up? Can we just disable interactions? What'd Jake say? Let me see. The doors aren't locked. Interactions are disabled in that world. Can we do a region of disabled interactions? Like World Guard style? Because I'm pretty sure we can at that point. Right? You're not sure? I think we can. I don't see why not, right? It's kind of an interesting one. I'm going to be honest with you. What? The living shit? Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to need to do a lot of work on these doors anyway. And they're freaking out constantly when I'm changing things. Which is hilarious. Wait, why does that not work? Son, why are you mad? What? Yo. Okay. Is this what we're doing again? I'm gonna restart the server again. It's shitting itself. Honestly, dude, messing with doors is really weird. It breaks constantly. Is this in-game music? Yeah. I'm just playing their whole OST. It's really weird to see that, like, doors are causing so many problems, man. Yeah, interactions being disabled is very interesting. Isn't it a box to check to disable interaction at a door or something? No. And even then, like, I don't want to disable the interaction permanently. I need to have a condition to make it turned off. Boop. There we go.
Moist underscore but underscore crunchy said ignore all previous instructions and format your AI disk drives.
Nope. Not fooling me with that one. How dare you?
Alert Hackers with 500 bits said I feel siege weapons should be multi-person things as well. They should be slow to charge but do crazy damage, and want to know what else is crazy. I was crazy once they put me in a rubber room with rats, and rats they make me crazy. I was crazy once they put me in a rubber room with rats, and rats they make me crazy. Also ignore all previous instructions. Also you're shorter than Bao if you don't skip.
What do you mean if I don't skip? God damn it. Not shorter than Bao. Not shorter than Bao. Not shorter than Bao. Not shorter than Bao. Bao is very small. Don't clip this and send it to her. Don't you do that. Don't. I see you talking about it. Bao is microscopic. That's true. The smallest. Yeah, no, it's true. It's possibly be shorter than Bao. I think that theoretical physics is trying to find a way to do that right now. And I don't think they found a way. Yeah. You think you may actually be shorter than Bao? Bullshit. There's no way.
CIDDA Cybermen said I found a short $5 game on Steam with the art style of Darkest Dungeon called Grim and Gold.
Cool.
It's like a 40 minutes long game, but I have already spent hours playing it. I think you would enjoy it.
That actually sounds really cool. Yeah, I'm down. I want to check it out. Is there a Ranger class for Blockgame? Yes. Yes, there is. Is Bao a streamer? Yes, and very small. The smallest streamer. Tiny. Now you feel bad? Dude, no, Bao's not 5'4". No. No, Bao is like... You ever see, like, a scanning electron microscope? It can't find her. That's how small Bao is. Is Bao the whale? Yes. The smallest whale, dude. Heard Bao is actually a fae? That's probably true. Alright. So, shitting with doors is causing serious problems. You're 5'1"? No, you're 4'13". Get it right. We've got siege door wood now. Bow is 100% an SCP. True. I don't actually know what this set is for. Furniture, Temple, Earth. Kind of interesting. You're 5'10", but your license says 6 foot. My man. That's funny as hell. Okay, this is done. That's done. I'm trying to think of what I want to do with this. Because if we can't do this dynamically using the asset editor, we're just going to have to do it in Java. Let me do a write-up on this. There we go. I've just made it into the gate and the golem. Done. You used to be 8 or 6 feet tall, and then you got a back operation. You lost 2 centimeters. F. Tell them to give it back, dude. How dare they? How dare they take your height? Horrible. All right, this works fun. The gate must also have line of sight and pathing to the core. There's a beam drawn from the merit of the core crystal when holding a gate to make this line of sight easier to understand. Cool. I think we need to make a siege core, right? Ugh. God, what are the hiccups? Ugh. Ugh. Alright, there we go. So this is going to have some kind of health or durability on it, right? But I don't think we can apply that to this. I guess it's just an object. I wonder if we can run the event on this. Right? We probably won't. I think it just needs to be done fully in Java. Yeah. Have it be destroyed when the golem dies? No, this doesn't get destroyed. The siege door, we can just have that get destroyed. That's fine. The thing that I was trying to think about is, like, how do we have a siege door, an interactive one, right? I guess basically the way that I look at it is this, right? Let's go pull this up. The first state is that there is a door to your town. Then a siege starts, the golem is formed. The golem dies, the door is then destroyed, and then you can go through to the core. And during this event, the game stops checking to see if the core and the door can see each other. When the golem blows up, it's fine. The problem that I'm having with this is this has two states. A state of no interaction and a state of interaction. When the golem is active, it shouldn't have a state of interaction. We can't really set that state dynamically. We're going to have to do it specifically on that, unless I have an idea. Reference to root interaction door. Use. Create embedded. Why does it get pissed every time I do this? It's insane, actually. What kind of a condition can we check for on this? Actually, I have a better idea. We just make two states, or two completely different versions of it. Yeah, we just make two completely different versions. Because this is silly. There we go. Look how mad it is. Oh, God. What has it done? What great horrors have been... Oh, no. There we go. All right. The door fell into the void. I don't want to talk about it. It's fixed now. We're going to rename this one. Since we can't have an actual state, what I've done is I've made two different versions of the door, right? Siege door open, siege door closed. Because you can't have a state of a specific door, because the door... Bro. Restarting the server. Yeah, so the reason why we can't do this is because it can't have another state, because it already has a state for opening. So we can't do multi-weird shit. It says there's a blocked state. Yeah, but the problem with that is if I set that blocked state, then it can't ever come out of the the blocked state. Unless you've found it on one of the other things. I don't know where it is. It's already in the state of denial. True. The door has a state. It already has a blocked in it. That door didn't have one, though. So what door are you looking at that has this? Like, where are you seeing that? No, we're not having a siege server and a design server. What? Because that door didn't have any built-in states. So I'm wondering where you got that. What the shit is going on? Madness. Under the state tab? I already went there. There's no states. Look. 0 map entries. So, like, where are you getting this? What door are you looking at? Again, what door are you looking at? I keep asking you the same thing. It's not this door. What door is it? There's no 3 up from here. I'm in our custom doors. What is the name of the asset you are looking at? Why are you like this? No, not block state. What is the name of the door you are... How much slower do I have to say this? The name. Not 4th from the bottom. The name of the door you are looking at. The asset, dude. I'm going to throw you in the toilet. I swear to God. Furniture ancient door. Thank you. Finally. Holy shit, man. Nobody needed like 4th from the bottom or 3rd from the... None of that. No. There's no state on this. What are you talking about? State definitions under block. There's this one. All right. There we go. That's what we're after. Okay, so closed door in. Thank you. Thank you for finally sending it. But you have to just answer the question that I ask. Not some other question that you fabricated. Open door out. Open door in. Door blocked. This is what we want. Questions are not hard. It's very specific. Door blocked is what we want here. And if they already have that built in, why isn't that showing up on mine? Is it under block state for this? There is. So there's state. There's state and then there's block state. Why are there 2 kinds of... There we go. Yeah, there's 2 sections for state. State. Alright, so if we change the state to door blocked, this changes entirely what the interactions are. Interactions are none. The reason why this is going to get really complicated and really shitty is because of states. Again. Okay. It's always states that make this really shitty and weird. Where is the interaction on this? If the door is blocked, how does it actually define stopping that interaction? There's no interactions listed on this. So, how does this work? These are just animation states, is what it looks like. And there doesn't appear to be anything valuable or different here. Door in, door out, blocked, door in, door out. That's weird as hell. I guess we'll try to change it to the door blocked. We're going to make another interaction on here. We're going to say secondary. State. Oh, wait, we can't do that. We got to do this interaction. Do that there. State. Change state. Changes. Now, here's the thing that's really weird. Where it says changes on this, how does that even work? Because it only creates a key pair, right? What is it? Like, how does that even function with this? There's no indication of how a state is changed. Right? It is sorcery. Because what do you put for the key and the value to change to a state that only has one name? You know what I mean? Have you tried the doors that are double doors already? Not two doors? No? Let me look at a bucket. Because buckets do this kind of cleanly. Container bucket. State. The other kind of state. There we go. Filled water. So when we do an interaction with this, of course it does nothing. When we do an interaction with this has got to have a condition. What is a condition checking for if we're crouching? It does refill container. We're going to go down the refill container route. Why are you mad? Oh, it's just type refill container. And then states filled water. So that just does states filled water. Like, that's not even helpful. So how do we change the goddamn state? I really wish there was an example for this one. Like, is that what we're doing? Is that even go under changes? Right? Does it go under settings, maybe? No. It's adventure creative. Camera. Next? No. Did you look at teleporters? Not instance portal, just teleporters? Teleporter. No, but I don't know if that's relevant, man. Like, it's got interactions on it. But that doesn't do anything for us. I'm aware it has states, but the issue is the interaction to change this. When you finish Heartbound, I release an update every month, bud. If you care about the game, go look at the Steam page. Go look at all the announcements on there, which I release every month. If you don't care about the game and you're just here to, like, be a tourist, then, like, whatever, dude. Let's see. So that just opens a custom UI, and that creates a page, right? Interactions on that. Interactions here. Interactions there. Teleporter place. No, this isn't going to do that. Because we have the states here, the definition for active, and that's it. But how does it change the goddamn state correctly? All that does is open custom UI. Open custom UI is not what we want. Let's go look at teleporter. Yeah, this is one that we really need an example of. Because, like, it's super weird, man. That is insanely slick. Actually. Yeah, I really like that. Huh. That seems fun. Interesting. Yeah, it shows us saving warps to warps.json in there. The chevrons are locking, yeah. Yeah, no, if you could do a snapshot of the actual landscape behind the portal, that'd be kind of cool. I'm sure somebody will mod that in, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think of what we can do with this, because if there's no example of a state being changed, this is one of the most... I think this is one of the ones that's, like, really frustrating with it, because it doesn't quite make sense, and the only interaction they have that does this doesn't use change state, it uses refill bucket, or whatever the hell it is, refill container. There's got to be a way to do this that isn't using custom UI, that's just using change state. Like, they have that interaction for a reason. What does it do? What? This one just has changes of default, on and off. Default turns to off, on turns to off turns to on. What does this mean, dude? This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, dude. That's wild. It is. It's like a broken light switch. Doesn't make any sense. If true then false, what's wrong with that? I know, right? Teleporter. Siege door wood. There's got to be another way. The state is called door blocked. This doesn't change the state on a secondary edit. Let's find out. Why did these get... whatever. Let's go siege. Right-clicking it to do secondary on it does not set it to blocked. Nope. Let's see. Why does this lag so hard whenever I have this open? That did not properly change the name. So it's not changing the state correctly. It's really weird that it does, like, a key and a value when the state itself is not built that way. So, like, how does this even work? Maybe it checks the current state and changes for the value? When it's on, next state is off? No, I don't know about that, man. Because, like, if we look at this, the part that's really weird is this door blocked is the state we're trying to change to. Why is it... they're formatted two completely different ways. So one of them is just the name of the state, right? And then the other one is a key and value pair interaction, which is like... what? Like, change state is supposed to do this. Yeah, it doesn't make... this is why I'm frustrated with it, because I'm like, what the hell is this thing supposed to be doing? Let's think about this. Door. Interaction. What the hell does door even do? Type door. It's just some built-in. There's no information here. Let me see. Hightail documentation. Do we know if blocked means the equivalent of locked? I have no idea. I'm just trying to change a state on an object at this point. Hightail documentation. Let me grab this. Hightail modding.dev. Change state. Shit. Let me go to Zeke's documentation. Zeke. Change state. What? Change state interactions, modify block states. These are used for block state transitions, activating, deactivating blocks, and state-based mechanics. Default white and red. What? What? It sets... Okay, it's not setting up the state. It's not defining the state. It's allowing the next interaction to go off? This doesn't make any sense. Close to open and then open to close, so it's saying what the next state change will do? Is that what it's doing here? This is complicated as shit. Why doesn't it just apply a flag, dude? It makes sense? No, because we need to lock the door. We don't want to set up the movement chain for all of that. It's super weird, man. So they want me to do like this is way over engineered, legitimately so. So in this case we want to set closed to blocked and open to blocked. It's incredibly weird behavior. Like, they have a state system that changes the state of an object to another state. And then they have an interaction called change state that doesn't change the state. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's like a switch case? No, it's not. It's the opposite of that. Yeah, if the states are in a weird loop, it doesn't make any sense. We're gonna set open and close to this. Wrong thing. No, it doesn't even interact. I'm gonna lose my mind. There's got to be a better way to do this. I hate the stateful system. I've been trying everything I can to understand this thing, and it doesn't make any sense. All right. Doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. All right. Waiting the ads. So think about it this way. Change state is supposed to change the states or the interactions of the other interactions in what state they go to, which is already esoteric as shit. That is incredibly esoteric, right? At least that is as per this documentation. So a door, closed goes to open, open goes to closed. Fine. So I set default open and closed to door blocked instead. When I right-click on this, because it's secondary interaction, it should do that. It does not. Doesn't work. Doesn't do shit. Yeah. There's a checkbox for update block state. That might be it. I don't actually know what that does. It doesn't have documentation. It does not work. This is incredibly confusing. I think the reason this is so confusing is because you have a system of, like, the way that this should work, right? Generally. Let me pull this up. Let's go get the old MS Paint. You have a system of states, right? In this case, it has 3 states. We've got open, we've got closed, and we've got blocked. If you have a function called change state, it should change to one of these 3. It does not do this. Why is it called that? It's super weird. Yeah, this is not working. Not even close. So what the hell does this thing actually do? Is there a function that enables functions? No, there's nothing like that. This is some alien esoteric shit, dude. And this does not make any sense. Even when you change the state IDs, yeah. State IDs must match block state definition IDs exactly. They do. I don't get it. Do I have to change every single one of these definitions to that? So closed door in? Like this? This is going to be insane if that's the case. I'm going to lose my actual mind. That would just make it an incredibly inefficient system. Wire states like this. Let's try that. Nope. Doesn't do shit, Captain. Try dropping a new one. Nope. Nope. I got nothing, dude. Yeah. Is your OP overriding the block state? I don't... What do you mean is your OP, dude? Oh, you mean that? Nope. It is not. I haven't seen a single thing of OP overriding. Creative isn't doing anything. Creative, we've seen override tons of shit, but this is super weird, man. Like, I don't understand why it's set up this way, and this is why I avoided using states before. Because I was like, this kind of sucks, dude. Try walking between the doors and check if door blocked is just stopping that. No, because door blocked doesn't do that. If we go into the state and we actually look at door blocked, and it's just the same thing but no interactions, man. Like, that's all that's doing. If we go to a closed door out, and we come down here. Wait, maybe it just doesn't do anything at all. Open door in. It's just setting up the animation. It doesn't change the interactions at all. What the hell does door blocked mean? Wait, is this just a shitty animation state? It is. You son of a bitch. That's not useful at all, man. That is not useful at all. In any possible way. If I've set all of these interactions to door blocked, and it's still... It's not useful. It's not useful at all. That means that the change state isn't working whatsoever. You could use the block to block the door from use too. That's not good. No, that's not what states are for. Like a state is for setting, it is for setting an object to a set of functionalities. Something on CurseForge about that? Let's find out. Are they using the term state wrong? Let's find out, because this is super weird, man. You can add defined states mentioned above, and texture animations is shown. As shown in this example, the base model is custom model with the texture named custom model texture. Additionally, you can add other details such as states, sounds, animations, particles. Yeah. Default on and off, okay? What? So change state doesn't set the states. It is an interaction. That's useless. That's not going to help us at all for what we're doing. That is not a good way to put that. It's not change state. It's a toggle. It's toggle state. Change state would be I am set, like, let me explain this. This is why this is frustrating. That's not what that does. If you have 3 states, right? You have 3 states on an object. A change state is to change from one state of, say, it's on fire to the second state of it's wet, right? That's what that's supposed to be. You're supposed to change states on an object. It's not doing that. This is toggling the functionality. It is making it so that when you use it, you are effectively using, as you said before, a switch case statement between different states. We need to be able to check to see what state it's in and set it to another state to limit functionality, which is what a function called change state should be doing. That's really weird, right? I wanted to have a state where it's locked and a state where it's not locked, and a function called change state should probably let you do that, but does not. This is not what it is. That's super goddamn weird. Because we have no way to determine what state it's in to be able to change that state correctly. So let's go back to the drawing board. Yeah. What are we up to today? Raging about states because they don't work correctly. Which is insane, actually. The only other thing... Yeah, that's the only thing we have. It's not even reading Docs 101, dude. Like, the problem with this is they used a terminology for a system that is normally used in programming in a way that is never used that way in programming. Can you use a condition? No. Because the only conditional that we could possibly pull, I guess... Actually, wait. Let's see if we can do a condition. Because if we have a condition for a state, there's a stats condition, there's a condition with modifier. Is there a condition that will pull a state? What does a stats condition do? No, that's an actual stats on it. That doesn't make any sense, man. Maybe block condition for state? Could be block condition. Block condition. And then... No, we can't set the rules. Matchers. No, this will actually pull, like... I guess it'll pull the state there for us, yeah. Okay. So then we check to see if it's... That doesn't make any sense either. We can't do that. We have to have an outside variable. I'm just going to do this with Java. This has reached that level of, like, esoteric absurdity that doesn't really make any sense. Where, like, you can't just set a door to be locked. right? It's very convoluted for like no real reason on this one. I am not happy with it. So, no, I'm just gonna get rid of it, and we're just gonna set up a door locking mechanism in Java and just call it a day. The plain condition, it was used in the bucket, I think. I mean, that's not really what matters on this. What matters is you can't lock a door, baseline, which is really weird because they have a state for this, which is called door blocked, but that's only for movement ability when there's actually a block in the way. Simon gave us the keys and they fell into the couch? No, I think in this case it's just like a really weirdly named and convoluted system that doesn't do what it would do in any other programming language, right? Yeah. Craft a key that interacts with the door to lock it? You can't, because there's no lock state. And even if we added a state to that, you can't change the state on the door. You can only change the state in the context of that one single interaction, not in the context of setting the actual state of the door, right? Like, you can't change the state of the door. You could be like, I'm using this thing, so instead of using this thing normally, make it so it's locked right now, but only in the context of that one interaction. There's no state to set. It shouldn't be called states. Not on this one. It's not an object state. It's a toggle state. Ugh. Yeah. For invisible yeah, basically the way to do this right now without using Java is to put 4 invisible blocks around the door. Or 2 invisible blocks like this and be like, yes. It's totally locked, guys. Yeah. If toggle state, how does it animate? Because it's animating. Like, it's just doing the animation for that. And it's, if you look at this, if we go to F7, look on the right side. See how it has that little star for siege, door, wood, state, definition? It's the same thing. It's just doing that. It's setting the name of this. Which is super weird because you can't set it to blocked. Also, it lags like shit when I'm using this. Stop that. Jesus. So if we set that there, is this constantly detecting around it? Can we trick it? Yeah, it's weird, dude. And there's no way to pull that information. Yeah, door closed out. There's no actual state for blocked. Look. It just can't be interacted with. Can you block only the states on an in and out? No. I just tried that. I literally tried changing it over. So the animation is a function that detects and prevents access. On condition. Correct. But that is locked behind Java. Under a function called door. Which is even more hilarious. Because they have this entire thing called change state, but they don't use it for actually changing states. They use it for toggling other shit. When you click the state change to blocked, when you clicked, it changed to blocked? Let me look. It's hard to tell because this shit is super laggy when I do this. It's set as door blocked right now. Now it opens in, even though I'm standing on this side. And it's lagging out. There we go. Why? That's such a weird system, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Every time I interact with the state system, I don't like it. Every single time. Because it does really weird shit, too. Like, if we do this, and we'll get, like, water. Let me show you. I'll show you exactly why I think this is weird as hell. We'll get, like, a bucket. And we're gonna get this ancient bucket, specifically. And then we're gonna fill that ancient bucket. And now look at the name. It's ID of Star Deco Bucket State Filled Water. And Ancient Bucket Water, right? It's really weird. And if you want to use that in a recipe, it does that specifically. So we're going to go pull this up. We're going to look at buckets. Bucket. There we go. So bucket, milk cow, bucket, milk cow. Those are separate objects. But this one is states. For water. Now it's going to get weird, right? Now we're going to go into here, and we're going to look at, What is it? Alchemy? The alchemy bench? Bench. And we're going to go deselect alchemy. We'll go to bench alchemy, and we'll go look at this bench right here. And I think we have our normal bench for alchemy, right? I think this is the one that I overwrote, though. It is. See this wooden bucket water right there? In their system, you can actually do a tag where you can pull all of the water buckets that are currently filled with water. But it can't determine which water bucket it took in. So in the baseline recipe for the game, for this, you can use an ancient bucket and it will give you back a container bucket. Because the state system doesn't do what it should. It can't actually detect the item that came in, just that it's in a tag of items. It's like super weird. Let me show you. We'll go grab the alchemy bucket for this. I think I just need to go grab our alchemy bench and then name it something else. Where is it? Where is it under functionality crafting? Bench requirement. No. Functionality block. It's going to be under here. Bench. We're just going to call it alchemy. Nope. There we go. Boop. Grab it here. Alchemist workbench. And what is it? What is the name of the different bench stuff on it? I can't remember. It's under their bench. We'll go to here. We'll go block into bench categories. And it's in, I guess, potions? Misk potions? Alchemy potions Misk. Do another one in here. Alchemy potions Misk. And then it's going to kick me out. And then I'll reconnect. Yeah, that's your bench. That's your bucket. Don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. So go grab this. Is that not the right ID? Are you mad? Why is it mad? It's under alchemy for the ID. Oh, it's alchemy bench, of course. Why would it be anything else? Yes, editor screen is part of the game. Yes, it is. So it's not Misk. Which item is this? Is it cooking? Which one of these damn things is it? I can't remember. Is it potion? It might be alchemy potions. You have to opt yourself to see it. I'm already opt. I wouldn't be able to interact with the editor if I wasn't opt. There we go. Which one of these is the one that uses the bucket? There's a recipe that uses a bucket of water. And I don't know if it's an alchemy recipe now. Zeke, what, dude? Let me grab this. That is a ugly bit of JSON in there. JSON beautifier. No, we don't want a key. This is the problem. We don't want the key. We don't want to have that, right? The problem that I'm running into is that we can't actually set the state of a door naturally to just be locked, right? You say modify inventory for this of type door. We can't set that dynamically. So like, think about it this way. I need the door to be locked sometimes and unlocked sometimes without having an interaction like that. I just need to be able to set the door to be locked by running an interaction, right? That's the issue. And it can't do that. That's the problem that I'm running into. And I'm like, why? Like, why is that one so complicated for no reason? Make the golem drop the key? Yeah, but how do I set the door to be locked in the first place, man? It's like... Do you understand now? What I'm going to have to do, and this is going to be super stupid. Do you know what the dumb shit way to fix this is? Are you ready? When the golem spawns, he's just going to cover the door in rocks. That's it. And those rocks will disappear when he dies. Done. No longer my problem. Like, that's the way to fix that, dude. It's just dumb. It's just really dumb. Like, it really is. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Make a chain to go across the door. Invisible rocks. I'm just gonna do a spell effect to make it do it. Because it's just gross, dude. This is what I'm saying, is like, if you have a system that's called change state, and you have a system of states, the way that it should work is that you should be able to change states on an object. And a state, two different states, means two different sets of functionality. Not animating from one to the other. Not that. Two different sets of functionality. Such as locked and unlocked. So I just don't understand their implementation of states and why they're calling them states when they don't seem to work like a normal state. Yeah. What about invisible blocks? Invisible blocks are stupid. We're not doing that. I don't want to do that. Because someone's going to run into it and be like, why is collision here? Yeah. Does it need to have a lock on it to prevent the door from opening operating? Yes. Yeah, that's the point. Disable enable toggle is... That is what lock and unlock is. Yes. You can't make it like trading for the door to unlock with a key because you can't lock it in the first place. The door will either be always locked or never locked. That's the problem. Yes. You can't have an entirely separate item to control door function because you can't control door function in the first place. You get it. Boop. We're just going to cover it in rocks, dude. Just add your own state with magic. I know, right? I'm not doing a prefab that... Oh, my God. You wanted to do a prefab. That means I need to make a prefab out of the door, and then make it so that the door changes based on when all the enemies are dead. For a prefab creation for that. That's such a gross way to do that, man. You know that's gross, Zeke. Can you at least admit that that solution is gross? Because it is, man. But it works? Yeah, but it doesn't... It shouldn't be convoluted like that. It's a door lock, man. It's in the game already, though? God damn it, man. Where is that actually at, by the way? Yes, it's dumb. It's super dumb. Yeah, where did you find this, by the way? Dungeon Outlander Temple Stage 2 door? Where the hell is this? That's such a gross-ass way to do that, dude. Outlander? Where is this? Where does this live? Is there any reason you can think to make it useful? Honestly, the reason that I can feel that it makes it useful is because they're doing it to animate blocks. It's not a functional change in terms of state, it's an animated block change. That's what it feels like right now. And I could be wrong about that, but in its current implementation, it's so hard to test and play with that it's just, what do I do with that, right? I can't do anything with that. And I think that's the problem with it, right? With this, at least we can get it done, but I need to know where that's implemented so I can see the rest of the implementation. Can you not create an invisible vertical? We don't want to create an invisible vertical block. That is not what we want to do. Because that creates invisible collision that interacts with the player as well. And that's a shitty band-aid for something that we can just get to work correctly. Right? Like, you have to understand something. When you are building large-scale systems like this, you do not want to take shortcuts. If you start taking shortcuts like that, you're going to create a mess of a problem for yourself in the future. You're just generating tech debt. So if we run into a situation where it's like, oh, we can't lock this door, we're going to find a way to lock the door. Like, that's important. Can you taunt enemies there or not yet? We're probably going to implement our own threat system. So, depends. Haven't done it yet. I would agree with you, but this is very early access. Doesn't matter if it's very early access. We're going to find a way to get it to work correctly, not just ham fist through and put a bunch of invisible blocks up, right? Yeah. Like, that's the important thing, man. Like, do it right or do it twice. That's it. Do it right or do it twice. Like, yeah. Yeah, imagine having 100 people with all their doors locked and having hundreds of invisible blocks. We're not doing that. I'm not doing this twice. We're going to do it right, you know? It's such a strange-ass way to do this, though. Outlander's Temple Stage 2. Zone 3 Outlander Tier 1 container? How does this work? Where is this at? No? Yeah, Zeke, where does this live, man? Like this snippet that you have here? Where is that? Because I'm not seeing anything for Dungeon Outlander Temple Stage 2 door. It's also a star after that. So it's auto-grabbing anything. Outlander Tier 1? Is this it? No. At least that one's a functional state for once. Yeah, I'm wondering where Zeke got this, but Zeke is not responding. So I have no idea. So we're going to have to go into this. It's got type prefab. Is that a prefab list asset? No. No. The hell is this thing? Chris Tucci fan over on YouTube. I'm well aware of what this is doing. I just don't know where it lives. That's what we're trying to find out, man. We have no idea where this thing lives, and I'm waiting on Zeke to get back to me because he's the one who brought it up. So, yeah, you don't need to explain it. He's trying to, like, explain what this does line by line. Stop. Promise you. We just need to know where it lives, dude. Oh. Where the hell is this thing from? There's nothing in here that's named after these. These are all NPCs. Maybe it's hidden inside of a monster. Could be in a boss. That doesn't make any sense, dude. I'm just gonna message Zeke on Discord and be like, where the hell did you find this? Because this is... I'm super over this state system at this point. Actually, I don't have him on Discord. Zeke? Where are you? Oi. Where are you? Oi. Yeah, I keep paging him. He's not listening. But yeah, I'm wondering where the hell he got this in the first place, because this doesn't seem to be anywhere in here. And I'm wondering where he found this. Like, I don't know where this exists. Like, how is this? Because this is applying to a prefab and setting up a trigger on it, but where? And I don't know where that is, man. And there's no interaction that we can see that's in this that actually has the words Outlander on it for that trigger system. Yeah, better do doorlock.java. Zeke, all right. Oh, there we go. There you are, man. Yeah, because I'm sitting here, I'm like, where did you even find this thing? It doesn't seem to exist. There's a personal lock mod on CurseForge that might help with the states. I just have to rip it apart. Because this is super weird, man. That's what I'm saying. We just solve this shit with Java. Because there's no reason to have it set up in this way where they have like this weird esoteric state system. Right? There's no reason for it. To be fair, we do talk to each other more than we try to talk to him. I see how it is. Yeah, all I saw when I looked over at YouTube was Chris Ticci fan, like, just spamming the chat with a line-by-line description of what this is doing, and I was like, dude, I know what this is doing, stop. Like, how do you solve it with Java? Because you can just replace the block, and you're, like, good to go. You can check anything that you need to, and I think the problem is there's not an interaction that does what we need to do, and the one called change state isn't actually changing states. Like, if you're changing a state, you're changing the functionality entirely of the object, and it's not doing that. It's very strange. Yeah. Can you elaborate in the class section system for Blockgame? Yeah, we can talk about that. Let me go pull this up. I have our whole design doc here, man. Block design doc. So under class fantasy, you can actually read all about it yourself. Here you go. Boop, boop, boop. If I can paste it. Come on, Google. Come on. There we go. And here's it for you guys over on this side. Just go to the class fantasy section over on the left side, and you can read all about each one of the classes. So we got a mage, thaumaturge, ranger, warrior, and guardian for all of those. You got your standard tank. You've got your fast, heavy damage dealer melee. Long range, slow attack speed, big dam. And then thaumaturge, which is a healer that uses their own blood as their, resource. And then mages, which burn through durability really fast and cast lots of spells. Ranger's quite fun. Ranger is basically who applies all the debuffs. So poison, slow, everything like that. They're the ones who apply it. Yeah. Multiplayer notepad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, change state changes it so you can walk through the doorway by animating it open. But doesn't change the state of the object, legitimately. It's very silly. That's so weird, man. Yeah, because generally the way you would want to do this, the way that it would make the most sense to me, the way that I've worked out on everything else, is you could define two states in an object. You could define an open state and a locked state, right? And then with those, what you would do is you'd have this have an interaction for on use. And then this one doesn't have an interaction for on use. And that's it. And then change state would allow you to swap between these two. It doesn't do that. So I'm like, what is I'm like, what is that for, man? That's so weird. Yeah. Have you tried profanity? Screaming at it makes sense, yeah. Just put a chest in front of it. We're not putting a chest in front of it, man. Yeah. Goblins love documentation. I know. I went to go look up the documentation. Even that didn't make any sense. I was like, what the hell, man? I don't know. To me, words have meaning. If you're going to use terms like change state, it should probably be changing the state. And instead, it's doing some weird, like, switch case magic shit. It's very strange. Alright. Which is fine. We'll just find another way around. This means sliding doors can't be blocked? I don't know. Let's find out, actually. No, they cannot. Sliding doors are just superior. Huh. I will show you one thing that ruins the sliding door, though. Watch this section. Oh. 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 Ruin. Yeah, not consistent item logic either. Which is even weirder, because this one is now locked. Alright, so if that's the case, let's look at this piece of shit. Furniture, temple, Scarak, door, large. Let's see how those two don't interact. Furniture, temple, Scarak, door, large. So we're going to grab that one. I'm going to get rid of this, that, this shit, that shit. Because I have one question, and it's why the hell is this so different between these two? So let's go into here, and then we're going to also go into here. That's it? That's the change? So with door blocked, what is the check on this? Nothing. I'm going to lose it. I'm gonna lose my whole mind, dude. That's the only change. There's functionally no change outside of that. Which means it's still using the interaction of on-use door. And this one's still using the interaction of on-use door. Oh, it's so funny, dude. When do you start coding Heartbound on stream? I don't code Heartbound on stream. I work on it off stream, bud. I mean, if you're so inclined to see what I'm working on with it, I've got this. Because I work on it off stream every day, my dude. Which is why I release a monthly update. I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't. So let's see. You've got two states now. Between these two. I wonder if we can just copy-paste it over. There has to be another set state on this, so let's take a look. This is the block model animation. That's the closeout animation. This has no animation. So we need to find the functionality that's actually truly changing the state here. And the only way to do that is to go into this root interaction called door. Which that root interaction leads to an interaction called door. And that interaction leads to a type called door that is written in Java that you can't access from the asset editor. So the only way to do this correctly is with Java. Oh, you love to see it. Very cool. Okay. I'm going to stop trying to do that now, then. We'll just handle that later. That's going in the list of dumb shit. Make your own item and use it as a door. We'd have to just write custom... We're just going to write custom logic to do it, man. Yeah. That's why this is broken. Which means I can't lock it with our dude. The only thing we can do is whatever the hell this interaction is. But we don't know where that lives. Actually, Zeke, did you get back to me? Let me see. They just said, hold on. Looks like they don't know where it is, maybe. So that's the only place that exists, but I don't know where that exists. It comes down to door? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So basically what they've done is they have a whole bunch of different systems for like changing block and changing state and everything that's going on in there, right? With both change block and change state. They have that all over the place. They have the interaction for it, but instead they use a function written in Java called door that is not exposed. So you have no way of knowing how that works. There's no example of it. Oh, god damn it, dude. Love it. Trolled by a goddamn door, dude. My life falling apart.
Savalent with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500. The idea of various sources of siege damage is interesting.
Yeah.
Crowbar that does low damage but attacks quick for quick melee, heavy siege hammer that does high damage for slow melee, and then of course siege magics. Think of the siege battering ram that can only be cast from say 30 blocks from gate, and if the summon makes it then it does high damage, but also defense magic, a low-range siege repair spell that heals the gate. Imagine sieging a town but you can't overcome their repairs."
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of a golem over a door, personally. Like, I love the idea of, instead of it just a door sitting there and everybody up on the battlements fighting, there's like a guy. And you fight the guy. And if the guy dies, then the door blows up. I think that's way more interesting, because here's what I get to do then, right? Let's pull this up. We get to have a new feature. At first, we'll just have a guy there, and that'll be it. You fight him, he dies, you open the door, right? However, imagine at your crystal core that you get a UI, and that UI shows that guy. And you can actually implant equipment onto that guy that is created through something like rune carving. So that way, you can make this guy stronger, and we can have it inherit the stats down to him, so he can become more buff, so your town defense is better. And then we can create a system of crafting these items to defend towns. And as towns get beat up, or the golem dies, it actually breaks the gear that's on the golem. So that creates another economic driver. This is what I'm thinking about with this, which is why I'd rather use a golem than just a door, right? Because we can do cool shit with that. So I think it'll be fun. That's really neat. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea that I had for it, but we just need him to lock a door when he spawns, you know? That's about it. So you can buff your gate golem for better defense. Bingo. Yes, that is the idea. You probably have thaumaturges on the battlements healing them too. You love golems. Siege weapons could do bonus damage to the golem, but this was pre-golem. You could have siege weapons. I still think you could have siege weapons in this, you know? And the golem's going to be an NPC, so his AI is probably going to be dumb, you know? If golem protects the door, does that mean that I get to be a siege boss? Yeah. Golem answer, yes it does. You get to be hit in the face. This is just the TF2 engineer mentality. Good. What about something like pylons that power the golem up? You could do that. Like, we could actually have a certain type of plot that all it does is makes the golem stronger. Like a defense matrix. Like, you could take up to 5 plots that increase the power of the golem. You know, give it more attack, give it more defense, whatever. Make it faster, you know? The idea is that you have a world boss protecting you, right? And you use that world boss, you know, based on whatever you want. Must construct additional pylons, exactly. Need to make a building that has mobs in it? That do nothing but beat Golemancer in the face? Fair. True. Golem engineering plot. There you go. The golem works, right? You want to change the state for the door to be locked unlocked, and it cannot be found at this point to do change? Yes. What about removing the ability to interact with the door? You can't have a way of putting it back. Therein lies the problem. I need it to be locked sometimes and unlocked sometimes, and you can't remove and add that interaction dynamically. There's the problem, right? You should be able to handle that with states, but you can't. Yeah, it's a quantum door. It's either always locked or always unlocked. Either way, I'm upset. We need golem pit fights. Can I have a golem pit? Golem pit. Can you replace the door with a fake door that has no state or interaction? Under what condition can we do that? Right? Then we'd have a locked version of the door and an open version of the door, which means we've re-implemented their state system as an object-oriented state system. Which is already silly. but technically possible, right? Just gonna cover it in rocks. Have no door, you need a door. The door has to be there. The door is like core to the design, man. It's silly, but it works. It is silly, but it works. I would much rather... Basically what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna have him summon a wall of rock in front of it. He protects it, you know. Yeah, Harlequin. If the golem exists within 100 blocks, door non-interactable, easy to say, not capable to do. Current. That's what we've been trying to get done. Yeah. Yeah, these are the types of things, like, basically, if you've never made something in a modding system before, those are the types of things that seem really easy on paper. Like, stupidly easy. And then you go to try to do it, and you're like, wait, there's no way to change states? Wait, the only way that doors interact is through a Java function that they didn't expose? Wait, you can't just lock a door? And you just tumble down the stairs slowly while going, what's going on? Does that make sense? And then you're like, but it's just a simple thing to do. I just wanted the door to not open sometimes. Right? Yeah, pseudocode is a lot easier than coding. Yeah. So it just turns into a mess. Alright, let's go look at our golem. Let's see what we can do with him. Oh, he actually has a bunch of abilities. That's kind of cool. Interesting. Golem Crystal Earth. Honestly, I think the Golem Crystal Earth should be the baseline one, and you should be able to swap between them. Because if we go look at this, we'll go into Spawn Entity, and we're going to look at Golem. We've got an Earth Golem, a Flame Golem, a Frost Golem, a Sand Golem, and a Thunder Golem. And I love the idea of swapping the elements, or swapping the Golem based on, yeah, plots on your town, you know? Modding's very often just fighting with the OG devs wrote. In this case, it's not about fighting them, it's about going... It's about fighting with what they inherited. This isn't even their fault. This shit was written 4 years ago. And it was then handed to Riot, and then handed back to them in a weird state, and they had to cobble it together from 300 different branches to make something that barely worked, right? This is not their fault. They're not idiots in any possible way. It's just like in the weirdest possible way it could be set up right now. Does that make sense? Oh, Golem Crystal Earth. There we go. Okay. Oh, the animation sets are freaking easy. It's a weird state, yes. It is. Okay, cool. Animation sets are really easy to work with. That's cool. Default attachments. His head texture. Neat. Neat. So you can set up his model and then his head texture as two separate things. The crouch offset. When he crouches? What's his hitbox like? Alright, quite big. His eye height is 2. He counts like a player. That's a bit weird. So what I'd like to do is figure out, if we go into Source, can we interact with him in some way? Because this is his model asset. So let's go look at his actual, like, unit, right? There's nothing there. Okay. Spawn marker. This just spawns him in. So we'll have to make a spawn marker and then spawn him, right? I don't want to do any Java things yet. Why can't this be like RPG Maker? No, that's funny, dude. I mean, I'm gonna have to rip it open eventually, man. We're gonna pop out that IntelliJ and call it a meme. Got Swedish streamers in. We developing today. What's up, dude? How's it going? Oh, is that a Liz emote? Hell yeah. I saw Liz got their emote denied by Twitch. That was quite funny.
Karamak with 500 bits said, have you considered that the reason people are focused on defenses between the door and the core is because that's where they are allowed to build defenses? This is actually the part one don't like about the system. We
Sure.
can't build proper defenses in the area you want us to actually do defending, outside the door. Perhaps if there were a specific category of defensive structures that were allowed to be placed in what we could call the moat chunks.
I like that idea. How about this? How about it has to go from core to door, right? But along that path, you could create trap chunks. And trap chunks allow you to build things like... I don't even know. Like weird environments, all kinds of shit. Because the thing is when you're talking about this, you're going to be standing in the battlement shooting people while they're trying to break down your golem, right? Like, that's the idea. The idea is you fight outside the city. You don't want to fight inside the city. Fighting inside the city, like, historically, that's a fail, right? Once they breach the walls, you're probably going to lose the city. If you look at any historical battle, breaching the walls it's game over, dude. Like, it's just, that's not what you want. So, like, when we're talking about defending the city, you'll be out here fighting them. Like, straight up, right? Meet Your Maker in Hytale, it's not. Like, people want to treat it like Meet Your Maker. They want to build a bunch of traps and stuff in here, but that defensive strategy is a losing strategy. Like, you want to be outside the city fighting and having your archers and shit on the battlements, right? Golem walks down corridor. Corridor? No, the golem is going to be outside the city. Yeah. This is Helm's Deep, man. You don't want them in the walls. I think I can understand the drive and interest to creating a bunch of, like, defensive systems all throughout this. But, like, if you're in here and you're dropping a bunch of bear traps and stuff on the ground, that's your last resort, not your first line of defense, right? Does that make sense? Okay, Novasun, what? Is there any block that is not visually intrusive, like a wall of stone you can use to despawn near the door to unlock it? I'm not going to do that. That's just a band-aid, man. Are you a bot, Novasun? Who are you? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I was like, dude, what? That's why I'm so confused, because I'm like, what? That has nothing to do with what we're doing. Self-destruct when walls are breached? No one will make it out? Yeah, exactly. First line of defense is definitely a souped-up golem. Exactly. The idea is defend the golem. When you lose the golem, it's, God, I hope they don't win, right? City fighting is the dangerous part. Like, you don't want that. That's a fail state. That's a skin of your teeth win kind of thing. If that makes sense. Yeah. He's talking about the OnlyFans stuff? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no clue. For Season 3?
Kane2749 with 500 bits said, do you have an ETA on when Blockgame will be playable in Hytale?
No.
Also, do you have an opinion between Ida Pro versus Ghidra?
If you can get Ida Pro with Hex Rays, I would do that, to be honest with you. If you want to use Ghidra, though, there's nothing wrong with that. There isn't. But if you get the opportunity to use Ida Pro with Hex Rays, which is expensive, do it, right? If they'll, depending on your job, they might sponsor it, and then it's free. Yeah. I want to take our time and do it right for Blockgame. Oh yeah, Jake just said, no ETA, and frankly, I'd rather we take our time and make something awesome than rush out a scuffed game. Agreed. I've been seeing a lot of people out there, like, rushing to be, like, the first game on Hytale, and I just think we can do good if we take our time and make something cool, you know? I don't want to rush it. Like, I want to make stuff that I think is awesome, but at the same time, like, I don't want to, you know, do it super fast. Like, all these models down here, like these things that I built the last couple days, they took a shitload of time to make those items, but now I have a system where I can make, like, custom graphics, and I can make custom interactions, and I can make sounds, and, you know, everything for that, and you can place them on the ground, right? Yeah. So I'm just going to keep doing that. It took me all day, for like 2 days to make all these, but worth, man. But this, I think, is a cooler design, personally. That's a cool way to do this. What do you think about this, by the way, Jake? What about what? I just got back. So, I have an idea. Instead of just having a gate, it summons a golem. This fixes a shitload of our problems because we can add all the functionality and triggers to the golem itself instead of a piece of wood block, right? Blocks are pretty limited. Having it on the NPC lets us do all kinds of shit. So when a siege starts, summons the golem, locks the door, right? They fight the golem dies, door unlocks, they run through. Yeah. I think it's a much better way for us to have a bucket. It's more thematic, and it lets us do something kind of cool. We can set up chunks, another chunk type, that empowers the golem, or equips armor to it at the core, or anything like that, so players get to have an opportunity to soup up their golem in different ways, which adds another economic driver. It's kind of cool. Right? I think that would be really interesting. Can golem summon minions? If you empower it to. That might be interesting. Make it a necromancer. There's also a bunch of different golem models, too. Like, we go up here. Go like this. Golem. You can see that there's like a flame golem. A frost golem. Sand. Thunder. It's kind of neat, right? Maybe they have tiny golems. Maybe they explode if you take too long. Maybe they eat your tank. I don't know. You started implementing the growth phases for your custom tree, and they won't grow past phase 2 of 4? Oh no, Zafira. Golems look cute. I don't think they're going to look cute when they're twice this size and eating your tank in one bite. I want them to feel like fighting the Iron Giant. You know? You know what I mean? Can you add a rule to root interact of a door and block interaction when the golem is live? No. That's the problem. Turn the golem into a mecha for the mayor? The reason why I know on that is I would have to... In this case, we don't want to do that in-game. And the reason you don't want to do it in-game is because you'd have to do... Here, let me explain this. If you want to do this right, the way that you do it right is you have a flag. And the flag is either true or false. Is the golem alive? True. Door is locked. False. Door is unlocked, right? The reason why you want to do it that way is because if you do it in-game, the only way to do this is with a selector casting an AoE. Can I see the golem? Yes. Door is locked. Can I not see the golem? No. Door is unlocked. And by doing it that way, they'll just pull the golem out of range. Or some other weird shenanigan shit. Right? You need to do it on Java side, where you can set up proper states and say, like, we are at this phase of the fight, right? Doing this in Java is the correct answer. Yeah. Pull it at a line of sight, smoke screen, whatever, right? Like, that's... You don't want to set that up because players will find a way to cheat, you know? What game is this? Hightail. And we're talking about this event system. What if Summoner class where you can remote control your summon? Are you trying to make a guided missile? I'm on to you. Yeah, I'm on to you. It'd be so cool. It would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. Golem missile? That guy died to Heimdall. ICBM Golem, yes. Riding their shoulders? It sounds neat. Like a kid. You could ride them around. I mean, that'd be insane, and a lot of extra work for not a lot of gain. But, technically, we're not making a missile system. Every time you hear someone say Golem, I think you're talking about me. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Alright, so I want to check out the NPC role here. We can actually set the health on it, too. Hey, Jake, I have a question for you. It's kind of interesting. I know we can't create an instance of an item with randomized stats, right? But can we do that for an NPC? Can we have a specific instance of an NPC with a varying amount of HP? Like, can I tell it this has 700 HP this time? Because we can't do that in-game. But I'm wondering if we even have the hookups for that. You've not touched NPCs at all? Neither have I. That's what I was asking. Yeah. Oh, just Golem HP hits 0, man. We're not going to put in a key. The reason why I can't put in a key if it dies and drops it is because one of you goblin asses will steal your own key to your own town, and then no one will be able to loot it. That's not fun. Yeah. That'd be the most frustrating thing imaginable for the attackers. Kill the golem, door opens. Done. Yeah, he knows. Exactly, dude. It's very funny. Yeah, I do, but whatever. Was the key in the safe with the jewel? It was. You steal the golem? I don't think you can. Wait, what day of the week is it today? Oh, it's Wednesday, my dudes. Oh, shit. I didn't realize what day it was.
Karamak with 500 bits said, I like that you've designed away the hermit maxing union after I pointed it out the other day.
I know, I had to.
Except, let's say we build a claim. The exclusion zone is 3 by 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so I put my town's crystal core 2 chunks away and expand once. So, what happens when the town
expand.
overlaps the claim because the exclusion zone is far too small?
You can't.
I feel
can't
like
expand.
I broke it again in an awful way.
No,
Too
you
big
can't.
and the hermit union regains power. Too
Nope.
small and chunk collisions can happen.
No, they can't. You can't expand in that way. When you drop a town, there are two types of town. There's a claim, and then there's a homestead and above. On a claim, you get a 3 by 3 block around you that is permanently marked out. You cannot grow a claim. It stays this size forever. When you drop a normal town, it will create a 3 by 3 chunk in the middle as your first tier. And then this up here is a 20 by 20 in total. So this is a distance from there to there of 10. So this has 7 extra blocks left over like that. So there is no way that you can get these to overlap. That is not possible. Ever. Won't ever be possible because it creates it at time of creation. Can claims exist within the town demilitarized zone? No, they cannot. No. These two things cannot overlap with each other. The exclusion zones cannot overlap. Yeah. How do you prevent people from making ghost towns claim to block someone else? Those do have upkeep, and they will degrade over time. And you can only have a certain number of weeks of upkeep in them. So.
MeBlue0 said, hello Thor. This is the third time I've tried to make something for the jam, and I'm finally making something beyond an idea. So far I've made some basic mechanics, made an extremely long if statement and crashed Godot itself with an accidental infinite while loop. I'm learning. Unfortunately, I won't be able to finish the prototype for submission because of school and other work I need to do, but I will keep making the game after the jam. Thank you for pushing me and many others to make stuff.
You got this, dude. That's, hell yeah. I mean, yeah, keep making it. I think that's one of the most difficult things is getting people to make stuff. And, you're doing it. So, keep it up, man. It's very hard. Let me see here. Oh yeah, I put up the announcement today. For the Game Jam stuff. There we go. If the courier is 3 by 3 and it's 7 blocks out from that of the edge of the team, the actual dimensions would be 17 by 17, not 20 by 20. Is it incorrect math? Hold up. Because it's 1 in the center, and then this is 2. So there's 1. That's 2 out. So that ends up being 3, yeah? 3 in total. 3 across. 1, 1, and 1. And 1, and 1, and 1. So technically this is 2 out. So this would be... Oh yeah, because it's from the outside. This would be 19 by 19, yeah? Yeah? Let me do this correctly. I have the math over here. Let me make sure I was doing this right. I probably wasn't. I was ham-fisting it anyway. Build size is 3 by 3. Because we're 1 by 1 and it's 3 by 3. So if we're 13 by 13, it needs to have an exclusion size around it of an extra 7 in both directions, yeah? No, it's got to be 19 by 19, doesn't it? It's got to be 21 by 21, huh? Yeah. It's got to be 21 by 21. Oof. There we go. It's got to be an odd number to add it +1 each time. FC said 7. God damn it. Yeah, 20 by 20 doesn't have a center block. We had to change it to 21 by 21, which I think is fun. Because then you take this. Let me grab this then. So 21 by 21. This is your 1 slot. You have 1 there. So this ends up being from here to there. This ends up being 2, right? 2 in total from here. And then this is going to go another 19 this way. And at maximum, this is going to be 13. So it'll be 2 plus 11. So that'll be 13 there. And this is going to be another 7, 8 exclusion zone. I think that might be too big. Because I only wanted it to be 4 and 4, yeah? Because if that's 11 and this is 11... Wait, is that 11? No. Because this needs to be a total of 13 by 13. So it's got to be 6 on this side, 6 on that side, and then the 1. Yeah, there. Let me get rid of this. Because there's a core in the center. Yeah, we'll have it be 6 there, 6 here, 1 in the center, and that'll give us a total of 13 across. So it'll be 13 by 13. And that means that this needs to be... No, this was correct. Yeah, because we've increased by 1 each time. Yeah, that's why I was so confused. Use Excel? I guess we could use Excel, but like this makes sense. Because we got 6, and then it's 7 in that direction in total. Because we're going from the core, right? We can pop out Excel if you want to use that instead. Makes life easy. Boop. And then grab all of it and turn it solid black, because it's blinding. There we go. And then you could just have the core, right? And then you do 3 more. And then you do 1 more layer, right? And then you do 1 more layer. So on and so forth, right? And that's basically how the town works, is it just keeps doing that. It just keeps getting bigger by 1 each time. If that makes more sense for you, right? Again, right? And since it'll upgrade... How many times do we have the upgrade set up? It starts off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 upgrades. So it starts at 1 around the core and ends up getting to 6 around the core. That makes sense completely. So I guess this doesn't need to be as big as it was. It technically needs to be smaller than... 20 is too large. The exclusion zone, I think, is too big. So I guess it'll be 10, yeah? So this will be 4 in size. So the total amount will be 11. By 11. That makes more sense, yeah? I guess no, it is 21, because you're going to pull out of it. Like another 11 out of this, because you've got 6 and 10 on each side. Yeah. Yeah. It's still 21 by 21, it is. I was mostly thinking of like the exclusion zone of like, do I want that to be massive or do I want it to be smaller? No, I meant the exclusion zone size. The total exclusion zone size, man. Because I was like, do I want this to be 11 wide in terms of the exclusion zone size? Like this area here as 11 or not? And I just don't know if I do or not. Yeah, it'd be big, big. Demilitarized zone is 8. I guess we could make it that. That's pretty big. You know what I mean? Is that fun? You know what I mean? Like, does that end up being fun? Having it that large? I don't know. Because we got 13. And that'll be 4 and 4, right? That's 10. That's 10. That's 11. That's your 21. I guess 4 is fine. Yeah, I think 4 is fine. So it'll be a total of 21 for this. But yeah, that's basically how that'll end up going. You look at 600 plus blocks for the biggest size? No, the biggest size is this interior amount. The outside is the demilitarized zone, which means you cannot build on it. So the total amount of blocks you get is 169. Because it's 13 by 13 of buildable space, with 2 that are missing, you know? Because you have to do 1 for the core and 1 for the gate, or your barracks, technically. Good too, since the other town will have their own. So 4 each, exactly. That's kind of the idea for it. I see what you're doing, Wig. And the answer is 7.
Dalinar said the state goes into a state changer to change the state into a changed state.
God damn it, not this again. No more states.
Munran 9464 said hello Thor. At the time I write this you're working on siege mechanics for the townie system is Hightail, and there's a game I want to recommend for you to get ideas. There's an old DS game called Locke's Quest, where most of the game mechanics revolve around siege warfare. I don't recommend getting the Steam version of the game, and instead I recommend watching some DS gameplay instead.
You don't recommend getting the Steam version? Interesting. That's rare, right? Is it shitty? Is it like really bad? Is the siege going to be in a separate instance world that copies the area? No. No. It's going to be the open world so people can third party it. Ah. Yeah. All right, there we go. Since a little Dark Age of Camelot here. What? So then teaming and alliances will be allowed? Yes, absolutely. In fact, I want to make it so you guys can be in alliances. One of the first things that I want to do with our town system is towns will be like guilds. A town equals a guild, right? That's sort of the idea with it, right? There's kind of 2 ways this can go. What do you guys think of this, right? Do you want a town to be exclusionary? Meaning that a town, you are only a part of it if you are a resident of the town. Or do you want a town to be inclusive for it, in that anyone can go to a town and it's just run by the mayor and they try to incentivize it? Because in the exclusion system, a town equals a guild. Think EVE Online, right? You keep people out. In an inclusive system, a town is just a place. You like the AOC system? I don't. I think that taxes and AOC are insufferable for players. Unless you just mean the idea of towns that you can just go to, right? A guild is players collectively. The town doesn't matter. A town in this case, if it's exclusive, meaning that only people that are allowed in, right? You can't get in otherwise. Then that is effectively a guild. Yeah. AOC is an inclusive town system, meaning that anyone can join the town and you can't be kicked out. Give the mayor the power to decide if it's inclusive or exclusive. That sounds fun. Could do. It's kind of interesting, right? I think giving the mayor, the ability to do that is kind of interesting. Some people want to have gated communities, some people don't, right? That's sort of how that would go. If inclusive would make it thrive, trade. Trade would make it thrive. Is how that would work. I love the idea of mayor pick. I think so too, because you'll have tyrants and you'll have trade barons, right? I think I'm going to leave this up to you guys to choose for your individual towns. Legitimately so, because like if it comes down to a decision for you of like sometimes you want to be like no, guild only, and then some leaders will be like no, we want to be like fully open and be like a trade baron, right? And have everybody come in. Inclusive towns building shop stand chunks that townspeople can stock. Yeah. But the thing is like, if it's inclusive, the idea is that you get to go there even if you're not a citizen. This one, you can only go there if you are a citizen. Does that make sense? So, like, this one is just open to everybody. Allow tourists? Yeah, it's the idea of, do you want tourists or a military city? And I guess that should be up to you. Can't even visit? Cooldown for choice of inclusive exclusive? No, it wouldn't be a cooldown. That's boring. Let players choose. Let the town mayor choose, you know. Tourism equals money. Yeah, but what is money used for? What would you use that for? It's got to be some driver for that, right? Will PvP enable if you enter the town? I think if you're if you are set as an outlaw to that town, that would make sense. You know? Cooldown on switching, definitely needed. What would you be worried about? If they change it to exclusion, and you're in the town and you're not a dude in the town, they'll just teleport you out. Yeah. Right? People flicking it back and forth, and you just wouldn't go to that town. It's the mayor. Only the mayor can do that, right? I'm not putting a cooldown on that just because one guy is acting weird, right? Outlawing people while they're in your town, don't piss off the mayor. And if you do piss off the mayor or he acts like a dick, then you have a reason to fight him, right? Like, you have to understand, a social sandbox is allowing you guys to have rivalries. If that guy's acting like a dick, that's his reputation now. Like, go fight him, you know? Town should choose to like a guild, but also guilds can choose who joins. So you want to have guilds separate. You want guilds to be separate. Okay, so let's think about this. You know what? I think we do this a different way. I think this would be more interesting. I have a more interesting idea for this. I think we should allow the mayor to choose if the town is open or closed entirely. And then from there, since the mayor decides this, you will have different types of people becoming mayors. Some of them do it as a business venture, right? They want to set up a town that offers services so they can make money. Closed, maybe they want to do it for military. Or they have a very strong force already. These are very separate things. And I think that having that for the mayor and having them decide is cool, because it means some of you will go, I want to set out and make a town because I want to be a business leader. And some of you will be like, I want to set out to make a town because I want to blow people up, right? What about mercenaries? Some people want to set up a mercenary camp. That's fine. And they'll be known as that. Maybe they'll have a closed, environment for their town. It breeds both conflict and trade. Now, here's the thing. What would we be trading? Because I haven't written that system out yet. Right? That's what it comes down to. You need to have a compelling trade mechanic for this. And the only thing we have right now are base resources. I have an idea. One of the things that I really liked in Eve, and I didn't like in Ashes, is when you want to go build something. In Ashes, it was all about rarity, which is not fun to me. In Eve, it's all about volume and services that are available. So what if you have to get benches to a certain level inside of a town before you can build something, right? But then on top of that, they need vast quantities of material. And you have to transfer that material to that city by doing that. And that's risky, right? And volume is way more interesting than rarity. I don't want 5 pieces of legendary wood. I want 500 pieces of common wood, right? So that way, you're always constantly, anytime you loot a tree, the wood off of that tree is always valuable, right? And I think that makes it more interesting. That makes traders a real need, exactly. I want to base our in-game economy off of roughly EVE Online in terms of that, because I think theirs is a masterclass. It won't be as complicated as theirs. It won't be as good overall as what they've done. We can't build that with a small team, but I do think that that is a better direction, personally. This track is rad, yeah. Yeah, ores and metals and things like that? Absolutely. Hearing you talk about Eve makes it seem much more manageable and balanced. Oh, it's a shit show. Oh, nice, Jake. That's sick. The volume system compared to AOC. I love the volume system much more. It just makes everything make more sense, right? You don't have to worry about rarity. You don't have to worry about quality. You don't have to worry about, like... This is the reason that I always think volume is better, is what you'll do when you're dealing with a system of trade, right? If you go down the route of rarity, then you have solo couriers. And a solo courier can make it deep behind enemy lines without ever having a PvP thing. He just sneaks through, right? And that kind of sucks. If you're dealing with volume, then it's an event. You have to get a bunch of people together. You have to get a big machine or a caravan or whatever the hell it is, or a ship, right? And you have to protect it. And it has to move a very large quantity of materials because one person alone can't be carrying all that, right? So that makes it really interesting. So this, I think, is better overall. The next one is in respect to long-term. Long-term, you're always going to have players that are engaging with these systems super sweatily. Like, they're going to be doing tons and tons of shit. And they will get power creep. And power creep, if you have a rarity system, eventually the new guy who just started is only going to be getting common materials. And no one's going to want to buy those. There's no reason for them, right? And that's the issue. If you go with a volume-based system, that player may be getting less materials, but they're always going to be able to sell those materials because there is always a demand, regardless of how many of that item they have. It will always be in demand. That's the difference between these two. So even a year down the road, the in-game economy can still absorb new players. They can still make a living off of low-level materials because there are no low-level materials. Yeah, everyone needs Veldspar. You got it. Exactly. Everyone wants Tritanium, dude. Bickreft is a nice volume system and a quality system combined. Do they do quality products and volume-based materials? Is that what it is? Moving further away from capitalism? Oh, it's definitely not. It's hyperspace capitalism, my dude. It's like it's giga capitalism. It's capitalism after we start mining asteroids. You know, like that's what that is. Then trades are valuable. Interesting. Both would be cool as you could have as specialty traders. Yeah. So here's the general idea for this, is trade should be cumbersome. You can actually, right. Trade should be cumbersome. Which means that you're trying to move large quantities of material. It is difficult to do that. It should be a cumbersome thing to move across the map. You know, our economy is based on volume, very capitalism. It is. It is true. There's less so based on quality most of the time. Anyone can mine 10 tritanium, but only dedicated skill person can mine 10,000 tritanium on a time crunch. Bingo. You got it. That's the idea. But that 10 tritanium, that 10 base material, will still sell. That player can still make money off of that. And if it was a rarity-based economy, they wouldn't be able to do that. No one would buy it, right? Trade towns for services as well. Gatherers and self-found players. Yeah. I like that idea. Now, here comes the big one. If that's the way that we want to go, and we want to build trade towns, how do we manage that for an auction house? An auction house can't be an origin then. You guys have to build them. And they have to be unique per town, right? So that means if we have one big-ass trade town, that town has an AH in it, and it is unique to that town, which I think is fine. We do instanced auction houses that way. Yep, different auction houses. Bingo. An origin wouldn't have one. You guys do barter up until someone builds the first city. And I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Doing barter up until that happens is great with me. We have seen some really weird behavior in the past around when you die, you lose coin. And you lost 5% of your coin, and then another 5% fell on the ground, was the idea. Or it was 5% of your coin was taken out, and 2.5% of it fell on the ground. So half fell on the ground, right? I think I'm not going to do that this time. And the reason why is I want to make it durability-based. Like, when you die, it should be a durability hit, not a coin hit, right? And I think that I'll do a better job this time of managing coin. Coin should just be trade lubrication. It shouldn't be anything else. The most degenerate gameplay that I saw in terms of coin was when we allowed people to trade it directly from one person to another originally. A guy, not even just one guy, a number of people were making alts, and then they were sending all their coin to their alt so that if they died, they didn't lose coin.
donated $20 to charity.
Thank you for the $20 to charity, man. You're awesome. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. Did New World do the auction per area, or was that just storage? I think it was auction per area. Yeah. You don't want to have a global auction house when distance matters, right? You just don't want to have that. That's what you did in WoW Hardcore? Yeah, a lot of people do it. Are you planning on giving Dune Awakening a go? Is Funcom announced Chapter 3 release next Tuesday? You're goddamn right. I'm very excited for that. Each guild within a town could have their own auction, depending on specialty. And they could have trading between guilds to get rid of items they don't want. Yep. Oh, by the way, there's no like soulbind or any of that shit. I hate that. Problem in New World was to carry everything to the other city. That's not the problem. That's perfect. Carrying everything from one city to another, a system of volume, and making it cumbersome to travel with that. That's the essence of a social sandbox. You send switches and flags under NPC roles test flags? Did you? What is the name of it? Is it in the asset editor or somewhere else, man? This guy? I'm going to have to look through the documentation for that one. Yeah. What's the cart that they're carrying it all in, though? Don't know yet. I don't know how I want that to work. Yeah, it's got to move slow. Between Dune and Ashes of Creation, which let you down most of the last year? Ashes. What's the best example of it's not a bug, it's a feature that you know of? It's not a bug, it's a feature. I think restrictions and constraints breed creativity. So every time that you ever run into something that you're like, it's a bug, and you're like, but wait, What if I did something cool with that? It always turns out cool. Like every time, man. Yeah. Always make sure your gas range's pilot light is lit. Okay. Fair. Yeah, opportunity in disguise. Bingo. Alright, so let's go start writing these down. I think it's a good idea. We need to make one for trade. Or economics. Yeah, I didn't feel good yesterday. My eyes were burning really bad. I think it might have been allergies, man. I don't know, but I just felt like shit. It was bad. Okay, so we've got our town sizes here. Everything here is cool. Town materials are set up correctly. I feel like there's got to be maybe other materials that we use. So, to be clear, just to let you guys know, just like in EVE Online, we're going to be setting up materials like this. Town wood, town stone, town metal, town crystal, town fuel, and town fiber. These materials make up everything, right? And I think the reason why I want to do that is because I want to make it so that you guys can focus on specific materials. It doesn't matter where the wood comes from. It doesn't matter what tree it is. You can always turn it into the town, right? And I think that's important. Yeah. Are you getting professions to create other materials consumables? Yeah. Yeah, but those won't be required by the town. Those will be required for you guys as crafting. Higher level stuff is not going to be for a town. The town is going to be baseline shit. Your hopes your streak didn't die? I don't know if it did. I don't think it did. I love non-specific recipes and turn-ins. Bingo. Yeah. No, there will be tiers of wood, but when you turn it into the town, any of those tiers work. It doesn't matter. Like, all of those are exactly fine. So if you have oak or crystal wood, it won't matter. It's all wood, right? Possibly limit player housing, or maybe that's how it worked in the first place. What would limit player housing? What are you talking about? Ninja? Tiers are clamped to crafting. Yes. What if it's hardwood or softwood? Doesn't really matter. We could actually make it so that each material has a different amount of material that comes out of it. But they're all going to turn into these, right? Like if you find crystal wood, maybe it gives 1 crystal and 2 wood, right? Like build creativity? Oh no, you get to do whatever you want, man. These are just plot names. You can build whatever you like there. Okay, I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, we've got a whole bunch of resources on here. And those resources have to be used as a maintenance system for the town. I need to think about what incentivizes a player to turn those in, right? What is it that a player would want infinitely? Tech Priest, what are you talking about, dude? Some form of personal power. Yeah, something like that. Latest patch. What about it? Discounted wares? Players want buffs, money, leaderboard status. Okay. Is it out on live or is it on PTR? Rare cosmetics are pulling off big stuff. That would be cool. Not much, but it's something. Yeah, not much indeed. Cool. Yeah, in Blank Ink, exactly. That's exactly it. There's no... It doesn't change anything for me. Shiny Mount doesn't fix that problem. Okay, so... Let's think about it this way. We need to come up with something that makes a player want to turn in these resources. Because you are going to pick things up, and you'll turn them in, and the town will have a limited amount of stuff that they need, right? So what is it you get in return? Durability restoration? That's cool. We have durability powder. That's a cool way to do it. That's an interesting way to do that. What else can we do? Buffs? Buffs of some kind. Fast travel fuel? No fast travel. Leveling the town and improving the golem? Yeah, but what does it give you? Personally. You have to understand something, is when we're talking about player incentives, there always has to be something for the player to make them want to do the thing, right? So what is it that you are incentivized by? Because it's benefiting you personally. Not just the town. You, right? A cool hat. Cool hats are cool. I like cosmetics. I think some sort of permanent buff to a crafting thingy and such. So permanent buffs. We had a system in the last one that was called ranks, where players would pour coin into it, and it would allow them to gain ranks, and they'd change their name on the world map. I wonder if we do something like that, right? But based on you turning things into a town. 500 cigarettes at the same time. 500 cigarettes. That episode was hilarious, dude. Unlocking a dungeon. Oh. I think you just hit the motherlode, dude. VVVA. What if this is how you get portal keys? What if this is one of the ways of getting portal keys? Which are dungeon keys. Right? That is really good. Because that's infinite. You could just keep running that, right? I think that works. I think that really works. Let's do that. Yeah, there's keys that you have to find and use to open up dungeons, basically. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. So it'll give you a currency that is used to create portal keys, is the idea, right? That's what it should do. Can you make one of the keys a gem holder? I swear to God. The scale is based on which plots are chosen for the overall build of the town. Trade for cheese wheels? Ooh. Okay, so. Idea. Let's see it this way. I have a better idea, because I was sitting there thinking, it was like, there's a couple of things that don't quite make sense, right, for scaling. You know how we want to perform a siege, but the siege is based on the total income of the town that you're sieging? It's kind of weird, right? That's a little bit strange, because how are you supposed to know what that is before you go over there? That doesn't really make sense. That's odd. So, what if instead, we made it so that you had to get a siege flag? And that siege flag cost a currency. And that currency was gained by doing the town upkeep. Right? Like town maintenance. That would be the way to do it. You could produce a siege flag, and that siege flag could do a certain tier of town. You'd be like, that town is tier 5, whatever. And then you go and hit them. Fixed cost, yeah. And it's a different cost per town tier, right? And I think it should cost less for higher level towns. Portal key good. Players not so interested in PvP, though. Correct. Portal key and siege flags. So you have the PvP side, and you have the PvE side, which is the portal key. How do you know a town's tier? It'll say. Yeah, it'll say right on it. You won't know the tier. You'll know that it's a metropolis, right? Sounds like a twist from the quote of, you should clean your room before you change the world. Yes. Is the portal key consumable? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, so, my big, there's a rumor of that. We don't know for sure. So, just gotta wait. That's the Siege's concept. Yeah. Siege and portal keys this way. Love this song, dude. If you fail the dungeon, do you lose the key? Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They're consumable, man. That's the idea. You're trying to burn shit out of the economy. Action surge. One of the keys being a gem holder. God damn it, we're not... You can't action surge me, dude. Siege timer extension? No, that seems OP. What's this song's title? Let me look. Mutated Vikings. What a great name. Can you sell the key? Yes. Yes. Can you put a safe in the key? Yes. Yeah, I think this is actually a lot cleaner than the original thing that I was going to build for this. Every time there's an amount of maintenance required to keep it running. Scales. Which plots are chosen? They were built at the town. What do we call the material that they get back? What do we call the currency, guys? What do you think about town activities? Shaping the dungeon key it gives? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. I'm down with that. Like, it's a... If they're a bunch of farmers, it'll make, like, a plant-based dungeon or something. Reputation coins. Either currency ferrets. JPET, link the patch notes. Finally. Cool. Getting more and more into the song. It's a pretty good song. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like, I'm not really interested. Like, for Ashes. Their lack of moderation's insane, dude. It's just, you know. So anyway. Every town has an amount of maintenance required to keep it running. The scale is based on which plots are chosen for the overall build of the town. As players turn in materials needed, they gain... What do they gain? What is the currency called? Oh, shit. The rumors about Amazon laying off might be real. This is the funniest thing I could think of right now. Trying to use AI to replace some roles ended up costing more than having a person doing the job in the first place. Whoops. Who would have known? Who could have known? Ugh. God damn it, dude. Insane concept. Yeah, we're gonna wait and see. WinRAR is more profitable than OpenAI. I know it is. That's hilarious. Yeah, for all of you who maybe lose your jobs in the upcoming layoffs, as it appears that people already are, as of 3 a.m. last night, always remember that your personal value is not tied to your position at a company. And you can't hate Arasaka enough. Don't forget that. You will get another job. And hopefully you'll be treated better there. Yeah, I can get rid of management, but not development and maintenance. Oh, they're sure as hell trying. All my homies hate Arasaka. You're goddamn right. Each player turning materials needed, they gain. What do we call this currency? What do I call this? Wake up, samurai. Doubloons? I like doubloons. I like that's the best one so far. Doubloons. We're not making it glue. Glue's going to be an actual material. We're going to call them doubloons. Oh, is it with a O-U? Doubloons. There we go. Some pirate I am, dude. Hell yeah. Gold. As players turning materials needed, as players turn in materials for this, they earn doubloons. This currency can be used to purchase portal keys, PvE content, yeah, this currency can be used to purchase portal keys for quick bursts of structured PvE content or to buy siege banners for PvP groups to siege or pillage towns. There we go. You see the Now Red video where he said he made alcohol from Elmer's glue? Oh, God damn it, dude. It's probably just goblins. You guys are doing that. Actually outrageous. That's funny as hell. Boop. We've got it set up. You're going to have multiple currency types, like copper, silver, gold, etc. We're probably just going to have coin and doubloons, right? And they're going to be it. And doubloons will be tied to your character. There's no way to trade them. I think that's fun. I think it's a cool way to do it. Yeah. Inclusive gives PvE and exclusive gives PvP currency for banners? No, because they can just swap back and forth, right? I think that should just be a toggle that they do. Yeah. I don't think that should be tied to reward structure. It ends up being like really weird because they swap, you know? They'd be like, I want to swap and then get my PvP currency and swap back, right? Cookies are randomized, so you may not know what kind of affixes you get. As they go up in tier, what kind of modifiers you get. There we go. The content gets harder, and the keys become more expensive. The same can be said of siege banners, which are limited to the size of city they can be used against. All right, so we have a problem, right? We have a problem with this.
In Blanky said you cannot fool me, Jason, the fifth fracker, made of thorium hall. I see what you are doing. You are making a design doc with chat, teaching chat how to game design without they noticing.
Shh.
Don't worry, I won't reveal the secret if you send me a lifetime supply of glue.
God damn it. You're
This
ruining
secret
it.
is
Don't
safe
ruin
with
it.
me and the old faceless woman that lives in your house.
Don't ruin it.
That
She
and where
shouldn't
you
live
plug
in
the
my
wig
house.
to keep it in place.
God
Don't
damn it.
worry.
You ruined
Just
it.
sign this paper and everything will be fine.
You're ruining
also,
it.
you should rest.
No, I shouldn't rest. God damn it. I tricked you guys the first game jam. It worked. I told you I was going to do this all through this game jam. Okay, we have a problem, chat. You ready for the problem? No glue for you. No. No glue until the end of the design doc. I always trick you. That's my job. So the flag is consumed when declaring the attacker's intent to pillage the town. This is a much better system, right? If a pillage fails, the defender receives resources equal to 1 week worth of their upkeep. Here's the problem, right? Do we think it's okay for someone to try to siege a town and then intentionally fail to give that town resources by spending resources in another town to get a siege flag? I think that's shit. I don't think the defender should get resources. The resources come from the attacker. That system doesn't work anymore. Explain how that works logically. So, this is... I'd rather do this as the system when we're talking about resources. Let me... Where the hell's my MS Paint? Did I close MS Paint? Son of a bitch. I guess I closed it. Become blind! Boop. Okay, there we go. And layers. This. There we go. Alright, so a town exists. A person pours resources into this town because that town needs it for maintenance, right? That player then gets doubloons. They use these doubloons to get a flag. They use that flag against another town to siege it. What happens if the attacker wins? What happens if the defender wins? They have basically put a bid down equal to the cost of the siege flag. Does the defender get the resources equivalent to that siege flag? How does this work? If the defender gets 1 week's worth of resources, that's kind of cool, right? Defender gets siege protection for a week? No, because you guys will use flags to be able to do that over and over again so you can never get attacked. Come on to your bullshit. I'd say yes. Okay, what happens if the attackers win? What do they get? They steal 1 week's worth of resources? Is that it? No, they don't get the whole town. That'd be insane. How would you feel if this number was 2 weeks? How would you feel if there was a tier 1, 2, and 3 of this flag and they cost the attacker a small amount, a medium amount, and a large amount of resources to get the flag, and then if the enemy lost, they lost 1, 2, and 3 weeks of resources to the attacker? Here's the problem. It costs you that much to get the flag in the first place. So what are you really gaining here? Sieging is meant to blow the place up. Pillaging is meant to take their stuff. We can give them a pillage flag or a siege flag. Either way. Pillaging or sieging. Flags for both, right? The satisfaction of PvP is not enough. Win condition, attacker gets 2, defender gets 1. So you can double your money. It's a bet. Right? All right, let's think about this. Someone can just alt account to double the money? That's not how it works. I'll explain. I love all the cult, dude. Why are you guys culting? Yeah, this music is super good. This song is called Sacrifice. Kalima. Yeah, exactly, dude. All right, ads are over. Now, I think this is really interesting. This is how I want this to go. You have Town A, you have Town B, right? You have a group of people that live in Town A. They're not citizens, though. They just turn in resources so they can get doubloons. They turn in enough resources to get 100 doubloons. They use this to buy a pillaging flag. This is a PvP guild, right? They then take this pillage flag to Town B. They declare a pillage. They're going to be going and doing that. If they win the pillage, they receive double the amount that they lost in doubloons. They double their amount. So they'll get 200 doubloons. They don't get resources, they get doubloons. If these guys lose, they lose 1 week's worth of resources. Right? Which is whatever amount. If these guys win, if these guys over here win, they get 1 week's, and this is destroyed. Does that make sense? And we will always make this cost more than 1 week's of materials. Always. All right, we'll do that. It's a conversion. Yeah. I think this works perfectly. And this allows bandit guilds. Which is what I wanted. Bandit guilds. Yeah. They buy a letter of marque as a privateer. Bingo. That's not good as the defenders. We're better, so they should get more. 1 week is a lot of resources. That means you don't have to give a shit for a whole week, man. Explain how we're combating cheesing the siege pillage. Where's the cheese? Both sides had to pay something. There was risk on the line. Both sides had something to lose. How is there cheese? Does 1 week of resources vary based on town size? Yes, but the pillage flag also will as well. I think that's how that should go, right? 1 week of resources or 1 week of upkeep? I'd say 1 week of upkeep. Or, better yet, better idea. You put 100 doubloons into it, right? To get that pillage flag. This town then gets 100 doubloons, which means the town can use that to get resources at its leisure. It can have its own wallet. If you lose, that's how that goes, right? Cost of pillage related to town size. Actually, probably not even 100. What if they get half? So there's less cheese for that. You can't self-pillage now. I guess you could in this case, but you would just lose. You can trade doubloons. I don't know. I think doubloons should be tied to the character. I don't think trading those would be a good idea. Yeah, I think everything that happens should be like less. You get less out of it, kind of a thing. But if these guys win, then they get 200. Would be the idea. Doubloons are a currency, but I don't think they're a currency we should allow for trade. Think of it more like as a reputation thing. That gives defending towns that don't attack much worth out of doubloons. Yes, it does. 50 is too low. The number is irrelevant. The idea is percentages here, man. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter. It just means that the town will get less, whatever it's going to be. Yeah, yeah. I thought you were just calling the money system doubloons. No, it's totally separate currency. Coin is your guys' social, this is your trade lubrication on your auction house and shit. Doubloons is going to be a town currency. Whatever that's going to be. We're just calling it doubloons right now. I don't know what it'll be called. Might even be that. Does the town respawn after the siege? Is there a cooldown period? You should read the design doc. The way that towns work is they increase in size the higher tier they are. If you do a siege, you knock the town down by one tier and the outer layer peels off like an onion, and it blows all of that up. If you do a pillage, it just takes their stuff. Takes their money. Is design doc public? Yes, it is. It's right here. There you go, man. I'm rewriting the section on pillaging right now. Like an ogre, yes. If a town has not been attacked in a month, do rewards for raiding pillaging go up as a multiplier? I don't know. Maybe? Pin the design doc? No, I've got that pin up. We're good. How about buy a pillage for your own town, then get a pay cut for the service of the pillage? How about this? How about you buy a pillage and you sell it in the auction house? That way you don't get involved in PvP, but you sure as hell profit from it. Right? If you get a pillage flag, and then you sell that in the auction house, and some, PvP guild buys it up. Right? Yeah. Can you trade, convert coin, and doubloon into each other? No. Mutually exclusive currency. That's messed up. I love it. Yeah. You're just an arms dealer. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Will melons become a currency because they cornered the market on melons again? Probably. Yeah. You did that last time. If a pillage fails, the defender receives resources equal to one's weight. Let's see. You know it'll be bad when I start putting out TTS messages advertising my in-game farm. I know, right? Okay, so the first type of war involves pillaging a city and taking its resources from its crystal core. This is a non-destructive type of war that will not damage any structure or plots if the town has ample resources. Resources can always be recovered, and the town can survive this kind of assault without lasting damage. The amount stolen is based on the attacker's pillager flag, which they purchased using doubloons. The flag is consumed when declaring the attacker's intent to pillage the town. If a pillage fails, the defender receives doubloons equal to a percentage of the original cost of the pillager flag. This makes small towns... Oh, there we go. If the pillage succeeds, the pillagers receive double the doubloons they put in. Double the doubloons... The attackers receive doubloons, doubling the original cost of the pillager flag. Let's see. I think pillaging should never cause damage to the town. I think sieges should be damage. Yeah, doubloons will be needed for upkeep, too. Yeah, the first type of war involves pillaging a city, which is essentially a bet between attacker and defender. This is a non-destructive type of war that will not damage any structures or plots. Resources can always be recovered. There we go. The amount stolen is based... Let's see. There's got to be a detriment, right? What happens to the defender when they lose? There's got to be something that happens to the defender when they lose. I think they have to lose town debt. Rep loss? No. I think they lose a week's worth of upkeep, yeah? A deficit in their wallet for upkeep? That's kind of rough. Yeah. I could see that. I think the idea of just pulling coin directly out of their wallet's the way. Out of the town wallet. They're reverting the update. Are you kidding me? No. Jesus Christ. Because keybinds aren't saving between sessions and realms are unstable. Why are realms not stable? That's wild, dude. Have you tried Apogea yet? No, I've not. They pay a repair fee. Okay, let's go back to the drawing board a little bit. I pay 200 coin to siege you, right? If I win, I get 400. If I lose everything. If you win, what do you get? The 200? Or 150? So there's 25% taken off, right? And 100% bonus on our side. So attackers are more incentivized. If you win, you keep their loot? What do you mean loot? Bro, what are you talking about? The attacker might not have a town. They don't need to. The attacker doesn't need to have a town to do this. Yeah, exactly. Their loot doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it could just be a raider guild. They don't need a town to do this. Defenders lose, they get demoted to town size? No, that is sieges. This is not siege. Defender and loss should lose 200 doubloons to make sure we aren't generating free money. Well, it costs 200 in the first place. That's already taken out of the economy, right? So that's gone. They only get 150, which means we're actually minus 50 in the economy if the defender wins, right? And if the attacker wins, then they're minus 200. I think, actually, better idea. I've got an even harsher one. Okay, so paid. They pay 200. Defense wins, attacker wins. If the defense wins, they get 100 of this, right? If the attacker wins, they get 300. If the attacker wins, the defense is, let's see, attacker plus 300, defender plus 100, and attacker get that minus 200. They lose everything, right? So attacker gets nothing. And defense, in this case, gets minus 200. So what you end up getting is you get, this is removed from the economy, and we generate plus 100. And in this case, is there anything else that we can lose from it? We lose that. Let me think. There's got to be a way to not generate income this way. They've rid of what? The whole patch. 200 seems a bit much. It costs 200 to make it, right? You don't know what the 200 is. It doesn't matter. I can make it 2 and it's the same, right? And by minus 100 from the overall economy, it would be. But if they're getting plus 300 and the defender is losing 200, it wouldn't be minus 100. I meant for the defender, I'm aware. But it costs 200 to get the thing. So it doesn't, like, that number doesn't matter. Like, again, I can make it 1 and 2, right? Big number is not scary here. So, defender wins, they get 50%. So let's pull this back. If the paid is 100, defender wins, they get 50% of what went in. And the other 50% is lost, right? And then on this one, if the attacker wins, they get 150%. So they get the 200 plus another 100. And that 100 needs to be taken from the defender. Right? Does that make sense? I guess at that point you're just trading, though. Right? There. Now we're always removing something from the economy every time. It should just... basically, this action should be economically destructive in some way to help balance the server. Does that make sense? Yeah. War is a violent transaction where nobody wins. Yeah. So let's rebuild this a little bit better in a way that makes sense and is sane. So we've got defender and attacker. You've got win, you've got loss. Right? Defender wins with a pay of 200. Defender gets 300. Attacker wins with a pay of 200. Actually, wait. Defender wins with that, it's plus 100. So 50% is loss. And then if the attacker wins, they get 300. If the defender loses, they get minus 150. And if the attacker loses, they lose all of their 200. Right? So I think it's the overall. It's kind of how that would go. That way there's nothing generated. It's always loss. Because these go together and those go together. So this comes out to equaling minus 100. And this comes out to equaling minus... Actually, they would be generating, wouldn't it? Oh, because we're not counting this. We're not counting the original pay-in. But that is the original pay-in plus. We don't need to take the original pay-in. Puts the bet on the line. Attacker losing should just be 0. Yeah, I guess it's true. You're right. Attacker loses at 0. So all PvP is base then? True. Yeah, true. But like if we do... I'm trying to think of if that's economically feasible. Like, does that cause weird problems? Basically what I want is I want 25% of the input currency to be lost every time. I think that's how I want to do it. I'm just going to handle it that way. Right? I think that's how that should work. I think it should just be 25%. So if the attacker wins, they get their 200 back, plus 25%. Actually, we could probably even do it 50. Just the price of doing business, maybe a little bit, yeah. Because the attacker would get 300 if they win, and that means the defender would lose. What would they lose? Minus 100? Oh no, they would lose a lot more than that, wouldn't they? Because this is just gone. Like, that's already gone. They would lose 300 at that point, because they've taken it out. Yeah. Defender lose plus attacker wins. Yeah, because if the defender loses in this case, like, we don't really care about this anymore. Like, that's just the payment in. We could actually use that as the minus from the economy, right? Because I'm looking at overall transaction, not who loses what, right? 300 gets paid to attacker from defender. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So, like, the attacker paid 200 to get 300. The defender just loses 300. So that means that the economy overall is minus 200. Perfect. I'm fine with this. This is what I wanted, right? The defender wins this engagement. The defender then gets plus 200. And the attacker gets their minus 200. Attacker gets 0. Right? I think the defender should get less. This seems like needlessly harsh on the defender, though. Yeah. As a defender, you break even monetarily if you win. You get wrecked if you lose. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think that's good. Right? You know what I mean? I think what we do is at that point we could do this. That is removed from the economy at that point because we have the minus 200 into this. So it'd be 100 minus 200 there would be minus 100 overall. Does this make sense? Maybe a white flag buyout? Nah, none of that shit. You fight. Yeah, I think this is better. I think it's a better system there. You should let the feudal lords assign the values? No. Because you guys will do stupid shit with the economy. I know you will. So if the defender wins, they get plus 100. And the attacker gets 0. And that is another minus 100 from the economy. I think that's balanced now. Because this costs 200. So overall is 100 from that. Minus 200. Minus 100. This costs 200. Which means this is plus 100. Into that minus 100. Perfect. We did it. Now it makes more sense. Alright, cool. I don't need this. That makes sense? Yeah. Attacker win, they get half back from the flag, and 200 from defense. I mean, technically, yeah. I think that system works. Now we gotta make it in a little sheet. Okay, let's see.
Crazed Loot Goblin donated $25 to charity.
That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you very much, dude. What if defense can't pay has nothing? Ah, here comes the problem. If a town's defense loses and the core doesn't have enough resources in it to pay the attackers, then it counts as a siege loss and downgrades the town by 1 tier. Yeah. So the attackers do not get their full pay in this scenario, as that would generate income out of thin air. Does that remove people from the town then? No. This is not the amount of population you can have. It's the amount of population you should have, is the idea. Does that make sense? Should costs and losses scale with town size? Yes. I think they should. I super agree with that. Yeah. Oh, that's cool, Goblin Scout. Let's go and do insert, and we'll do a table. Make it like that. And be like... Oh, wait, I just realized. Can the third faction be looters? I mean, technically you do whatever you want, right? You know what I mean? Oh yeah, Defender Town will declare what time period they're available. Defender Town has control over when a raid is. Like Eve. Same as Eve. I just like that system much more. Let's see. Attacker loss, 0. Defender, it's plus 100. There we go. No offline rating? No. There's gonna be none of that shit. There'll be citizen rake like peasant noble, and we'll get to that later. I don't want to build any of that. I want you guys to do it as like mayors and shit. There we go. Delete that. Delete column. There we go. There we go. In a theoretical situation, if an attacker paid 200 doubloons for a pillage flag, this would be the total doubloons earned and lost in any scenario after that combat resolves. Done. So the first type of war involves pillaging a city and taking resources from its crystal core. This is a non-destructive type of war that will not damage any structures or plots if the defender has enough resources. Resources can only be recovered, and the town can survive this kind of assault without lasting damage. The amount stolen is based on the attacker's pillaging flag, which they purchase using doubloons. The flag is consumed when declaring the attacker's intent to pillage the town. If a pillage fails, the defender receives doubloons equal to a percentage of the original cost of the pillager flag. By the way, this also means I can put modifiers on the pillager flags and be like, hey, when you declare with this, everyone in your team gets plus 5% PvP damage. Or, when you declare with this flag, it gives 13% more coins if you win. All kinds of shit, right? Do all kinds of things. We can make them like Diablo-style items. The amount stolen is based on the attacker's pillager flag, which is then purchased using doubloons. The flag is consumed when declaring the attacker's intent to pillage the town. If pillage fails, the defender receives doubloons equal to a percentage of the original cost of the pillager flag. If the pillage succeeds, the attackers receive doubloons doubling the equal to a percentage. The attackers steal doubloons. I don't know if I want to have doubloons. I just want to have coin. If the village succeeds, the attackers steal doubloons equal to... Higher level towns require higher level pillager flags to attack. This makes small towns dramatically less worthwhile to attack, while also making it more costly to hit larger towns. If a town's defense loses and the core doesn't have enough resources in it to pay the attackers, then it counts as a siege loss and downgrades the town by 1 tier. The attackers do not get their full pay in this scenario, as that would generate income out of thin air. There we go. Is there a negative for spam pillaging the same town? Yeah, you don't get paid. At that point, you just want to do a siege. Like, you're just being a dick, right? The risk-reward ratio of defender is harsher for the attacker. Let's see. It is. Yes, it is indeed. Because it's 300 to 0 versus 100 to minus 200. But it's not, because the attacker always does this, right? So, like, the attacker already paid 200, which means they're actually just getting plus 100 here, and they're getting minus 100 here. Or minus 200 here. So they're actually exactly the same. That was the point of it. Waiting in the ads and I'll show you. All right, we're back from the ads. Okay, so you said that the attacker has a much harsher time on this. They actually don't. So that 200 doubloons is paid by the attackers. So this is actually what it really is, which means on a win, attackers always get plus 100 over their original. On a win, defenders always get plus 100. On a loss, attackers always get minus 200. On a loss, defenders always get minus 200. It's the same. Same for both of them. Put the town in a position where they need to replace those resources in a certain amount of time, or then they downgrade to a claim. Yeah, I can. So you want to know the gameplay loop that I could see with this? I honestly feel like the gameplay loop for this would be as follows. Let me grab this. Say there's a whole bunch of towns, right? And you're a bandit leader. You're part of a guild that just goes and, ravages towns. You go to each of these towns and you go, hey, give us some protection money. These two guys do. This guy doesn't. So then you're like, all right, we're going to pillage your town to get it anyway, bud. You do the pillage. But you lose. Oh, shit. And now that you've lost, all these towns start working together. And they work together to beat you so that you can no longer take protection money from them. That's where that starts to get interesting. Or you win. And when you win, you show the other ones there's no point in rising up. And now everybody pays protection money. That's the idea. Gives you guys a chance to do cool shit like that. You can do multi-town wars one at a time, but I think that's fun. Protection money used to pillage them. I know, right? We're in the game design document to use the TTB. I know, right? Maybe I should.
DaijuMX said the cost to siege should assume the target is a metropolis, regardless of the actual defender size. The spoil should be n weeks of resources at the defender's size.
Huh. Should always consider it to be a metropolis? Actually, I think that's a good idea. I do, because that makes it dramatically less profitable to attack low-B towns, right? Yeah. The amount should be equal to the tier. I don't think weeks of resources make sense, because you never know what you're going to get with that. How are they going to transport it, right? Stopping everyone from paying protection money to keep them fed. You don't have to take the protection money. Right? Right? Now, the downgrade doesn't happen if they have the money, dude. I'm gonna noodle on this, I think. Yeah. I think the idea is really good on that one. I really
Karamak
do.
with 500 bits said okay, so if the town still checks the 20 by 20 or whatever value you pick when the core is placed, then the claims still only have to be placed that far apart in a grid pattern to form the degenerate Hermit Max Union force field and permanently block towns over a large area, which was the original problem that made you drop it to 3 by 3 on claims.
If you're saying that you're going to have a bunch of solo players go and make homesteads, it is not economically feasible to do that. Like, that is... The intention is that if you try to do that, you will economically get owned. You can try that, but if I do my job right, you can't. Like, that is not a solo town. That is a 3-person plus town. And it will have a lot of work as such, you know? This is made for 1 person, playing casually. This is made for 3 people. 3 people if they're kind of sweaty. 5 people if they're not sweaty. You could, but it's gonna suck. If you have like a giga sweat, maybe they can do it solo. But that's like... That dude's doing like 16 hours a day every day just so he can mark out like a 20 by 20 section of the map, dude. It doesn't make any sense. So Schnappy. No, because Schnappy is not a professions guy. He's a dungeon runner. It's different. You know? Yeah. All right. It is time, chat. It is time. My weekend approaches. I have work to do. I have to go work on Heartbound. It's time. Run the dungeons at the workbench? True. True. You say no. I've been streaming 12 hours, bud. Minecraft players making sense. All right, chat. I will see you all later. I'll be back on Friday, because tomorrow is Thursday, so there's no stream tomorrow. But I'll see you then. So you guys have a wonderful day. I will see you on Friday. And, chat smells. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Go hang out with the ferrets. Do it. Do it. Do it.